Good morning and welcome to the Sambazon Dawn Patrol for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Jordy Lawler's here from North Narrabeen. Had an emotional win in the Challenger Series as we continue the season here at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach for stop number 4 of 6 of the season. Big day of competition. And when it's a big day, you always see a big local legend named Brett Simpson, who had an unbelievable performance in back-to-back seasons to be a 2-time US Open champion. Local boy here at Huntington Beach, working with Australia's Jarvis Earl. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel with CT standout Rosie Hodge. Rosie, this is a fun part of the week at the Lexus US Open of Surfing because we get to see that early round for the men's Challenger season. Yeah,
this is what we've been waiting for. This is a huge event for these Challenger Series surfers. Thinking about yesterday, crowned some longboard champs. That event was amazing. Well done to Taylor Jensen and Rachel Tilley. But now it's time to get into the Challenger Series. The waves are looking fun. There's a little bit of swell still, so looking forward to some big heats.
Looking forward to seeing Jackson Baker. Gosh, we miss this guy on the championship tour, representing Meriwether Beach in Newcastle. He's dealt with some injuries, but he's ready to take on the south side of Huntington Pier. Let's get the official word on the conditions, the insight. Yolanda Hopkins is with AJ McCord.
Yeah, that's right, Joey. Yolanda, the first one out in the water this morning. You said you paddled out around 5. You just got out of the water, so tell me, how does it feel out there?
It's pretty grindy today. I mean, there's some waves. I feel like this is picking up a little bit. Down the beach, it seems like to have a better peaks, but it was really crowded after like half an hour. So I stuck by the pier, but I think it's going to be a good show today.
And you have a few days until your competition gets started, but watching this first round get underway today, what do you think is going to be the key for the surfers in the water to get the scores?
I mean, just for me, in my experience, it would be just to work for it. But I reckon some surfers are going to wait for that wave to come through, the good one. But yeah, I would say keep the rhythm and just try to do your best in these tiny waves.
There you go. Well, thanks for the insight. We'll see you in a few days.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, AJ. Great to hear the insight from Yolanda Hopkins, straight from Tahiti, from the Olympics, right here to the Challenger Series, standout from Portugal. And Rosie, she kind of brought up some classic little contest terms, grinding it out, working hard in these conditions, basically saying that it's not just a clear day of waiting for the best waves. You might have to really work hard to get your top 2 scores today.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a couple key factors today. I think equipment choice is going to be so important. When you have smaller gutless conditions, you want to be picking the right board that's going to carry you through those flat sections and really create some flow and some explosive maneuvers.
Our friends at Surfline giving us the breakdown for the forecast at the south side of Huntington Pier. It's an easy call for the Surfline crew. They just look out the window of their office. Their headquarters is right across the street. What are we seeing there, Rosie?
Yeah, we're just seeing that modest south to southwest swell, and it's got a mix of a northwest wind swell, so that's what's going to make those peaky conditions, that south swell, more of those lefts on option. But you know, we're going to see that momentum and that energy start to pick up throughout the event. 2 to 3 is what we have on offer today, so that is pretty small. That wind is going to stay, you know, 7 to 8 knots. I did notice that it was like kicking up out of that southerly direction quite early on this morning. We don't have that fog that we saw yesterday, so at the moment it's still looking a little bit choppy.
And then looking at the next 4 days, see an increase in the swell, then to 5 to 7 foot on Friday with that southeast type direction. The goal, work hard today in these conditions and earn some better waves into finals weekend.
That's the thing about Huntington. You have to come to this break ready for anything. You know there's going to be some smaller waves in the mix, and potentially when you do get those fun size swells, you got to make the most of that. So you got to think about the treat at the end when you get through these earlier rounds. Later on this week, we're going to see some better conditions.
What a way to kick off the morning. Jarvis Earl, Michael Dunphy, Kai Paula, and Jackson Baker. 2 Australians with Jarvis Earl and Jackson Baker. Michael Dunphy representing the USA, the East Coast, Virginia Beach, longtime vet from the QS and Challenger Series, and also a man from Hana on the island of Maui. Kai Paula, and looks like we're already underway. 30-minute heat scored on their top 2. No wave max, and with 4 people in the lineup, things could get interesting to start off the opening wave of the day. Rosie, it's been fun to track all these careers for Jarvis Earl. You can see how quickly your profile can change when you win that World Junior Championship title. Everybody knew his name after that. Thing is, now he's got the expectations to perform.
Definitely. I mean, Jarvis Earl was had such an incredible event in Encinitas 2 years ago, winning that world title. I mean, the conditions were big. It was challenging, such a stacked field. And he did, I mean, we knew about him, but he definitely put himself on that map with the World Junior title.
Enjoyed a wild card moment at waves like Margaret River on the championship tour. Got to get some insights from legends like Luke Egan. So when you win those titles too, everyone's starting to answer the phone when you call. They're like, yep, I'll help you. Let's make this happen.
Well, also with Jarvis winning that World Junior title, he automatically qualified for the Challenger Series. You win that spot into these big events.
Michael Dunphy, what a legend.
Such a legend.
Nice person, isn't he?
It's so great and so good to see him here on the Challenger Series. He is a name that we've seen in the mix before, along with Jackson Baker. So we do have this kind of young guard versus the older veterans.
Looks like we could potentially kick off the day here in blue. That is Michael Dunphy. Nice clean snap and a second turn in the pocket. There's a third web for the man from Virginia Beach. Very comfortable with small wave conditions. That's what he grew up with, but very well rounded. Nice way to kick off the morning for Mr. Dunphy.
This would be right up his alley. Like you mentioned, I mean, you're a product of your environment, so Michael would be looking at these waves just going, yep, I know what to do. Just comboing up these maneuvers. He's looking lively on his board too, Joey, for the first wave of the morning. Just impressed with, you know, the demeanor that he's bringing.
Are you anticipating this to be a pretty common strategy for surfers looking for a wave to go backside in waves of this size?
Yeah, I like the opportunity you have on your backhand just to really get critical in the pocket and throw it up vertical. Sometimes on the forehand, you don't have that opportunity to dig deep on the bottom turn. You can almost cut your bottom turn short and look a little bit softer, but these guys are so capable in any condition.
Jackson Baker, so good to see. Watch this. Hook. Using a lot of that rail and then shutting it down. A powerhouse surfer. Great mustache. Great personality. Has time for everybody. And the Aussies are going to stick together. Siblick, loving it. Is that Kai Otten? Is he here? No way. He never calls.
It's been so fun. We had Declan Whiten, one of the longboarders in here, Aussie longboarders, and he said they've got a whole crew together. They're really focusing on, you know, picking up that Aussie morale, making a lot of noise and supporting their surfers.
The energy they create on the beach, the surfers can feel. It does resonate. I don't think we're getting too mystical with that, are we?
I agree with you as we see up and riding.
Going quickly on the forehand now is Michael Dunphy. Blowtail controls it. Cool start for Dunphy. He had a 5 on his left. And now showing off his forehand attack in these small conditions. So fun little peaks. I love that it's crossed up with a little northwest wind swell. It helps the shape of these rights and lefts. And Michael just taking advantage of it. I mean, there's 4 guys out, and we've just seen him on 2 waves and the opener for Jackson Baker.
Yeah, good start for Michael. I mean, way to just execute your game plan. Get out there, get a quick start. Here he's backing up the left-hander that he had. Finding glide, finding connection with that first maneuver. A lot of speed in his surfing. Throws the tail. See Jackson Baker looking over his shoulder, watching that wave. And this one from Jackson, looking lively. I think watching a clip of a breakdown of his equipment, said that he had a dumpster diver too, and I think a flyer model that he was going to, an EPS construction. Those are the 2 that he was going to decide on today, and it looks like he's gone to the flyer.
Jackson Baker got the call up to the championship tour this year, but he couldn't accept the invitation because he hurt himself, had a foot injury, and he wanted it so bad. I think he even spent a couple of nights considering surfing anyway. But he was focused on longevity, decided that just wants to make sure he's 100%, not make the injury worse. Opening ride for Jackson, a 4.7 just under Dunphy's best at a 5, but better than Michael Dunphy's 4.0. Kai Paula, this guy could have a lot of different avenues of his career. He could be a free surfer, make movies, does giant double rotation alley-oops. Not many people can say that they've landed one of those. He's very busy as a model as well, and wants to do well in competition, movies. He's at that part of his life where I think he's like, okay, I want to do it all. Let's do this.
Yeah, just make a feast of life. Well, I mean, so many opportunities lay ahead of him, and even to qualify for the Challenger Series, Joe, that's no easy feat. So to see him here at the US Open and knowing how talented he is in different avenues of life, that must be nice.
Kai Paula getting the wild card from the Hawaii region and trying to make it count. Top 2 moving on into the next round. And at the moment, it's just Dunphy and Jackson Baker. They're in the back of the line for priority, and Jarvis and Kai Paula being very selective. Let's now check in with Matt Chinoski in the Bonsoy athlete area.
We have Kai Odden, who was on screen before, and he's here in the Aussie corner. 5 surfers from Australia coming up the next few heats. Who in particular are you working with, or are you just here to add that camaraderie?
Yeah, I'm working with Jordy Lawler and Jill Moffat this morning. Boys are looking sharp. I'm keen to watch them go. We've had a really good prep the last few days, so I'm excited.
And coming off Bolito and Narrabeen, fairly similar conditions with a little bit of a lackluster spell to get things started. Similar equipment to what the guys have been prepping for over there?
Yeah, I mean, they're mixing it up between epoxies and PU, but I think the boys have all kind of decided to ride PU boards, so I'm happy with that. When the sets are coming in, they're still really rippable, so yeah, we've kind of decided not to ride epoxies.
Good feedback there from Kai. Let's go back to live action.
Thank you, Matt Chinoski. Great to see Kai Odden as we go right into the backhand flow of Jarvis Earl on his opener. Great read from Jarvis, great start, and great to hear from Kai. Kai was on the championship tour for several years. I guess he was known as a late bloomer, kind of qualified as an older human being, and he came in with so much wisdom and had a great career against the world's best, him being one of them.
Jarvis just attacking this lip line on his backhand. So 4 pretty severe turns, as you see the Aussies appreciating that. Jacob Wilcox.
Was Morgan asking for the 10?
It was, I think, yeah, Jacob and Morgan over there.
That's a good crew.
Why not?
And all of those guys sitting there have already had some really big performances in their career, accomplished a lot. For Morgan Siblick, already finished top 5 in the world when he was a rookie on the championship tour. Now he's trying to get himself back there. Jarvis starts with a 7.33. Judges creating a lot of separation over Michael Dunphy's 5.0.
Yeah, he had a few more turns in the mix there for Jarvis, and just lively surfing, going vertical. Here he goes again.
Jarvis Earl up and out of the left. Will get scored just a 0.5 for catching that wave. So 1.67 moves Earl to the lead. Right now held by Michael Dunphy. That's going to give Jarvis a lot of confidence, knowing he was patient and then turned in the best score of the heat so far. This is the men's round of 80, with top 2 moving on to the round of 64. Already some big names in the round of 64, the seeded surfers, and some possibilities for surfers to potentially clinch a spot for the championship tour as early as stop number 4 of the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I think there's 4 surfers that we have to keep an eye on in this event. 2 of them in the men's Challenger Series, and then 2 of them on the women's side.
Ian Gouvet's had such a brilliant year so far. a guy that's been on the top stage in the past, son of Fabio Govea. We'll be watching him. He's in the first heat of the round of 64. Jackson Baker has second priority and decides to hold his position. Known for his power-based brand of surfing. Big open face cars, but can be very nimble in small conditions as well. And coming from a place called Meriwether Beach, which is a beach break that has provided a platform for world champions to be created. Mark Richards, 4-time world champion, set that record at the time, later broken by Kelly Slater. MR still really proud of everyone coming off that beach and doing some big things on the world stage.
Yeah, and so he should be. I mean, it's just so fun to see the depth of talent coming out of Meriwether. Ryan Callanan, Jackson Baker, Craig Anderson, Philip Anderson.
Yeah, Morgan Siblick as well.
Matt Ho.
Yeah,
Matt Hoy.
Matt Hoy is
Sorry.
just a legend from that area. Famous for those like crazy carves where he's putting his hands behind his back, all about style and amazing performance. Dunphy still out front with his 5 and his 4.0. Growing up in Virginia Beach, has a lot of friends that are surfers, but he also has some famous friends that play Major League Baseball. Quick whip there from Jarvis Earl into the inside corner and steps off. That'll be enough to take the lead off Dunphy, only chasing a 1.67.
Yeah, just playing the game right now. You've locked in the best score of the heat. Now to just get that back up and build on that momentum. We saw Jarvis having a chat with Brett Simpson, and who better to get some words of advice to learn the lineup and come up with a plan of attack. So nice hit up in the lip there. This wave kind of dissipating and shouldering out.
So Jarvis getting the 3.0, Dunphy to second, Baker to third, Kai Paula still scoreless. So we're approaching the halfway mark. Now that the 3 other athletes have gotten a couple of waves in, Kai's just sticking to a game plan. Wouldn't be surprised if he tried to go straight to the air. Just straight point of difference right out of the gates. He's very consistent with big alley-oops. There's the 2-time US Open champ, Brett Simpson, who had a great career on tour. The thing is, I almost think he surfs better now because he's just free from results and he's not dealing with injuries. He just keeps getting better and better. He could qualify tomorrow.
Yeah, it's funny how that happens. Like, you kind of find that little bit of freedom in your surfing and start to enjoy it and love it more.
So Brett just repositioning Jarvis Earl. You can see Jarvis taking the direction. He's got the lead, and it makes sense. He's got the back of the line for priority. Might as well find some space, and if you get a fun peek from the south end, he could really put this away.
Yeah, and you can tell like he's got that trust in Brett. When Brett's signaling to him, he's going to stay on it. And yeah, good part of the game plan. Like you said, he's got 4th priority. He can go sniff out something a little bit further down the beach. It is tricky out there, Joe. It's like waves are pretty small. So what you're seeing these guys do is really manufacture these numbers.
Enjoying the separation for Jarvis with his lead down towards the south end at the halfway mark. He's got a 10.33 total out front. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
start your stoke. U.S. Open of Surfing.
So plenty of time in the first heat of the morning here in the round of 80 for the Challenger Series. Stop number 4 of 6 big events to try to qualify for the championship tour. The top 10 men and top 5 women will qualify for next season. In 2025, Jarvis Earl took the direction from Brett Simpson, moved down the beach, and then he found himself some quiet space in the back of the line for priority.
Yeah, he did so well on this wave. 2 turns out the back, then goes for that swivel of the reverse. Does he ride out of this one though, Joey? The judges are really, they want to see that front of that board as you exit that maneuver.
Come on.
So.
Final call?
Yeah, I don't know if he pulled that.
I don't think he's gonna get it. You're too nice. You wanted to score him.
No, I was being critical.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, he didn't make it.
I didn't make it.
I didn't see the front of the board.
He would have
Poking out
gotten
of the
a
white
pretty
water.
big score if he did, because a 5.67 without the finish. Impressive.
Very impressive.
And also what's impressive is Brett sending him down the beach with 4th priority, and he's building his lead.
He's building his lead. I like the way that he's worked this peak kind of inside out. Has a good, creating that space from his competitor. Get that good score on the board. And now I think his competitors are going to be kind of baffled because they're sitting out there, 11.5 minutes remaining. We've got Kai, he's got priority, but not a single score to his name.
Such a prestigious event on the calendar. Great to be in Southern California. This is where the heartbeat of the surf industry is, and all the biggest companies in the world, the biggest surf shops right across the street on Main Street in Surf City, USA. Rosie, you know what it's like to compete at a venue like this. Expecting big crowds by the weekend. There's bands, there's music, there's athlete signings. They've got to manage a lot to make their heats, but also do the best they can for their sponsors.
Yeah, it creates a unique pressure as you come and surf at Huntington Beach, because the prestige of this event, winning this event is one thing, but then also, like you mentioned, doing it to get the attention of sponsors. You probably do have a couple obligations throughout the week if you are sponsored. You got signings, you got movie premieres, you got different parties, and yeah, there's a lot going on, and you really have to manage your time wisely and also recognize that there's a lot of attention on you.
So much, and it can do so many great things for your career. Last year we saw Eli Hanneman do the crazy big backside air to take the win over Crosby Colapinto. Sawyer Lindblad taking out the event as well. And just their profiles just elevated by taking out a prestigious event like the US Open. 9:50 to go. First priority still with Kai Paula. Can't wait to watch him surf. He's had a lot of great sessions with surfers like Albie Lair. There was a session that Albie and Kai had together where they're going for double alley-oops. Albie said, he was laughing, saying, well, Kai got one completed before him. Albie's always kind of joking around a bit, though, but, you know, Kai was like, no, but you nailed one right after me. But it was just cool that they're both on the water together, focusing on one type of air and going blow for blow till they pulled it off. It's a different type of surf session when you're really removed from the jersey and points and trying to push the game above the lip. Throw tail reverse, super smooth from Jackson Baker.
Yeah, that was really nice. More action.
Big hammer there from Michael Dunphy. And now the opening ride for Kai Paula. From Hanamaui for snap off the lip. He's got the air section that he was hoping for. Tail high, gets out in front. And he's hoping he gets credit for that finish.
Yeah, we'll see, Joe. I think the judges are going to be really critical on that finish, but nice to see him get that right under his feet. And like you mentioned, going to the air, like finding those sections and creating something out of nothing.
Nice patience from Kai. Didn't rush into a wave. It'll really pay off if he did show the judges he had control. Let's take another look.
Yeah, so this first turn, almost a little bit of a check turn. Then he eyes it down the line, throws it up in the lip. It's right on that knife edge of whether he completed that last maneuver or not. As we watch Michael Dunphy trying to find his way back into contention. He's been relegated into that third spot after having such a good start. Jackson Baker up and riding on this one. Beautiful tail throw there. When you have that one section coming at you, you probably got a couple things going through your mind of you know, the Rolodex of maneuvers that you can go to. That was really nicely timed from Jackson Baker on that single maneuver option.
We've learned a few things this year on the Challenger Series, and one thing that really stood out was sometimes when you're doing that double paddle to prove that you've got control and you land it, the judges almost won't buy it.
Yeah.
Because it almost looks like, oh, they're not in control. It could almost take away if you're doing too many things to show that you've got control and you're riding with the momentum of the wave. So you almost have to be really subtle with showing I've got it without overdoing the sell. And I think it's clear that they're not buying Kai's finish there. So he starts with a 2.0, but Dunphy gets a 7.83. Kai Paula up again. A little bit of speed and definitely trying to stick to the plan of getting his fins loose out the back. And now being this patient and starting off with a couple falls and incomplete maneuvers, he's put himself in a bit of a corner here.
Yeah, it's really hard when you've had so much time to sit, you've dropped anchor. You can almost feel a little bit like cement, like you've kind of hardened out the back and you're not as activated through your waves. These other guys have had a little bit of a warm-up, they're feeling loose. I feel for Kai though, because he's just been in that unlucky rhythm of the ocean where the other guys have found those earlier opportunities.
5:50 on the clock. Michael Dunphy, 7.83. Can I see that again?
Nice, Joe. Lots of speed, bigger wave. One turn option, second turn. So two-turn combo then, well rewarded. I mean, he waited for those sections and he made a move on them. I mean, where you compare Jarvis's 7.33, where you got multiple maneuvers, maybe a smaller wave, but extremely critical. The judges enjoying the two-turn combo from Michael Dunphy.
Did you ever compete in the ECSC?
I didn't know.
Long-running surf contest on the East Coast, gets a lot of people on the beach. Sometimes it's flat, it's really small. And
like boat wakes.
Yeah, totally. There's been stories of surfers having to skimboard, like kind of run and then like do a turn and then run off the beach. It's been almost flat.
And that's where Michael Dunphy is from.
Well, he's got great waves around.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, I mean, there are some days where he's got to be very hungry and take a drive to the Outer Banks. And when those waves are working, it's really good, but there's a lot of down days, and I'm sure that creates the fire when you're a young pro surfer going, let me get on the road, let me surf some quality conditions. And he spent a ton of time in Southern California.
I was going to say, I do see Michael Dunphy out at Lowers quite often. I think he stays with Griffin quite often when he's in town.
Yeah, super good friends with Kalohe Andino as well. Traveling the world for a very long time. Dunphy in second. The 7.83 is the best wave of the heat, but it's Jarvis Earl still out in front. Jackson Baker needs a 7.64 to move into the top two, and Kai Paula needs two new waves being comboed at the moment.
That's a tough pace for Kai. And Jackson, I mean, on his road from comeback with that injury. I think he surfed in the Bolido contest in South Africa. Didn't get the result he was probably hoping for. So this is the second event that he's surfed in on the Challenger Series this season. You can see a little bit of frustration there. It's so hard for these surfers. This is such a stacked field. Travel all this way. to surf for 30 minutes.
Yeah, you can see Jackson just letting off some steam. Chasing a 7.64. Yeah, the tough part is if you are losing early with all these travels across the world, it could really hit you mentally with your confidence. But Jackson's seen a lot, so I'm expecting him to try to create a game plan with 2:40 to go. Waves on the way. Jackson does have priority over Dunphy, but not over Jarvis Earl. With some room on the corners, Kai Paula splitting the peak with Jarvis. Just one turn off for Kai. And Jarvis kind of shredded that thing. So it was crucial for Jarvis having a higher priority than Jackson Baker. As we see what happened on the left.
Yeah, let's keep a close eye on this because, you know, Jarvis utilizing his priority. Two-turn combo. Makes it out of that one. It's a little sus, but Kapala up here. Man, he just has not found big sections to work with. But I will say this, that little use of priority from Jarvis and Kai, now Jackson has the priority. So we saw him with 3.5 minutes. There was a lot of frustration from him, but he's got to recognize in this moment, he's got the pick of the lineup. Can he turn it around for himself and find that 7.64? We know those scores are out there. We've seen two 7-range waves. And when we think of Jackson's scores, he's only really done one big maneuver. So if he gets 2 turns, the numbers the judges are giving him indicates that he's well within reach.
Great call, Ro. Minute on the clock. Jarvis still out front, and Kai getting a 2.57, but still comboed. Path to the championship tour starts now. Baker's been through it all. He's been with the world elite, traveling to dreamy locations. Right now, he's hoping that he can pull off one of the best numbers of the heat, a 7.64. Judges have comparisons in the 7 range already, so he'll really have to earn it. Little too late for Maui's Kaipala. He will exit out here in the round of 80. Jackson with first priority, drifting into not much of an opportunity. He'll paddle, and that's going to be a frustrated moment for the Australian. Knocked out early in back-to-back Challenger Series events. Michael Dunphy and Jarvis Earl take the top 2 spots and will be sent to the round of 64 at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Heat number 2 of the round of 80 comes up next. Oh, it's a wonderful morning for pro surfing. We've got Heat 2 for the round of 80. Owen Moss representing USA. Riaru E2 for Japan. Guilherme Ribeiro for Portugal, and Tully Wiley from Australia. Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge for the call. Top 2 advance, Rosie. And got a familiar face out there. Well, a few of them, but especially when you've seen someone on the big stage. Tully Wiley from Bells Beach. Let's go.
This is so great. He did have that wild card, but also noticing his result at Neas. Saw some great imagery of that guy getting shacked. So great to see this very international field in this heat.
Tully Wiley would go through the local trials at Bells, get to represent his community, the Victorians, and they really get behind you when you're in the big event.
They do. It's so fun. I think that event, you know, making it in as a wild card, it just, all your dreams come true. I mean, we saw Adam Robinson as a wild card in the Bells event go all the way to the final. So we've had some amazing stories of wild card fairy tale finishes.
When Adam Robertson almost won, it was like the community wasn't ready. They almost had this fairy tale story. The newspaper articles came out the next day, and even the journalist was like, "What do you reckon? You get the score?" And Robbo's so kind. He's like, "No, I did it, guys. It's good. I made the final." It's just one of the best stories for wild card surfing, for Bells Beach surfing, and Tully, part of the furniture down there at Bells. As we see a opening ride representing Japan, Riaru looking nice and smooth and a little bit sassy, blowing the fins out a little bit there with control.
Yeah, and just watching that little bit of a tussle for that wave, Riaru was just right in that sweet spot to take advantage of it. He's also had some great results in his region.
Speaking of Neas, he also got a 10 in that event. Just a big, crazy barrel. As we look at the left from Owen Moss, man from North Carolina, putting a lot into the finish. I like it.
Great wave.
Owen Moss, North American Pro Junior champ, working with Daryl Goodrum. Also spends a lot of time with Al Cleland Jr. Garrett May got a wave, same wave as Riaru, closer to the pier.
Oh, that was nice. I mean, you know, in that really condensed space, he was able to do that big maneuver as we watch this opening wave for Riaru. Nice combos on his backhand, looking tack sharp. And then Owen Moss, love his style, Joey. He's a bigger guy. He's got a big frame to fit in the small wave. Does really well there.
Cool name too, Owen Moss. Marketable.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, like actors,
Yeah.
you know, like all of a sudden you realize it's not their real name.
Yeah.
I think surfers should do that more. I think the most famous one I know is Dino Andino. His first name's actually not Dino, it's Reynal.
Oh.
Dino Andino just sounds so good.
It does.
Nailed
it just
it.
flows
Yeah.
off the...
I love Ronaldo too. That's a great name. As we look at Owen Moss, blast off the lip, snaps down the line and slips in transition. You almost could tell he wanted to get some lift off, but lost the traction.
Little wax malfunction.
How critical do you get with your wax? Do you have like X's that you do? Are you really methodical about how you get the beads on the deck of your board? Well, let's watch this first.
Yeah, as we watch Owen, he's looking good, he's looking sharp. He's had that wave on his backhand, really finding flow and speed as he shifts his weight on his board, and then you can just tell that front foot just slips right off.
What's your technique?
Oh, it's a great question. If I can find a bar of wax, like seriously, yesterday I went for a surf and I was kind of being a little bit of a vulture in the Can
I get a piece of that? Can I?
Yeah, I was trying to find anything. I mean, sometimes I'll even scrub the sand looking for a little nub of something.
If you see Rosie Hodge preparing for a surf, maybe offer, because she won't ask too much unless she knows you. But yeah, give her a bar of wax.
Yeah, shame.
It's funny when you look at a guy like Aki's boards, world champ. Sometimes you're like, I think you've added like 2 inches to your surfboard, because he'll just keep going and it'll get really thick.
One board, one wax job.
Some surfers will clean it off almost after every other session to get it just right. It all comes down to feel, and one man that was feeling it in the first heat of the morning, Jarvis Earl, gets to hang out with AJ.
That's right, Joe Jarvis. A great start to the morning for you, to your competition here at Huntington Beach. What is your mindset coming into the round of 80 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing?
Yeah, I always love competing here at the US Open. Like, it's such a big event, and yeah, I just like grinding it out. Like, I live for heats like this, so it's obviously a really tough event. So I'm feeling pretty good at going into this event, and hopefully I can make a few more heats.
You've got some great experience in your corner too. We saw Simpo moving you around during that heat. How much confidence does it give you in your team and the surfing that you have on tap today?
Yeah, I've been working with Simpo for this event, and he obviously knows how to surf HB, so he's been giving me a few tips and tricks, which has been really helpful. So hopefully that can help me on my way to a result this year.
Okay, congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Thanks so much, Jarvis, for ripping and being a really nice human, too. 13-point total. Listen to his coach, Brett Simpson. Perfect game plan executed as he moves on to another day to compete. Watching last of Owen Moss.
Yeah, so just telegraphing down the line there, we haven't seen his scores drop in yet, so I think now we've seen it kind of populate there. So you saw after that wave, he was kind of waving his hands to the beach announcers, trying to get an update on the situation. He's been really active in this heat, while Tully's just kind of sitting out there waiting for his first exchange.
First wave for Guilherme Ribeiro, 5.33. First wave for Owen Moss, a 5.17. Riaru throwing down a 7-point ride. Let's now talk about the legends of the sport, celebrating 5 decades of champions at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. How many Lisa Andersons can you find there? Sonny Garcia, the Lopez brothers. Brett Simpson, back-to-back, the story for the local boy. Taking it on in back-to-back seasons. Julian Wilson had a legendary win out here in more recent years. Eli Sawyer, last time we were here, took it out. Young Katie Simmers, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Zeke Lau. Impressive list of champions. Tully Wiley smacks the lip, then goes more vertical over the whitewater, has momentum to shut it down on his opening ride right before the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, that was nice. I mean, he'd been sitting out there for almost 10 minutes. You see him kind of amping up as he makes his way out to the outside. Looking fired up, Joe, after that opening ride. Hearing the whistles from the competitors area, the Aussies getting behind their fellow countrymen.
You can almost hear the hoots and screams from the state of Victoria in Australia. So much support there. Guys like Cale Bell Warren, who've been in the event. Let's see what happened on the left here.
Yeah, so split peak situation. This is Guilherme. That wave kind of, he did so well to get around that whitewater section, get that first turn in, but that wave running away. Tully just digging deep. He wants this, like we said, he'd been sitting for almost 10 minutes as he gets his first ride of this heat. Nice knifey attack. And there's a lot of water and little bits of chop coming up the face of that wave, so he does well to muscle his way through those maneuvers.
Tully's been in the event at Bells multiple times now, and when there's a big solid forecast, you always hear his friends say he's got a much better chance when he's got a big wall. Loves big surf. That Southern Ocean provides a lot of giant days. He's really comfortable with that. Being so strong and using his height to an advantage, he could swing for the fences on a 10-footer. And so now he's being put to the test in smaller waves, and he's doing great. Tully opens with a 6.0.
Yeah, that was a nice little opener.
So the separation there, Tully's 6 to Riaru's 7. Those are our top 2 numbers. Guilherme's out in front, but with smaller scores. but he's fishing at the moment, third priority, and trying to find some space. So smart game plan for Ryaru, being patient, representing Miyazaki, Japan. Started surfing when he was 4.
That is really cool. I love seeing just the froth of young kids where they get the bug and they're learning to surf, and it just becomes all you can think about and all you want to do. Ryaru,
You remember your first wave?
I do, like
How
vividly.
old?
I was 7.
And what wave were you riding?
At Huntington Beach in East London, and it was just a gorgeous piece of whitewater that I got pushed into by my dad.
Never forget it.
Never forget it.
Going down the line on the backhand, Owen Moss. Wow, that was a crushing turn. Powerful and explosive with the fins out. North American junior champ, loving these conditions, and now springing into this running right, ramping up.
Ooh.
Going for the big spin. Ribeiro misses the landing.
That was going to be nice, Joe, but that's so dangerous on your ankles, landing in the trough like that. I like his approach. He is in the lead, but when you look at the scoreline, it's not a very convincing lead at the moment with the 7-point rides and the 5s and the 6s that are in everyone else's scoreline. As we watch him, he recognizes he's got that one section. That front foot just slipping off the rail of that board, just loses connection with his equipment. Unfortunately, he goes down.
Different ways to score out here. Going for airs, going for big power turns. A little you love about the US Open. We've had great surfers with a lot of power go all the way to win and not do a single air, and then we've had the opposite story where it's just a high-flying act all the way to the podium. Let's get an update on the conditions down on the beach with Matt Chinoski.
Yeah, just noticing that wind has started to come up, the ruffled surface. We see the Pacifico flags behind us blowing. It's a south-southeast wind, and it is set to steady throughout the day. The tide, it's about mid-tide right now. It's very drainy, though. It was quite a low tide, 4 feet coefficient. As we pan out, the pier bowl right's not really doing it. We're certainly not going to be shooting the pier at the moment. The sand formation, it's condensed up, but it's down the beach a little bit more. They're about 100 feet over to the south. Conditions a little bit odd for Huntington, but still these surfers are making it really, really good out there.
Thank you, Matt Chinoski, also known as Waxhead, for the tide report on the sand. And yeah, noticing the playing field not featuring a significant pier bowl opportunity. Here's Tully Wiley backing up the 6. Cool speed through that second turn and just chips away at the third. It's in a good place.
Only requires the 2.56 to take the lead. So easy to say that he's going to see himself in that pole position, or as we see with the second place position. Let's see this. Straight vert. This wave kind of flattens out a little bit. He does well to connect that inside section. So what the wave had on offer, Tully ripped it to shreds. But it was kind of a smaller wave that didn't offer him too many big sections to work with.
Last score for Tully, a 4 to go with his 6. And like he expected, Rosie, a move up into the top 2. Guilherme drops to 3rd. And Ryaru's down to 4th, but Ryaru still enjoying a 7 next to his name. Started off with the first wave, and what a game plan to be very selective. Ryaru was kind of underground when he was about 19, 20. I think his whole deal was to get really barreled. He was in Tahiti, he was in Hawaii, he was in Mexico, kind of underground, just getting the waves of his life. And then it's like, okay, now game on. Let's focus on the contest. And what a cool way to do it. Get the world-class waves, develop your surfing at a high level, and then get ready to take on the world competitively.
And then, I mean, what a surprise if you make it onto the championship tour and you go to those spots and you have them so dialed in and you become a threat at those locations. But for him right now, it's about finding that recipe to get success on the Challenger Series. He's got priority this time and he's got the best wave of the heat. So let's see if he can solidify his spot into the next round.
Couple of little waves coming through here. Priorities with Ryaru. He doesn't want it. It's Tully Wiley looking to improve on his 4. Now into a first snap is Guilherme Ribeiro, and snap to slide. Looking to earn it. Just a little on top of the whitewater on the final turn.
Yeah, he rides out clean. It's the 4.68 that he requires all day. But let's see how the judges are going to contemplate that last ride from Guilherme.
It's a fine line, isn't it, of really doing something explosive like he was trying to do and then losing the wave. You know, you tap it and you're soft and you make it. You're just not getting much out of that section.
It's a good start from him. A lot of speed. This maneuver really nice.
Just not convinced.
Yep.
Scores are in and the judges won't give him credit for the finish. A 2.8 keeps him in third. Just a little more speed to ride out. That would have been the difference of moving to the top 2. Very close heat. Led by Owen Moss from Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina. Showing a lot of great signs of a great future. Solid junior career and now representing North America. Tully Wiley in second is one of 7 surfers representing the Australian region. He's joined by Oscar Berry, Winter Vincent. We saw Jarvis Earl get the win in the first heat of the morning. Alistair Reginato, Dakota Walters, and Joel Vaughn. All the surfers that got through the regional QSs to then earn those spots to represent Australia on the Challenger Series.
Good little mix of talent there.
Last score for Tully Wiley, just a 0.5 up and out. But enough to hang on to a second position at the moment. Other surfers you probably remember from the Bells event, Xavier Huxtable got through the local trials, got to represent the region. A lot of things happening throughout the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Always going to be focused on the surf competition that'll be happening daily, kicking off at 7:30 all the way to crown our champions through the weekend, and Swell will be filling in. It should be a great show on the podium. We've got live music at the Hurley stage every single afternoon from 1 o'clock to 4. We've got the skateboarding happening, Lexus X Games Vert Pro this weekend, 2:30 to 5. And also the Lexus US Open Festival Village every day, starting at 8 in the morning, all the way into the beautiful sunset here in Southern California. A festival to celebrate action sports, the community, on a wave that always has, or a venue that always has something to ride. You know, even when there's not much swell in the water, you can usually count on going for a surf in Huntington Beach. As we look at Guilherme Ribeiro trying to create something for himself with the back of the line for priority and not finding it there. Owen Moss still with his lead. He's got his spot from doing well in the QS's qualifying series in North America. Joined by Michael Dunphy, who got through his heat to kick off the day. Also Al Cleland, we've got Luca Messinas, Josh Burke, Ryan Huckabee, and Levi Slauson. That is quite a crew.
That is a solid North American representation.
Well, we're waiting for waves for these guys. Owen's out in front. Tully Wiley hanging on to second. Riaru, though, still has the highest wave of the heat, being very patient, waiting for a second score. We'll be right back. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages. 5:25 on the clock. Owen Moss is ripping. Along with Tully Wiley, Riaru is still being very patient. Had the 7 a long time ago and just been dropping anchor ever since, holding first priority. But now with a little bit over the 5-minute mark, things are going to get crazy. During the break, though, Owen Moss went to town.
Yeah, heat leader, just solidifying his spot at the top.
And also Guilherme.
Guilherme, important wave for him. Smaller wave, 2-turn combo. It's a little bit of frustration in his body language there as he kicks out.
Guilherme keeps that wave. It's a 3.9, but not enough to go to the top 2, so still chasing a 4.68. He probably knew it just watching the kick out and his body language. On the other side, we've got a new best wave of the heat so far. Owen Moss, a 7.93.
Yeah, we've seen him just build and build. His last 2 scores have been his best so far. He opened up with the 5.17, and then it's the 6.27 and the 7.93 in his scoreline, holding him nice and comfortably in that lead. It's definitely going to be the fight for second place here, and I think it's going to get really exciting the back last 4 minutes. But those 2 maneuvers right there, that is what a 7.93 looks like today. Just power, just complete control, lots of speed, critical.
And he's got that same turn backside as well. Like kind of that power slide where he's drifting, but it's really executed well with a ton of force and power.
Well, we saw him on his backhand, and that's what got him the 5.17 and started the conversation of this heat. So yeah, this guy's backhand, forehand, styled.
It's like in skating, you hear that term disasters, where you're like hanging off the coping. It looks so cool in the ocean. Especially done with power where it's not placing it. It's not you're placing the fins out the back, you're driving through it. Owen Moss has that in his game and has it in his total out front. Let's see how Owen Moss got himself in the lead.
I try to focus, you tear me up inside. True love is hopeless. I think I'd rather die. I think I'd rather die. I think I'd rather die. Wish I could run away, but you know me and my resume. I try to brush it off, but my mental health is in decay. I count the hairs on my head, I think they're falling out. Your face inside.
Nice heat recap of Owen Moss taking control of this heat, listening to the sounds of a band called Strange Case. As you see, the highlighted numbers are the keepers, and Owen Moss building on his lead in back-to-back decisions. Tully Wiley still with a 6 and a 4. It'll be interesting to see what Ryaru Ito does here. Had the 7 on the opening wave, the very first wave ridden, and he's been sitting ever since. What's he looking for?
A 3-point ride, Joe, so not much. And he has the priority, like you said. It would be extremely unfortunate if he does not find another wave. He's got, you know, you think about it and you're watching him, he's opened up with a 7. He's probably thinking, rad, I've got plenty of time, I've got a good score on the board. But he's just hasn't really activated on anything. We've seen everyone else in this heat sniff out a couple opportunities.
1 minute to go. Ryaru Ito is still sitting quietly with no real intent to fish around to find waves. Guilherme is kind of feeling the rush. Ryaru is now starting to paddle towards the pier. He's hoping for at least a section where he could get off maybe one turn. It's coming down to this, starting with a 7, dropping anchor for the entire heat. Chips it off the lip, vertical foam climb to finish. Wow, incredibly close.
That is going to be incredibly close because you think about what a 3 is looking like in today's conditions. It's going to be close, Joe. Smaller wave, 2-turn combo. He made the most of it.
And he stayed on his feet.
He did.
And only was chasing a 3. Can't believe the nerves of this young man. Started off with a score and finished off right before the horn. We've run out of time. It's just about the judges watching this wave again. Is it a 3 or better?
Yeah, so nice little connection, 2-turn combo. There we go. It's going to be right there, Joey.
Ryaru Ito on the buzzer gets a 3.27. Moves up into the second spot, bumps out Tully Wiley with nerves of steel. Showing no pressure, and he's able to bookend this heat with 2 scores to move on to the round of 64. Heat 3 of round of 80 coming up next. We'll bring in Kaipo and Flick for the call.
It is the Lexus US Open of Surfing here, Southside, Huntington Beach Pier. This is a rad power bikes heat to watch, heat 3 in the round of 80 that we're starting off, and it's an international field, 4-man heat. Top 2 advance into round number 2. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kai Paguro, along with Mitchell Salazar and Flick Palmentier. Mitchell, it's 2 foot and south wind. They don't call it the Challenger Series for nothing.
No, well, there's a reason why we come here to Huntington Beach. You need to be prepared to surf it when it's 2 feet or all the way up to 6 feet, Kaipo. But guess what? It's day number 1 of competition here. It should be really fun.
Yeah, well, that's the point, Flick. Every professional surfer's career, at some point, you got to come through Huntington Beach, and this is a place you want to be successful at. So no matter what the conditions, this is a place that dictates a lot of your professional career.
Oh, definitely. I think, you just look back to all the past winners that have won out here and just what they've gone on to do in their career. As we take a look here, this is Fred's opening wave, little replay here. Nice carving maneuver. Trying to stay with it just to get that finishing turn, and he does. And followed by Kai on the backhand. Nice little couple of turns there, looking pretty sharp.
So Kai Martin from Hawaii, Oahu, and Frederico Moraes representing Cascais, Portugal. Similar scores coming through, a 4.9 for Frederico, a 4.83 for Kai Martin.
And Martin has a huge crew down here with him, too. All the Ava boys, Kekoa Kazimero, all the Hawaii boys, Shion Crawford and Jackson Bunch. He's got a big crew, and he's been a former national champion at this wave, too, Kai.
That's right, and you might know his dad, Chris Martin.
Yeah.
Lead singer for Coldplay.
The other Coldplay guy.
The other
Yeah.
Coldplay guy, I'm sorry. That's his Instagram handle, actually, so that was that joke there. Kai Martin, yeah. And that's the story for a lot of the U.S. competitors, Mitchell, in that your amateur career and your amateur upbringing, you come through Huntington Beach again, so someone like Kai Martin would have a lot of reps and heats out here.
Well, and if you look at the 3 past winners at the Challenger Series level on the men's side, they've all been amateur surfers here at Huntington Beach Southside at one point in their career. Griffin Colapinto, Ezekiel Lau was a former national champion at this wave, and of course we can't forget about Maui's Eli Hanneman too. As you pointed out, Kaipo, whether it's at your amateur career or at a professional point in your career, you're always going to come through HB, and that's why this is such a pivotal point of the year too. We're halfway through the Challenger Series so far.
Speaking of the Challenger Series, the challenge up against Frederico Moraes is to get back on the championship tour, Flick. He was one of those surfers that was relegated to this Challenger Series, not surviving that mid-season cut on the CT.
Yeah, and, it's super unfortunate for him. Obviously where he wants to be is the CT, and unfortunately he hasn't been able to gain any momentum on the Challenger Series just yet. So that's going to be playing into his mind, especially like you said, Mitch, we're halfway through right now. You've got to be wanting to think now every result has to be a keeper. You cannot afford to get any bad results or any throwaways because he hasn't got a good keeper yet.
Jorgen Kuzne representing France out here. Big unit, 6'2", Jorgen. 2019, Jorgen made it all the way to the quarterfinals, and he did that with a fractured in his back, Mitchell.
Yeah, and he's been doing this a long time too. I can tell you that at least a decade on the qualifying series, close to qualifying for the CT. A few years ago, he actually should have been on the CT. Numbers-wise, he just let go a little bit right towards the end, and some people were able to capitalize right in the last few events of the season. He wasn't able to qualify for the championship tour, but he makes it there. He has the surfing, and I also think he has the physique to really impose as well on those kind of waves on there, Kipes.
Yeah, I agree. And also, time to rock and roll. Caius King is out there from Byron Bay, Australia. Tremendous free surfer, but actually turning into a pretty good competitor as well. 17th in the opener at Snapper Rocks. Flick.
Yeah, he impressed me at Snapper. There's nothing more I can say. I mean, I actually thought he was going to be contender on finals day, but he ended up getting that 17th place. But he looked in form. I mean, he's also been someone that has been, plagued by pretty crazy injury.
Yeah.
I mean, he broke his back and he's come back from that, and that's not an easy thing to do. It's a journey, and to see him back in competition and performing really well, especially in that first Challenger Series event, I'm really happy to see it.
Yeah, competition started off really well for Owen Moss. Lightning quick on the snaps out there, and he won his heat, AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, we were talking before, Owen, about how being from North Carolina, this is not all that dissimilar to the conditions you grew up surfing in. How did that experience help you today?
Yeah, for sure. It definitely helped me out. And I mean, here it's like you can kind of see the waves coming in a little further. Like East Coast, the waves, North Carolina, the waves kind of just pop up. Here it kind of is a little easier almost because you can see those peaks kind of coming in from further out. So yeah, it was good.
Well, and for you, this is kicking off the back half of your first year on the Challenger Series. How do you keep in mind what you have to do within each heat while also making sure you keep the big picture in mind of what you want to accomplish?
Yeah, I mean, it's really like, it's as simple as just kind of focusing on one wave at a time, one heat at a time. So it's like what everyone says, but it's true. So yeah, definitely that it.
Off to a good start. We'll see you in the next round.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, looking quick in the small conditions. Owen Moss, I was impressed by his surfing.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of him. You know, blue collar kid from North Carolina, made finals at the Jacks Pro, which is one of the regional QSs here in Huntington Beach too. I feel like he has a long ways to go in order for him to really get into the spotlight, Kaipo, but when it comes to talent, kid's still a junior, and he also qualified for World Juniors by winning the North America region.
Threw a couple of y'alls out there in my book.
Hey, y'all. Let's do this, y'all.
I love it when you talk like that, Mitch. 21 minutes, 50 seconds, and we're just getting rad power bikes this morning. Only 2 waves ridden, however, in this heat, and 2 similar waves of 4.9, 4.83, and no priority established between Caius King and Jordan Kuzneflik.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? And Jorgen and Caius are actually sitting, close to each other. They're on that right side of the screen there. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when this little set rolls through for these two and who's going to get the pick there. I mean, for me right now this morning, I mean, you already said it, it's obvious. It's challenging, right? You want to get a quick start out.
Yeah.
You don't want to be waiting around. You wait around till you're chewing up that time. We saw what happened. It's not a big heat total getting you through these heats this morning. That 4 could be a backup ride right now as we see Kai.
Here's Caius. Quick snap there. And that's all he's going to get, but it's going to get on the board.
Yeah, I was surprised about the body language with the second carve, honestly. You need to ride that wave out as long as you can. And we've seen the judges be really fair and critical in terms of completions and maneuvers. That should be incomplete right there at the end, Kaipo, and that could have been an extra point or 2 right there if he finishes that carve. So got to be realistic about those things.
Yeah, let's have a look here. So snap in the pocket. And this is the turn you're talking about, Mitch. You just see that body language. He's obviously not impressed. He probably wanted another oncoming section so he could really tag it. You just got to reflect on those 2 4s that have already been given for Fred and Kai. And they're for 2 maneuvers, right? And they both got that closeout turn. Kai's wave just tapered off that little bit more. Didn't really offer that nice closeout section.
Yeah, just got a 2.5 and did not do a good job of theatrics. You have to be I feel like you have to be a thespian today, and you really have to bring your theater, and you have to sell stuff. You know what I mean? Sell it to the judges, Mitch.
You're speaking like you're on Broadway right now, bro.
You better bring your dancing shoes today, and it better be a soft shoe.
Yes.
Because you got a boogie, bro.
Well, you definitely need to know how to tango, but guess what? It takes at least 2 to be able to do that. And the one thing I will say out of the 4 surfers in the water, he's the most creative out of the 4 too. He has a great air game, looking like Fred now in the left kipes.
Kikas finds a little left runner, and that 6-1 frame had a hard time getting going on that one. And you can tell also, Mitchell, that there are waves out there with push, and there's those ones, the HB duds. You got to watch out for those.
That's an excellent point, and I feel like that's why the rights have been the best wave so far. They're coming against the grain. We should be seeing a south swell coming through with a lot of tropical activity in the next 2 days. Right now, though, as you said, Flick, you got to grind. If it's 10 points that you're going to get out there right now, that's a good heat by today's standards.
Yeah, let's have a look here on the backhand. Trying to get some speed there, but you nailed it, Copes. That wave had 0 energy.
Yeah.
And it's so evident right there. I think you've got to be looking 2-turn combos right now, right?
And just find those ones with push. And here we go. Let's see. Caius finds a right, winding up, snap down the line. A little bit more wall on this one, floats through that section. gets up in the lip one more time, and straight out. So that's a better effort from Caius King, man.
Much, much better. I mean, just the body language right there towards the end. A lot of flow on that one, too. He's riding a stringless epoxy, too. It seems like that DHD has been one of his best boards so far this week, and score comes through. It's his best, Kaipo.
Yeah, 3.27, so he is building upon his scoreline with this effort, Flick.
Yeah, so let's take a look. Couple little pumps to set up for this first turn here. Little jam in the lip. Float around this section. Another maneuver, gets a little bit of drift with the fins, but I mean, I can see clearly why they went 3.27 compared to just the 2 turns from Fred and Kai. You know, Fred and Kai's 2 turns were much stronger. So obviously, you know, we're not rewarding amount of maneuvers out here, but yeah, there was just a lot more energy in those waves that we saw from Fred and Kai.
Well, priority now to Jorgen Kuzne. Jorgen, the French surfer without a wave as of yet. But speaking of France, today in history, Mitchell, Philippe Petit made one of the most famous tightrope walks ever in history. He crossed between the Twin Towers in 1974. Philippe Petit out of France.
You're kidding me. Was that today?
Just today. We're having the anniversary of that famous tightrope walk.
Wow, that gives me vertigo / makes me feel ill thinking
And
about it.
right now, Jorgen Kuzne is walking the tightrope
Yes, he is.
in this heat, scoreless, Jorgen, and really in a precarious position, Mitchell.
You really brought like the theatrics today, you know that, right? Like if we could have a camera focused on you the entire time and kind of give your body language to it, even make it more dramatic. But no, you're absolutely right. Career's on the line. You get to a point in your career too where you start questioning everything, you start overthinking things, and you know, I just feel for a lot of these guys that have been grinding for this long and they still haven't been able to get to that point in their career to make it to the Championship Tour. Once again, though, the waves get a certain size, and he's easily one of the favorites to win every single event he's in. Right now, though, almost halfway through the heat, luckily for him, he only needs something in the 4 to be able to really get back into this right here.
Yeah, it's small scores right now. And, I mean, even if you look to that previous heat, we had, you know, in the last minute, exchange go down. Riaru, he took off on that last wave, and, you know, he jumped up into that second place position because there's small scores right now. It's still doable. I mean, you've still got half a clock left, and with nothing substantial on the board, totally within his wheelhouse right now.
And the one thing about the Challenger Series is there is no non-elimination round.
Yep.
You fly from France here, you fly from Australia here, you fly from Portugal here, you surf one 30-minute heat, then you pack your bags and go back home. That's brutal.
Hey, that's my career, Kaipo, right there. I know what it felt like, trust me.
Here goes Jorgen. Up there, little snap, wants a little more, and the body language again, Mitchell.
Yeah, you got to sell that. You got to be way more theatrical with it. I know you've waited a long time for that wave, but you need to be a bit more enthusiastic at that point of the heat, Kaipo.
Kai Martin looking snappy. Finds one with a couple of power pockets there, and that's going to pay off for the Hawaiian.
Yeah, that's a good wave right there. And by today's standards, to me, at least in the Get a Range 2 flick, talking about a kid who's from Honolulu, Hawaii, has been spending a lot of time here in California before, but it's the Slater designs. That epoxy really has that springy form right here in HB.
Best wave of the heat so far for me. I mean, that was so sharp. It was so quick. The board's looking really responsive and turning so tight in the pocket. Let's have a look here. Bit of a bigger wave too. Sets up this first turn. Really tight in the pocket. Brings that nose of that board right back around again for a second one. And really quick up there for the third. So this is Jorgen. And to me, this is a mistake. I mean, you've waited so long with priority, and you know, this is the way. I know he probably feels antsy. I know he probably wants to get a score on the board. But in the context of this heat now, oof, for me, it feels a little bit dangerous. So we see a little 2-turn combo there from Caius as well.
Yeah, that was a 3.7 for Caius King. Still waiting for the scores for Kai Martin as well as Jorgen Kuzne's opening score.
So King has a couple of waves that are okay, but he needs to start pushing a little bit harder right here if he wants to make it out of this heat, because we're thinking that Martin's at least got to drop something in the high 5s, low 6s, Kaipo. And with this amount of time left, knowing how good Fred is with priority, you want to get something on the board to at least match the 4-9.
Yeah, so Judges taking some time to digest the wave from Kai Martin before assigning a score. Over the halfway mark, 13 minutes on the clock. But Kai just really channeling his NSSA act right there. That's what you got. That's what you got to do. Is you got to bring out the inner Grom in you.
100%. There was one final he had at Lowers a few years ago. U.S. champs his last year as a member of the U18s. He beat Lucas Ostin and really, you know, a showdown that came down to the last wave. Ostin wasn't able to get the score, and Kai already had a couple of really great waves, and I truly feel that he has the capability to make the jump to the CT eventually, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's the goal. This is the pathway to the Championship Tour, the Challenger Series, and the 5.5 drops for Kai Martin, and he goes to the lead. There's the support squad, Kikoa Casimiro on the beach.
Zeke Lau.
Another goofy foot out of Hawaii. Oh, there's Zeke. Oh, Zeke is all undercover, huh?
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Hey, Big Hammer 20 down there too, San Clemente local.
Big Hammer 20's here because Kolohe Andino is in heat number 8 of this round of 80, and that's when the crew's coming out. Big's been here since yesterday, pacing up and down, bro. Like, he's...
He's ready. He's ready.
I would think that almost like Big 20's going to surf a heat pretty soon, man.
He might.
If you don't know Big 20, he's the mascot of the San Clemente crew.
Yeah, he's
Great
one
kid.
of the OGs.
Great kid.
Yeah. Comes down and
I don't even know his real name.
I don't either.
Okay.
I've probably seen him for the last 6-8 years, I want to say, since he started surfing. He hangs out at every surf comp. I don't know his actual name, though. Everybody just calls him Big Hammer.
Well.
Surfing, Kaipo. That's surfing.
Yeah, of course, yeah. We just... Yeah, speaking of which, let's take a break. There's a lull in the water. Perfect time. We'll be back with more action at the conclusion of the third heat of the day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, honor off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open.
Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, men's round of 80, the opening round out in the water, international field. Australia, Portugal, Hawaii, France, all represented in this four-man heat. Top two advance into the round of 64. Kaipo Grow, Mitchell Salazar, Flick Palmentier on the call here. And we're having a good time this morning. But it's serious conversation out in the lineup because we're going to see two surfers eliminated from competition first thing in the morning. Just had a couple of rides during that break, and we'll update you on all the happenings. Let's get into some replays, Mitch.
Yeah, so this came in as a 3.73 for Fred. Decent two-turn combo right there. Could have pushed a little bit harder on the last one, but still, it's one of his top two. And then Jorgen went left, and he got his best kaipo, so that comes in as a low 4. So not a bad exchange right there for the 2 Europeans. And then King here, Flick, it seems like he's going to get one of his best too.
Yeah, on his backhand, a little float, and it's another really nice tight turn in the pocket. Does he get another one here? Looks like he's bringing it through to the inside. And yeah, he gets the make.
So that was his last wave. Here's a previous wave, Flick.
Yes,
this was a 5.13.
This is the 5.13. Nice turn there. Gets a bit more progressive here. Chucks the fins out, rotates, and sticks it. So 5.13 and 3.87 for Kai, locking in his 2 best waves.
And there he is, Caius King, the 24-year-old, but we've known about him forever.
Yeah.
Really came into fame at a very young age. Jorgen Kuzne. Oh, that rail catch, that hurts.
It seems like he does have a wave still to come through, though, but I don't know if it's going to change anything. And, you know, we're at that point of the heat, 7 minutes to go right now, and see how much of a difference a 4 makes in your scoreline right here. Like, you're back into it, and he needs a high 4 right now. Kaipo, Fred now needing a low 4. If you're King, the opportunity to improve on the 3.87 in third priority, you want to move away. Go to the southern peak, try to get one of those rights, and try to maybe blow the tail on one of those things, because a 4 is easily achievable with 1 turn out there right now.
Yeah, you know what I want to comment on? Kai, how smart, you know, he's got that 5.5, and he didn't go wave just then, he just has held onto that priority, and especially right now, coming down to 6.5 minutes left in this heat, super smart surfing. He's in a really good, great commanding position. The next set that comes through, he's going to have an opportunity to either, you know, take a wave off one of these guys, improve on his situation. You know, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, because Fred, sitting in second priority, he's chasing a score. And how Caius plays this out, like Caius has got a bit of room between himself and Fred at the moment, so he's giving himself an opportunity as well. So this, I mean, we saw it happen in the last heat. Things changed within the last minute, so hopefully we get another set and get a few fireworks.
Yeah, and to your point about surfing a smart heat, Kai Martin has put himself in a position where basically everyone's really fighting for second place at this point, because heat control to Kai Martin, the lead and priority.
And look at somebody to the south all the way over there. It seems like Fred was having a look at one of those peaks.
Kai finds a left here. Good looking wave. Some potential in front of here, and puts it up, takes it down, swings the board around. Kai Martin looking to improve upon a 4.83 and further his lead.
And even if he doesn't, it was a defensive move too, so took away the opportunity from everybody else. It was really smart. And let's just talk about the efficiency that he's had so far in this heat. He's leading just by catching 2 waves. If this one doesn't improve, I mean, he's still in a great spot to make it out of it.
Yeah, great wave selection, super smart. I mean, right now though, you know, Fred and Kai chasing it. He will just break this one down. So little tap here to start, and then I love how he doesn't try to fit, you know, an extra 2 maneuvers. He just really places that last turn and really just puts all that effort into there, that last turn. And then this is Jorgen. He was further south and throws the air reverse. So that is potentially going to be really helpful for him.
It's going to be close on that one, Kipes.
Yeah, so waiting for score for Jorgen Kuzne. Remember, he needs a 4.88 to go into second, and just comes under at a 4.8. So 0.08 of a point of pain for Jorgen Kuzne.
You see how he brought his head down too? He was like,
"You kidding?"
That one stings. But he's now in a position where only needs a low 4 kaipo. You see the scores right there. There were a couple of judges that did say yes, but you know, in the end, it just comes down to being on the better wave. If you maybe would have gotten just a bit more pop, I know we're being super demanding, but it is a Challenger Series. If you're looking to make it into superstardom and onto the Championship Tour, you need to be very impressive right here.
Well, and it's 0.08 of a point. So, I mean,
minimal differences.
We're just,
I mean, it's looking hard right now. I mean, see Kai is just moving like to stick to him like glue right now. Kai's in second.
He might be breaking away just enough though. Like,
looks like there is a bump.
Caius King uses his priority, keeps Jorgen off that wave, and now he's going to look to score. Snappy finish, solid finish for Caius King.
That was good stuff right there. It's the stringless epoxy Kaipo. Just has a lot of flow, a lot of spring, and great defensive move right there by the youngster from Australia. As you said, we've seen him for a long time, but hadn't really noticed him as a competitor up until a few years ago once he made it to this stage.
Yeah, you got to bring your grovel board here, but a good grovel board makes for fun surf. It looks like Caius has one, Flick.
Oh, for sure. I mean, even the way it floats through this section here, that first one, he gets around it, snaps up in the pocket, throws quite a lot of spray, gets the fin release there, adds a little bit more spice to it, and it looks like he's going to improve on his situation. In
a big way. He goes to first with a 5.47. Kai Martin drops to second place. Jorgen Kuzne now needs a 5.53. Federico Moraes holding on to priority, needs a 5.44, 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, so those fives are difficult scores. I mean, when you just look at the fives that have been achieved in this heat, the one by Martin and the two by King, like those have been very well earned. And with 2 minutes to go, Fred has a decision to make right here. And if you're Jorgen, you need to be moving just a bit farther away from him to use your second priority a bit smarter. So
yeah, agreed with that.
2 minutes, not a long time, Kaipo.
Yeah, Flick. And if you had to title this heat, I'd call it Kai Kai.
You're on fire.
I know.
You're on fire.
I was a little scared when they put us on the same, schedule this morning. I was like,
scared?
Ticking time bomb over here. The three goofy footers in the booth.
We're gonna have a good time today, Mitchell, aren't we?
Yes, right.
I've missed you.
I love you guys.
Oh, we love you too.
Federico would love a 5.44 or better right now. He does have priority, so he would absolutely love a set to come through and give him that opportunity. There's the foggy horizon. Good thing we got the fog out there to see.
Yeah. Stay out there, please.
Please. Yeah. Keeping it nice and cool, though. By the way, hey, you're in Southern California right now. I know it's hot inland. Come on down here. We have a ton of activations, a good time. It's starting at 1 p.m. We're going to have the live music on the Hurley stage here. Lots to do at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Okay, so minute right here, and Fred just has to realize that he can get that score done with a single turn, Kaipo, and with the amount of strength and power that he has in his legs, and especially with the spring off the bottom, you get on the right wave. Same thing for Jorgen. They're in a position of success right here if they're able to get on that one wave. 40 seconds, though, coming down to the wire.
It's looking a bit slow out there. It's looking a little bit lackluster. I don't know if they're going to get another opportunity, to be honest. And you could just see Jorgen just throwing his arms up in the air.
Yeah, he's just like, Neptune, send me a wave.
Look, this is going to sting for him because, like you said, Kai, so close to getting that score he needed before.
Yeah.
I mean, and unfortunately, sometimes this is just the way it goes in surfing.
Yeah. So a dejected Jorgen Kuzne makes a slow paddle in. He's eliminated from competition, as well as Federico Moraes. Meanwhile, Caius King, we're going to see him in the round of 64. He came in here, he was first on the alternate list, and he's made it to the round of 64. Kai Martin's going to join him in that round. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more action here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Check out the 2024 Lexus GX 3.4 liter twin turbo V6, full-time four-wheel drive, limited slip locking center differential, available in a locking rear differential for our off-trail model. Just a beautiful car. And Caius King went off-roading a little while this morning out in some bumpy Huntington Beach, made it look smooth. Caius King's on to the round of 64. We're on to another heat with Carlos Munoz out there in the blue jersey. Carlos is joined by Jordy Lawler, Kawa Costa, and John Mel. There's all of our surfers, an Australian, a Costa Rican, Brazilian in the way of Kawa Costa, and John Mel from Santa Cruz, California. Here comes Jordy Lawler. Quick hook on the backhand for the 29-year-old out of Narrabeen. Jordy winning the Sydney Surf Pro flick this year on the home court.
Yeah, this was a big win for him. He was a wild card into this event, right? He didn't qualify through the regional qualifying series in Australia. And, you know, during that event in Narrabeen, he actually said, you know, in some of his interviews throughout that event as he was plowing his way through the draw, you know, after I didn't, you know, place in that regional qualifying series, you know, top to make the Challenger Series, I'm thinking about, do I just hang up the boots here? Do I even continue with surfing? You know, he lost some sponsors and he was thinking, you know, this could be it. And then all of a sudden he just had all this support from the local community. He kept, you know, taking down big names, made it to the final and got the event win, which was amazing. And I mean, I don't think he could even believe it himself. And now, you know, he's found himself in this unique position with an event win. And now he's just trying to make it through a couple more heats at each event so he can finally secure that place on the championship tour. And he's come close to this. He's been in this position
one spot away.
before.
Yeah, one spot away in the past.
Yeah.
But right now he's sitting number 6 in the rankings. Remember, for the men, we take the top 10 at the end of the Challenger Series. There's 6 events in the Challenger Series. Your top 4 finishes is what counts towards your year-end ranking, Mitchell.
Yep.
And we're starting with 80 surfers here. And the reality is only 10 out of these 80 are going to make it onto the championship tour.
And luckily, there is a rule in place, 11 to 20 on the men's side do automatically requalify for the CS next year.
That was a whip from Carlos Munoz, former championship tour surfer. Carlos, Mitchell, the first male Costa Rican to make it to surfing's pinnacle, to the championship tour.
Yeah, an excellent surfer out of Central America. Had the chance to travel with him quite a bit, doing the regional QS here in North America. Great surfer in small waves too. Had a couple of awesome results over there in Virginia Beach and on the east coast of the US. But when it comes to him and powerful waves, Kaipo, he's definitely one of the best surfers in the world when it gets 6 feet plus.
Yeah, that's right. Qualified through the Challenger Series in 2021. Unfortunately for Carlos, the CT in 2022, the very first event of the year, had a shoulder injury, took him out for the rest of the year. Flick.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking. You know, you've got to feel for him. I mean, and it's hard. I mean, we just spoke about it. Only the top 10 men. As we look at Jordy having a paddle here.
Jordy Lawler opened up with a 2.23. This is much better, more opportunity, a longer wall on this wave, and Jordy goes to town. So great surfing there. Nice light-footed surfing for Jordy Lawler. We'll wait for that score. Last score for Carlos Munoz came in at a 4.5. So it really is Carlos and Jordy, Mitchell, getting these quick starts.
Yeah, and as you said, this one turn right here, score comes in as a mid-4, Kaipo. Pretty strong stuff right there when you look at it from that angle. To be able to push that hard and wave that soft, that is extremely difficult right there.
I think most of those points are just coming from that first turn, to be honest. Those other 2 turns, you know, they're kind of just milking it for what it's worth. Mate, 4.5 for 1 turn. I mean, that's pretty great. And then as we look here to Jordy, you know, this wave here, I'm sure he probably wanted this to just offer that closeout section. It was really good surfing. It was great, really precise. But in my eyes, I think the judges this morning are really looking for that, you know, that closeout section.
Right.
It really is explosive. It leaves a great, you know, impression in the judges' minds.
Jordy again.
Very active.
This time left.
Oh.
Sinks it, so that's not going to be one of his top two. His previous wave, a 5-point ride, but it just shows you how important it is when you look at Carlos and when you look at the performances, Mitch, of having a good groveler board here. I mean, this board that Carlos is on,
springy.
Looking, exactly. Here he goes again. And talk about spring, goes 12 o'clock twice on the backhand. And you can see the body language, the kick out. We talk about theatrics. That's a confident kick out.
Yeah, and especially with not only the use of the positioning of the board with the 2 vertical turns right there. You know, you see longboarders usually kick out by flicking their board away. For shortboarders, it's really difficult to do, especially when you're wearing a leash. But when you kick out standing tall like that, Kaipo, it not only feels good, it makes everybody else feel good about your ride too. So good body language, as you're pointing out right there by Gali.
So wait for that score. It was a split peak with John Mel here on the right, Flick.
Yeah, let's see what he got done. So up into the lip there, gets a backhand belt for that second turn.
That's what you're talking about, though, the convergence.
It's so hard to know from that angle, though. Let's have a look at Carlos. I really like this wave. Strongest wave of the heat for me so far. That second turn, he just got so vertical. It's really tight in the pocket. But I'm interested to see John's wave. You know, it just... From that angle, it's hard to tell like just how critical it was in the pocket. But yeah, great exchange between those two surfers.
Let's check out Caius King on to the round of 64. Rock on, Caius.
Yeah, Kai is coming through the first heat here today for you. Just how did you get ready for this event here in Huntington?
I spent it hanging out in Malibu with some good friends and haven't surfed in about 3 days. I've been playing music with my brother and talking about recording stuff up there in the hills, so not really the most ideal prep for this comp, but I was having a good time, so I guess maybe that wore off.
Well, you've had 2 Challenger Series events under your belt already this year. Now this one is coming into your 3rd. Just how do you mentally prepare for each of these competitions to showcase your surfing?
Yeah, for me the challenge is a funny one. I'm kind of sitting at a weird alternate spot right now, so I ended up missing out by making it by 1 spot, so put me as like 7th alternate worldwide, so I'm kind of like on the edge every comp. So I'm kind of just taking them as fun, and you know, just if I make them, that's cool, like just whatever. But then you know, the QS2, I'm kind of pretty committed to that now. This whole year I've been out of injury and feeling good, so that's kind of my main focus, is just to, you know, get on the Challenger and then you know, keep progressing. So yeah.
It's a good start here to showcase your surfing. Congratulations.
Yeah, cheers, thanks.
Caius King. Like the kid's act, man. I'm a fan.
Grateful Shred is what I'm calling him right there.
Okay, all the numbers are in. Last for Carlos, a 5.67. John Mel got a 6.33 Flick for this wave. One more time.
Judges really appreciating this wave. Best wave of the heat so far. Absolutely cracks that last section, and I just feel like it just leaves this solidifying idea in the judges' minds of I was solid, I was sure-footed, you know, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. I only wanted to place and time those 2 turns really well. You know, there was no barbling in between. It was just really nice surfing.
Yeah. Fast surfing, waited a while, but paid off. So 6.33, just needs a fractional score to go into the top 2 in this heat. Carlos Munoz on top. Jordy Lawler holding priority. And Kawa Costa, our Brazilian competitor, a little bit lost out there. He does have a 4.27, but he's trailing. He's in 4th, and he's in 4th priority, Mitchell.
Yeah, there's a really tight heat right now. Everybody has something at least in the 4s right now. And Costa, we saw him a few years ago do the Challenger Series event in Saquarema. He made it to the round of 16 as a wild card over there. And since then, I've always kept his name in my mind as one of the prospects coming out of Brazil. Excellent surfer. His sister, Yanka, is also an amazing pro down there in South America. But what this kid has is an innate ability to really maximize the potential of a bad wave. He's from the northern part of Brazil originally, moved to Rio, and that's where he eventually became known as the kid that he is now. So 19 minutes ago, I wouldn't be surprised to see him get a good wave in the next few minutes, Kipes.
Yeah, so Costa been electric in his performance, and like you said, made a name for himself last year as a wild card over there in Saquarema, the end of the season. We're going to end the season again for the Challenger Series back at Itaúna Beach in Saquarema, and that's where careers are going to be made and or broken. Flick, it's a long road, and we're past the halfway mark, halfway in the road on the Challenger Series right now. This is event number 4 out of 6.
Yeah, there's some people that are in great positions, and there's other people, at that bottom half of those rankings just being like, okay, like if I really have a chance right now, I'm either trying to get a solidifying, like re-qualify for next year through the Challenger Series, so I don't have to do it through my, regional qualifying series. But, if you're in a bad position, every event counts from here on out.
Yeah.
And we spoke about it, we touched on it in the heat previously, but it's a big thing coming all the way from your country. It's an international field. You're coming from Europe, you're coming from Australia, Brazil, you fly all the way here, and, you can only get one showing, and that this is your only opportunity. It's a lot of expectation, it's a lot of pressure, it's a lot of money expended to come here, and it's a lot on the line. So interesting, even AJ asking Kais, what's your mindset coming into this? And he's got a unique situation that he's in. But, it's interesting to see how these people, these guys maintain composure, because that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and just someone like Kais King is just like flying on faith, just coming to an event as an alternate, not knowing that he's even going to get in. I think someone dropped out of this draw, and so Shion Crawford got moved to the round of 64, and then that's why Kais took his place in that last heat.
Yeah, Thiago Carrick, I think, unfortunately suffered an injury.
Oh, okay.
And he's out for the entire rest of the season, I think. Wishing Thiago a speedy recovery. But yeah, like, that's a commitment right there, especially financially. You don't know if you're going to be in the event, so you're not making any of the prize money, first of all, and then you're not getting any points. Just to make that travel alone, Kaipo, you're questioning the entire trip when you're traveling, and, that's tough.
Yeah.
Like, for the kid already to be able to make a heat, that's already a W right there.
Here's our heat leader, Carlos Munoz. Looking quick, looking springy. Down the line. Fast. Want to know more about that board under Carlos's feet. And here we go with Jordy Lawler. Getting some rhythm on the backhand. Fitting multiple maneuvers into a very small space, Jordy Lawler.
It's a close heat right here, guys.
So close. I feel like that was such a critical wave for Jordy right there, because, yeah, he's sitting in that second position, but it's kind of a false sense of security. You got John just underneath him in third, but he's holding the highest wave of the heat, the 6.33. So, that's an important wave for Jordy, trying to get rid of that 2.23. He's going to do that. He's going to solidify that position a bit more, and, Carlos's wave, yeah, you got a lot of turns, but very down the line, very horizontal. That board, though, it's carrying so much speed. It looks so fast underneath his feet.
Yeah, it definitely has to be an epoxy by the reed here, Kaipo, especially with how bright it is. As you said, down the line flick, but this turn right here, the third one, like, that's crafty right there. I know it wasn't as explosive, as dynamic, but if he's only trying to improve on the 4-5, there's a chance he might be able to do that right here. This wave, to me, though, should be the better out of the exchange. Ray Love, this third turn, goes down the line and somehow is able to find the pocket on a wave that is minimal in terms of size, Kaipo. Seems like he improves.
Yeah, 5.47 for Jordy Lawler. That replay of Carlos Munoz not going to be in his top 2. Carlos drops down to second. Jordy goes to the lead. John Mel needs a 3.84 now, and Kawa Costa needs a 5.9. There's John Mel, green jersey.
Former champion out here, too, at the QS level. Won the Jacks Pro last year. An amazing surfer and a very complete surfer from Northern California. Big waves, small waves. Father, one of the best in the world, too, Kaipo, right there on screen.
Look at that handsome fella. Peter Mel, the Condor.
And John Doerr in the water.
Look, you know what? John's putting together a pretty interesting heat right now. He's being very selective for the conditions. It's played out for him very nicely right now. He's sitting out there. Only needs a 3.84 to get up into an advancing position, and he has priority with, pretty much half the time on the clock still left.
Yeah.
It's a good position, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're in the best one right now. You have the best wave of the heat. You need close to a 4. He's extremely intelligent, and for a kid his age, to be able to have that kind of experience already under his belt is very impressive, especially with the win here. He beat Cole Hauschman last year in the final here at this break.
Yeah, at the qualifying series event here. Took a big win. Here's Carlos. Wow. A couple of quick snaps
Yep.
on a small wave, though.
Smart.
But just needs to better a 4.5.
Wow, the body mechanics on such a small wave like that, to be able to get that board so critical in the pocket and then flick that nose all the way back around. I mean, I don't know if it's going to go into his top 2, but it might possibly. But for just the size of the wave, this is just so technical, right? Makes it look easy. That is not easy. That is so hard to do.
But in comparison to even the 4 and the 4.5, much cleaner on the two
Yeah,
turns.
You got to think it probably will. It might replace that 4.5.
Yep, that's why you want a good grovel board out here. You know, I've been free surfing, Mitchell, and I got a great grovel board here. A Duke Ipa Dark Twin. See how I dropped the name right there? And it flies down the line. It's like a fiberglass rocket. Score in for Carlos Munoz at a 5.1, so that quick-footed approach there on a springy board springs Carlos Munoz to the top position. Jordy Lawler now in a vulnerable position at second place because his second and advancing position is a mere illusion because John Melton just needs a 4.14 and John has priority, Flick.
Yeah, look, John right now, still the best position in the heat.
Yeah.
Clearly, I mean, yes, it is a bit slow this morning. It is small. However, you've got to be thinking he's going to get another roll of the dice. Only needing a 4. Look, that's one really good turn. I mean, Carlos did it, and he proved to us it can be done in one turn, 4.5. It's one turn or it's 2 quick turns on the back end.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me he's obviously identifying that he wants to take off on a right. That quick, tight backhand approach is being really well rewarded this morning. I mean, we've seen it from Jordy as well. It's being rewarded, just tight, critical surfing on the backhand. And I think, you know, when the waves are small, sometimes it lends itself to backhand surfing a little bit more. I just feel you have the ability to get tighter in the pocket, a little bit whippier, a little bit quicker.
Well, got some lines coming through here, some opportunities. The field of surfers are fairly spread out all over Southside
Whoa.
Huntington Beach.
I haven't seen a wave break that close to the pier all day, but seems like Gali might have seen something that I haven't, Kipes.
Interesting.
You know, and we talked about it in the previous days of competitions for the longboarders, is the sand this year is pretty good. There's not that super deep gutter, and everything isn't just the pier bowl. It's spread out through multiple peaks up and down the beach.
It's better that way, and especially on a high tide, it really concentrates on the inner sandbar. It makes it so much better, too. Should be really fun later on this afternoon.
Well, I hear the kettle whistle, and that is a signal for a Bonsoy brew break. No, we're going to stay here because Jordy Lawler's up and riding.
Oh.
What?
Wait a minute. Glad we stayed for that. So Lawler, a 5.31, will take him into the lead and will also make John Mel's job a little bit tougher. So that score for Jordy Lawler.
He's looking at something outside.
Oh, how's this?
Ooh, that's the wave. He's been waiting this long, Kaipo. Needs to be on this one right here.
John's got priority. And here he goes. Nice snap to start. Just swinging through this one.
Solid.
Stays consistent and a clutch ride for John Mel.
His partner right there, Ariela. Tyler Gunter in the background, Josh Burke, Dylan Horde, Nolan Raposa. He's got a big crew.
Jordy on the answer back here. And a little runner into the pier for Jordy Lawler, and he ties that one up. So previous wave was a 5.1. So did increase his score line a bit, but keeps him in second place. A 5.31 will take Jordy Lawler into the lead, but John Mel is going to make some interesting math because we're waiting for the score for this wave, Mitchell.
Yeah, this should be, to me, the best wave of the heat so far. Really strong first one. Comes around the section, and then he readjusts extremely well for the last two, and that strong combo towards the end should give him a big score right there, Kipes. And then looking at Kawa on the left, good opening snap, And that board looks great too. He's riding a DHT and epoxy. Beautiful second turn as well. So slid the fins, good variation. Real tight section too. And then this one, a Jordy flick. I was impressed, especially with the second carve.
Yeah, look, the thing for me is the lefts today just seem like they're peeling a bit out to sea. Just with the angle of the swell, it doesn't have that same energy as what the rights do. I'm going to be really interested to see where this score goes. You know, yes, 3 turns, and there were a couple of moments. However, I just don't feel like it had that explosive finish to what we're seeing on those waves that really give that good closeout section.
Well, talk about a shakeup. John Mel with another 6.33. John goes to the lead. Kawa Costa right here. Previous wave got a 7-point ride, takes to the air, puts it down. The Brazilian with a late charge in this heat. Costa already in second advancing position. And Carlos Munoz, Jordy Lawler, bumped down to third and fourth. John Mel finds another running right-hander. And everything's just gotten shaken up, Mitchell.
Yeah, and this is the most competitive heat we've had out of the morning so far. Everybody with at least more than 10 points right here. If you look at Costa, he's only needing a mid-5. I feel like with this air, he's going to be able to get that and move into first place. And Gali, who had been surfing a great heat, he's down to third right here, Kipes.
Wow. Action-packed heat, and I mean, Carlos Munoz, Jordy Lawler, they were in the lead in this heat for 20 minutes. And then fireworks, John Mel, and especially Kawa coming through with the highest single wave score so far with that 7-point ride. And we're still waiting for another score for Costa.
Yeah, and I feel like this air right here is going to be more than enough. Good springy one. Good amount of height too, given the size of the waves this morning, Flick.
You could see as soon as he took off, he heard that 7, and you could see the body language as soon as he took off. He was confident going into that air, and there you go. He's improved on his situation.
5.87, and Costa builds on his lead. And he's sticking close now to Carlos Munoz, who has priority. Carlos needs a 7-point ride to go into second and advancing position.
It's a lot of respect right there. With this amount of time still left in the heat.
Oh, play the game.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen in an event that somebody needs a 6.99 and not a 7. The numbers just worked out that way in this heat.
Under priority, Kawa. You know what he's looking for here. He's looking for a ramp, but he's rampless. That's okay. He's going to stay in first.
But he keeps catching waves right next to Kali, too. He gets his mind going, and now he's thinking, okay, should that have been a wave that I should have gone on?
You know what is interesting? He's literally surfing a 10-minute heat right now.
Yeah.
I mean, and here we go, John, having a little look in and out. But, yeah, he's surfing a 10-minute heat, which is pretty incredible, right? Like, and to maintain composure for that long, 20 minutes, and you're sitting in fourth and you're hearing everyone else get these scores, to just be calm, be cool, be like, no, it's still within my wheelhouse, drops the 7, backs it up straight away. That was all done within 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, literally paddle back out the back from that 7, identified this right, was like, okay, let's get the back up. And it's a good example for anyone today that, hey, it's not over until it's over. I can surf a 2-minute heat and still, you know, fight my way back into this thing.
Yeah, well, you said it at the beginning of this heat. Kawa really, really adept in diminutive wave conditions, right?
Yeah, he's the guy. He's the guy when it comes to this. You look at it and you're like, okay, who are the people that I don't want in my heat in this round? He's one of those gentlemen out there right now, and I want to give major props to John Mel too, because he's only counting his first 2 waves out there right now, and patience has truly paid off for him. And this would be a huge upset if they knock out Jordy Lawler.
Yeah.
He's top 10 in the Challenger Series rankings right now, Kaipo.
Yeah.
So it'd be major loss for him.
This will be upsetting because he went to Bolito as well, didn't get a good result there. Coming here, now he's sitting in fourth.
Then he'll have his 2 throwaways, right? And then it's going to be all about Portugal and Brazil for Jordan Laws.
You know what? I think when you even look at look, this is not exact, but he really only needs to make it through a couple of heats in one of these events.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, this is going to sting. This is really going to sting. I mean, it's not over. Just under 4 minutes. He has got second priority, but he's going to need to get a bit of distance between himself and Carlos, because otherwise he's not going to give himself that opportunity right now.
Let's enjoy a heat recap. for this heat number 4, because it's been a great heat. The grindy, grungy sound of Mason Gold and his track Waters on that recap. I saw you headbanging, Mitchell.
Oh, I'm ready. I was playing Metallica this morning in my car on the drive over here. That's my kind of music right there to get me going.
I love it. Well, we need a soundtrack right now to stir up the ocean and have a set come through for Carlos Munoz in the blue jersey. The Costa Rican needs a 6.99 to go into second and advancing position. That position held by John Mel, who's sitting right next to Carlos, just getting in his space.
Yeah, and really smart move right there by John in third priority. He's always sticking on the outside. Anything that Gali doesn't want, he's going to be taking, and just, you know, making sure that he's recognizing that he's around the area. Let her remind that I'm here for you, my butter. You know, you want to let a wave go, I'll catch it.
Or more importantly, right, John would love to kind of bait
For sure.
Carlos into a bad one.
Yeah,
Sell him a lemon.
It's definitely what he's going to try and do right now. You got to put your salesman hat on, and you have got to sell him a dud. However, John's smart. I mean, at this level, most people are, and you're not going to be going and losing priority right now. I just don't think that's what's going to be happening.
And Jordy pointing out he's on the southern peak all the way by himself, too. I know he needs pretty large score by today's standards, but a 7 is still achievable. We're talking about a kid who won his first Challenger Series event a couple ones ago, Kaipo, so he has the talent to be able to get that 7 and a bit more than that, too.
Well, we're under a minute now, so clutch time for both Jordy Lawler as well as Carlos Munoz. "40 seconds.
I mean, regardless of the outcome, this has been a great heat. Just to be able to get into the double digits today is a big W, but for Costa and Mel to come out on top in 30 seconds, Kaipo, that's huge for them because they're the two lower rated surfers in this heat right now as well.
Yeah, and it would be a tough break, like Flick was talking about, for Jordy Lawler if he takes a first round loss here. Down to just 10 seconds. And the brutality of the round of 80
Man, it's rough.
is real.
It's rough. this is just going to make his job a lot harder and a lot more pressure. It's going to be more intensified. Portugal and Brazil are going to be, pretty daunting.
Applause from the crew there on the beach for John Mel. John makes it through to the round of 64, and Kawa Costa surfed a 10-minute heat, and the Brazilian with some big numbers moving on into the round of 64. We're going to get to a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with more action from Huntington Beach and a special guest.
Let's flash back to a huge moment for a local hero. Brett Simpson went back-to-back to prove that he was the best on his home break as he took on the world. Big finals with guys like Mick Fanning. And it was simple, taking things down on his home court. The city of Huntington Beach went wild. Look at the crowd. His classmates from Huntington Beach High School were there for the celebration. The cheerleaders came down to support Brett. A moment in U.S. Open history that we will never forget. Joe Chappelle with Rosie Hodge and two-time U.S. Open champ.
Getting me teary-eyed.
Gosh, that was
Do you
great.
know that's 15 years ago?
Oh, wow.
What?
Yeah.
No.
50, well, the
That was
first
yesterday.
win was 50. It feels like yesterday. I know, I'm aging myself, but man, those are some special moments. Definitely some of the best of my competitive career by far. So it's great to be here with you guys. I'm excited. The wave's a little smaller today.
Hey, but you know what it's all about, adapting and having fun. Great job as a coach this morning.
Thank you. Yeah, we had Jarvie we were gelling. I told him, don't sit still. The waves are peaking up all over the place, and he did a great job.
He was
kind of
listening to you.
moved around, and he's a great surfer, great kid, and easy to coach when you're that good.
Love that. Brett Simpson joining us for the call. It's Heat 5, watching the backhand of Robert Grillo getting down the line on the backhand and stepping off. He's got a heat with Eitan Osborne, Keon Martin, and Dylan Moffitt. So a fun balance of all these different regions around the world, and we've seen a lot of all of them, but starting with Dylan Moffitt, this man's been on the CT before as a wild card, representing North Narrabeen. Before we get there, we've got Eitan getting a couple of turns off. Last time we saw Eitan with a jersey on is when he went over to that wave pool and took out a huge win in Japan. Brett,
Massive win.
did you watch a lot of that?
Yeah, I did, and it was super cool because they actually, you know, a wave pool is supposed to be really controlled, and they had like a typhoon on top of them, so there was a lot of wind, and the rights, it seemed they couldn't do any airs, and then he ended up winning it on his last ride, I'm pretty sure, where Miola and them said, oh, we'll do one more, and Miola was winning, and he ended up taking it from him. So pretty special. It was a massive rotation. He's always been known to be a gopher. He's a go for broke attitude, and like the waves aren't big today, but I'm sure we're going to see him take to the sky because I think that's the advantage he has in this heat.
What a good balance surfer as well, Rosie, when you know you've got this street cred as a free surfer and a good aerialist, but he's got some success out here as well with the jersey on.
He does, and he's going again.
Quick tap and out.
Yeah, I mean, Eitan, we knew him as this big air guy. That was kind of his...
Dylan kicks out.
But that was, you know, what he was known for. And then all of a sudden he turns his attention to the qualifying series, to the Challenger Series, and he's getting success quite quickly, Brett. He's done so well. And to maintain his spot here on the Challenger Series and to see him competing at this high level, it's nice to see him bring in the aerial element, but then also refine his surfing on the face.
Yeah, well, he has the skills, and he's, like you guys said, he's had some results. This heat will get a little tricky because you're going to have guys like Dylan and Kion and RG3 who are going to kind of put scores on you and put you under pressure. So as long as he doesn't let himself kind of slip too far, he's already got a couple little scores, but nothing major. But he's one of those guys, when he's in your heat, you're like, man, this guy's never out of it. So in the back of your head, when you're competing against him, he's always there, and he can pull out something big. So it'll be interesting to see how this one pans out.
Score's already in for Dylan Moffitt, the 7.33 to go with a 3.5 so quickly, putting himself in a great position, like we mentioned before, representing North Narrabeen, and we've seen him kind of drift onto the top stage in the past as a wild card on his home break. Also came incredibly close to getting a full-time spot. Went to Haleiwa, had a bad wipeout right before his heat started, and he couldn't really get settled in. Let's go look at his 3.5 on his opening wave, Rosie.
Yeah, just ditching the fins out the back. Just nice little drift there. And I just find, like, when you're able to do those bigger maneuvers on the outside, and even if it's only a two-turn combo, the judges are just lapping it up. So, you know, he's finding that little recipe to success today.
RG3 on the left as well, Brad.
Nice little snap there for RG3. He's got a tight backhand. Surfs K-Walos, I think Al Moana. So if you get him on a solid left, he's going to kind of take over. And then Moffitt right here, this is his 7 is that a 7.83?
7.33.
7.33. So, you know, you hit 40 and you start to lose your eyes. So I'm there.
Right there. And then Martin on a nice little bowly one.
Yeah, just a little bit of a glitch on that bottom turn there, but really finishes it up very nicely.
And what I've noticed a lot, like the Moffitt and Tully Wiley, Jacko Baker, there's these Aussies that are really tight. They've looked like they've brought a lot of energy to this event. Jacko obviously didn't go his way. It wasn't a lot of waves in that first heat for him to perform on, but I think that carries over, and Moffitt does look just excited. Like that first maneuver, it leaves a thought in the judge's mind like, wow, he looks really good. And I think that'll pay dividends. Then he gets a 7.33, so he's definitely in control of this heat so far.
Yeah, it's tough when you've got a big force and guys like Jackson Baker go down early. Tully Wiley gets upset, on the last exchange. They just lost Jordan Lawler, who, was the fairy tale story, getting a wild card on his home break in Narrabeen and winning. And now Dylan Moffitt's just turning things around, finding some magic, taking the energy in the first stage of this heat.
These 4-man heats are incredibly tricky because everyone's having opportunities, but the waves are a little bit smaller. And even though you get a big score, finding that backup has proved tricky. And we're seeing the lead and the second place position shuffle hands so often throughout a 30-minute encounter.
Brett, being a local boy and growing up right here at the pier, what were the advantages you had having a local break like Huntington Beach?
As long as you didn't over stress or over analyze it, I think you just have to relate to like, hey, I surf out here a lot and try to keep it as natural as possible. I think that happens to people that have events at home. You put extra pressure on yourself because you feel like you should do good, but that doesn't always translate in your performance. So the years I did well, it was just, there was obviously close heats, like I feel like events that you do really well and you're going to have these ones you scrape out at the last second, or the rhythm goes your way, so you need some breaks to go your way to win one of these events. But I mean, consistency, I will say back then I was super consistent. Like I'd put up 12 plus points every heat. I felt like I can get an 8 on any wave. So just having that kind of feel, I think when you come into these rounds, like Rosie said, everyone's good. And I feel in these heats, everyone gets a good look at like maybe one set wave. And then it comes down who can kind of rip that turn a 4 into a 6. And in that last heat, we saw Costa do that. He has the air game. So where's the X factor going to be? Can you take it to that? And I think Jacko was one of those ones where like you see him in your heat and he usually puts up big numbers. The waves just kind of went around him, And what I told Jarvis was like, you want to surf your way into spots. You don't want to sit in one spot for too long, especially when it's kind of peaky like this. So I'm giving away all the marbles here and working the break, but the tide's filling in. It's tightening up, as you can see. Maybe less area to surf, but Moffitt's in a great spot because everyone's right next to him. He has a 7 and a 3, and he has priority, so he's feeling good.
Great situation. 19:30 on the clock. Let's go enjoy a Hurley board breakdown with Kaipo.
Thanks, Joe. Well, what I have here is Eitan Osborne's backup board, talking about a board that you need out here today conditions, a good groveler. This is a Channel Islands neckbeard, a unique board in the way that you have all of this tail area here with this big chopped off tail block. What's that equal? Lift, speed, and then release because you have this chopped up tail block. So the backup board for Eitan Osborne, looking fun to me, the Channel Islands neckbeard.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, I love looking at those models that Dane Reynolds created with Channel Islands. Eitan really close with Dane and from the same zone in Ventura. They got a cool thing going up there.
He's got to channel the little Emma Wood right now. Woo. That board's crazy. If you stare at it for too long, it looks like they just, I don't know, but it looks like they just chopped it off. It's pretty crazy. It is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you shape it like it was a round tail and then you just chop it.
And Dane also created the model that Eitan's riding, so that's a backup board. He's on a Dumpster Diver 2.0 model. As you see the aerial antics from Eitan, fresh off the win in Japan.
Where do you go with that if he pulls it off nice and clean? Like, no one, no one's doing that.
That's always an interesting part of those guys that have those real tech airs that you don't see every day. And then the judges go, okay, what kind of point are we going to make for this type of progression?
Yeah, I think progression like is such a strong advantage when the conditions are like this. You just like you said, you turn a 4 into a 6. You really have to have that knack of manufacturing numbers when there's not much on offer with the bigger sections.
Fun looking wave. Martin looks like he's going to go straight into the first section, real clean, and then lays back into a finishing move. Gets a little lost on the ride out.
They've been really critical there, and that is, I'm pretty 100% that's deemed, you know, non-complete. So, yeah, he did the nice fin ditch, and sometimes if you don't get out in front of it, you lose all that momentum, and that's definitely going to cost him because that would have put him right in the heat. Now he's going to have to get back out there. He does have the 4.83. That would have, you know, jumped him most likely into second. So that left a little meat on the bone, as we say.
Gosh, and we've seen a lot of that, and the judges have been consistent.
Yeah.
If you're not riding out with control, it's just incomplete, and they've been sticking to it since that first heat this morning.
Well, even, sorry, Rosie, but like talking about that was a big event in North Narrabeen because there was a lot of rotations and the waves were different than this where it's small and weak, where there it was like dumpy and hard. So the translation to like pulling out is tough, you know, like it kind of wavered. Like you watch a maneuver and I'm like, he pulled it, but then he kind of didn't ride out for that long. So it's, they just, you know, they do their best job to be consistent with it.
Yeah, I think that the cool line that they always tell you when you ask them, is that complete? They're like, hey, when if someone lands one perfect, you want to reward that.
Yeah.
You know, not someone trying to force the ride out and landing on top of the whitewater as we look at it again.
Yeah, I think for me is just the telling element is if the nose rode out in front of that whitewater and you can tell that he's just on top, he loses that element of control.
And then the backhand from RG3 here, Brad.
Yeah, got a little stuck right there on the second and then gets the finish. And as there, he pulls out, he rides. He's going to stay busy right here. Nice little drifter. He didn't feel that was that great, so he kind of just let it go. But, you know, 15:45 on the clock. This one's kind of, you know, it looks like Moffat's, you know, got a stranglehold right now. He's feeling really good, almost 14 points. You'd feel pretty comfortable there, and then everyone else is in that, you know, 3s and 4 range. So the door's wide open at the moment for second.
Definitely plenty of time to update both of your numbers on a day like today. We've seen a lot of different types of approaches. First, we'll watch this right-hander again from Robert Grillo III.
Yeah, and watching him, he's in that second spot at the moment. But like you said, he kind of goes for it there, loses interest, and kicks out. And I think, you know, for a day like today, to really get the judges' attention and show that you're engaged in it, it's almost like, hey, even if you're over it, just kind of give it that intent, like you're stoked and you want it.
Because that might, sometimes you do turns where you're like, oh, maybe it didn't feel that good, maybe I didn't connect that good, but at the end of the day, it was an all right turn. You don't know how it's going to pan out in the end of it, and body language is key. When the waves are small, you want to be quick, you want to be lively, you want to show that you want it, and sometimes if you're a little bit, you know, down, it might carry over into your next wave, you know? So I think that's important for all the youngins listening. Lift that body language up.
I love that. Enjoying our conversation with a two-time U.S. Open champ, local hero Brett Simpson, as heat number 5 continues. Dylan Moffitt setting the pace. Be right back. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open. You're watching the round of 80, heat number 5, and a good shot of the Huntington Pier. What a great place to watch some of the best surfers in the world battle for crucial points on the Challenger season. The Challenger season, just saying that, still feels relatively new. It's pretty awesome. It all changed a few years back where you have to qualify to be a part of it, representing your part of the world, like Dylan Moffat for Australia. Once you qualify with your 7 surfers out of that region, you go for the top 10 to qualify for the championship tour, a place where Rosie Hodge enjoyed her time. So did Brett Simpson. And I watched a lot of you guys' waves and heats, and I was always impressed with what you guys came up with. Semi-final in France for Brett Simpson. That was massive, but also having longevity on tour. Back then, you were surfing in so many events in a season, surfing through injuries, and having this change now with a true off-season. I bet for you, Brett, you're like, wow, this makes a lot of sense, and you probably could have added a few more years.
Well, I always wonder, I ask myself a lot now, is it harder or is it easier? And I don't think it's harder or easier. It's different how you could almost work a job, you know, if you had to, and do the like regional tour. But it is like that region, those regional tours are a feat in itself to qualify for those top 7, and then you jump onto the Challengers back half of the year, and you go, you know, out of the best 80, 100 surfers in the world, you go to battle there. So it's a really tough task, and I think the process it's just different. Where we were competing, we were traveling around the world. I was doing QSs and CT at the same time. I don't think I'd have it any other way. It was really fun. I think that was like, it was a pretty good era, but it's different now, and you got to adjust, and you got to capitalize on these events for sure, because you're taking your best 4 out of 6, correct? So can't really falter too much.
Yeah, and that's why it puts us in a situation at stop 4 where there's some surfers out there that might be able to clinch their spot as early as the US Open here. Rosie, you can relate to that story with Brett, seeing things change so drastically. And also welcoming back an event that was really important to you. Fiji's back. I remember you telling that story of getting the call up to go to Cloudbreak for the first time. Pretty thrilling that we're seeing that on the calendar again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Fiji is just such an incredible location, such a wonderful place to have a championship tour event. Getting, you know, a sponsorship call up to compete in the wildcard trials there, getting to rub shoulders with the world's best. That was such a dream for me to do it on location. Stayed on Tabarua for a couple of years, so that was really where I got my first kind of insight into what tour life was like, and watching everyone compete there was just incredible.
Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy, kicks off August 20th.
It's going to be a huge, that's a massive event this year.
It's all about working out the final 5.
There's a lot of, like, you got to love where Gabe's in his surfing right now. He's sitting outside of that. Is it Yago, Ethan, Griff, and John? Look, John's obviously safe. Griff's up there. Where's a little breakdown? Jack just coming off a silver medal. Italo's he's won 2 events, right? The last couple events, to climb way up from kind of the bottom to the top. Quick rise.
Italo was a funny one, because at first you're like, is this guy going to qualify for the tour? And then all of a sudden he's number 4.
Yago was on the line. Like at Margie's, he was last guy standing, and his heart was in his chest. Now he's right there to jump in the hurdle.
And not to mention, you have the contest at Fiji to decide that final 5, and it's not long after you finish that event, you're pretty much traveling straight to low trestles once you figured out your spot. Like, it's a quick turnaround between those 2
You know,
events.
another fun one out of this, the battle for Rookie of the Year, Cross and Cole, San Clemente boys.
Oh,
we were talking, we did a fun little event the other day, and I'm like, you guys know, like, long shot to make the 5, but there's a good battle there for that Rookie of the Year, which is cool.
So rad. You guys did a little mock heat?
Yeah, the boys always want to get fired up for this. The conditions were kind of similar, and
How'd you do the
hope,
draw? The draw looked heavy.
hope they're ready.
Yeah, those heats looked amazing. I would have watched every minute.
I said whoever wins this might go on and win the Open.
Who won it?
Levi Slauson.
Wow.
Yeah.
Levi is
Levi beat
unbelievable.
Jackson Bunch, and then in the semi, Levi beat Cade, I think, or Cade or Jacko. I forget.
Who were the
There's some
judges?
stacked. Myself and Simo.
Nice. So
We
brilliant
weren't
surfing
leaning.
minds
We weren't
together.
leaning too hard each way. You know what's cool about those events? It's like everyone's around, and then everyone kind of chimes in. So it's like the surfers are going, I'm thinking like 6'2", and they're all pretty honest about it. So everyone, it's like a mastermind of, the top surfers are giving input, and then you kind of go from there.
What an insane
was
way
fun.
to prepare, Rosie.
Yeah.
Thinking about, like, you're basically serving a mini contest against some of the best that are in this event, and then if you win that, talk about confidence.
And then also just looking at every heat as your competitors are surfing and being like, okay, that's what a 6 looks like. That's that peak down the beach. And competing at the location just to tune in and get, the juices flowing.
Yeah. And they're all so competitive in their own right. So the battles are like, they're there. It's really cool.
I love it. What a cool way to give back as well to this next generation. Daniel Emsley is a man that's from a place called East London.
Rosie knows a little bit about East London.
My hometown. And I'm like, yeah, super proud
This-
to see Daniel in the mix over here, just watching him find a bit of a quiet moment.
He's such a nice kid.
So nice.
Yeah, I get working with Hurley. I get to work with Dan and when he's in town, and just gosh, he's such a soft, well-spoken kid, kind heart. And then he'll go attack it,
The nephew of Greg.
Well, yeah, I was going to say we'll probably get a lot into that in the next heat. But
Oh, we're
yeah,
getting
you
excited.
competed in with him,
Yes.
with Greg on the
Bigfoot.
championship tour.
Bigfoot in the building.
So that one coming up next, Daniel Emsley representing South Africa and the same hometown as Rosie Hodge. 5:15 in this one. Starting off with a flurry of action, Dylan Moffitt still holds his lead and has a great spot in priority. Second priority, RG3 in the second spot. Martin's in third. Osborne in fourth with priority. I was thinking how cool that would be, where your last memory of a jersey, even though it's a different format, you have a win, and that was in that wave pool event. And like Brett was mentioning before, how cool that was from Matt Miola to really just donate his prize money to surfing.
Oh, it was kind of like it's like the sport's bigger than me, so let's showcase it, and that was the cool part. It was like he could have said, no, I'm winning, give me that money.
And it reminds me of some of those big wave finals where everyone's like, let's split this.
Yeah.
We shared this moment together. We're going to split this prize money with all of us because we're all a part of this movement,
Yeah.
And so for those specialty type air events that we don't get to see every day, Miola's like, hey, let's get a better air to win this thing.
For sure.
So cool.
Very cool.
Well, looking back on this heat, that Kion wave's going to cost it. Well, it's costing him right now not pulling that maneuver on the finish turn, because that wave I think would have jumped him into the second spot, and now we're in limbo. He's got third priority. Aton needs, what's Aton need?
557.
Well, they're all in it. 4s and 5s, you could change this heat in a heartbeat with 3, coming up on 330. This tide the tide's coming in. It's a 5-foot high tide midday. With the limited amount of swell we have out there, it's really slowed it up. So gotta maximize those opportunities.
And Aton with that priority, needing the 557.
That's still scary.
That's
he could go.
scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can go and get that, but at the same time, we've seen guys need about a 3 ranger, which is like 2 turns on a medium-sized wave, where
Yeah.
Aton needs a proper wave
It's
to get that score.
A 5.5 is, it's a medium, it's a set wave where you put a couple good maneuvers on it at least. Or, he's got a launch.
And he's really good at doing all of it. Aton Osborne has a lot of great surfers to surf with when he's home in Ventura. Mentioned Dane Reynolds, Adam Veers, the McCabe brothers, Mickey Clark, all filming each other, putting up edits. But Eitan coming close to a U.S. Open title, finishing in the semifinals, got really close to qualification. So he has had the experience of counting points and seeing what he'd need to do to qualify for the tour. With 2:15 on the clock, let's now watch the recap to see how Dylan Moffitt got his lead out front. Cool recap and great music to listen to. A band called Sunbender and the song Soul Sniper.
Won't they be
Playing
over on the stage?
Yeah, they're on the Hurley stage on Friday.
All right, let's light it up, Cote.
You're going to see a familiar face.
Yeah.
Chris Cote, our friends band, Sunbender. Can't wait.
Off a flight from Paris.
Oh my goodness, he's going to be ready. He's never jet lagged. He's
No.
like always ready.
Could be a riot down here.
Oh my goodness. A lot of stories in U.S. Open history. Brett?
86, Joe?
Gosh, those stories are
86, was that
crazy.
the riot year?
Well, the stories
Aki?
go. Aki had already won the final,
Mm.
but they didn't want people to leave the beach. 'cause
Yeah,
they
let's hang out.
Heard what was going on. Well, back to that in a second because we've got a split peak. Eitan, a messy reverse. He actually doesn't want it. And Martin was on the right. The two guys that need scores to move on.
Kicked out with a little posture. Let's see how he goes there. He doesn't need much.
Yeah, only needs a 4.07.
Ooh. Yeah, Eitan threw that reverse. Here it is. Small wave, but let's see. Nice little pivot pop in the pocket. Clicks it there. What do you think, Rosie?
Do you know what? For the size of the wave,
it's-
those were two pretty good meat hooks in there. But Eitan, you know, he had that priority. He needs the 5.57 on this wave. And you can just tell in his body language, it's not it. But Kion, I mean, he's right there for the 4.07.
I think he gets it.
Yeah.
It was well surfed, small wave, but two critical moments comparative to this heat, like in those fours. Wow, it's going way above and beyond. They loved it.
There's the score, a 6.10. All the way to second. Under a minute on the clock, it gets it done. RG3 drops to third, and Eitan Osborne eliminated as well. Martin and Moffitt moving on to the round of 64. That was clutch.
Yeah, he knew. I think right there was like, I could have had it wrapped up, or not wrapped up, but in a easier position earlier with the fall and the not ride out, and that one he capitalized. So that's one of those clutch moments, Joe.
Love and life for Martin moving on. Up next, we've got heat number 6, led by Mihiman Abraya. We'll be right back.
I'm living by faith. Hallelujah. Amen. Trying to make space for the blessing. Thank God. We abide. We love. Living by faith. Can't steal my joy. I'm gonna sing and rejoice today. I'm living by faith. 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 I'm living by faith.
Welcome to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. What a lineup we have here in round of 80, heat number 6, where top 2 move on to the round of 64. Mihimana, Luel, Joe, Daniel, all representing cool parts of the world. South Africa, Japan, Brazil, and Tahiti. Mihimana Brai making a big statement over the years, but specifically in the last couple of wild cards moments he's had at Teahupo. Recently, just in May, knocked out who was world number 1 at the time, Griffin Colapinto. Probably the big reason why Griff's number 2 now in the world was because of Mihimana's performance. We'll start this one off with Luel Felipe, Rosie, getting this one during the break.
Yeah, Luel just tapping into that early start that's been pretty beneficial towards the end of the heat.
And then quick surfing, Joe Azuchi just getting started. It's all about getting your top 2 rides, so you're advancing. Daniel Emsley from East London, South Africa. Getting the flow going on the left. And now kicking out, so that leaves Mihimana, the only surfer yet to catch a wave. And this was the man we've been waiting for. Let's start with Greg Emsley, his uncle. What it was like to compete with him on tour, Brett.
Yeah, it was amazing. I just remember going to J-Bay and all the support he had when we were there. And then, yeah, just all around tour was always such a, you know, like Dan, well-mannered, well-respected by all his peers. And I think that goes a long way.
Now watching Mihimana, little racetrack into a closeout. Just got the speed up in time to get one maneuver off.
Oh, to throw one thing in there too, Joe. He was coaching Bianca when Carissa in the final in Japan for the Olympics, the first Olympics. So that was a good battle we had. Just like how, just full circle moment, you know, and it was, we came out on top, which was cool, but it was just, it was a great event. And just to be, you know, be there with Greg, he is on a coaching basis, he's a guru.
That's so cool. What a great story. Just competing against each other, then competing as coaches. USA took gold with Carissa Moore, and then silver, Bianca Beitendog. And then USA backed it up again. Caroline Marks taking the gold.
Yeah, just some emotional moments. I mean, watching Caroline win gold, watching Carissa win gold in Tokyo, but especially for me, watching Bianca Beitendog take silver in the Tokyo Olympics, and having Greg Emsley, someone that coached me when I was like 8 years old, and then he was on the championship tour as we watch his nephew up and riding.
Daniel lays down a real cool wrap into a nice finish and total control on the make. Nice score coming to the South African.
That's it right there. I love how he did that first turn. It was, if you could surf small waves like they're bigger, and he was able to really drive and kind of use the rail and then connect on that end turn. And I mean, we're talking about a, you know, waist-high wave. So I really enjoyed that.
So we had the split on that one with Mihimana.
Yeah, Mihimana, you know, we speak about his prowess in Tahiti, but also knowing this guy has the chops in the smaller waves, finishing second in Sakurema.
Ooh, I really like that
nice
turn.
Cool little hack there from Joe Azuchi. Then we had the replay here of Emsley.
Yeah, good flow and speed, 2-turn combo there, and that's been well rewarded by the judges. I feel like, you know, that downtime, regathering your speed, and just every move has a bit of impact to it. This is a good heat.
Do you mind talking about the waves in East London?
I was just going to say that. Is there any grindy waves like you can go? I know he has to go hunt for some bad waves like this.
Yeah, the region that we come from, you know, you're talking about really good right-hand point breaks, very powerful open ocean, a live ocean. But there are beach breaks where you can go and grovel. So, Daniel, he's super switched on. We've spoken about Greg, but his dad, Justin, is an incredible surfer. And there's another brother, Donnie. He's also a great surfer. So he's got a lot of support behind him. And, yeah, he's doing great.
So a ton of support, but Greg officially the coach and mentor?
I would say so. But I think everyone could probably
chimes in.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It's all about your support team. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat. Dylan Moffitt is with Flick.
Yeah, he is. You opened up with that 7.33, setting the pace in that heat. It must have felt good, especially considering the conditions this morning.
Yeah, for sure. It's always nice to start a heat like that, especially when it's like pretty dismal conditions out there today. So starting the heat strong is nice, knowing that you might not get too many opportunities. So I was rocking.
Yeah. You're currently ranked 13th on the rankings at the moment. Talk to me about your goals coming into this event.
Yeah, I was just happy to put a good heat together to start with. I've been here a couple of times and never really felt like I've found a good spot, or I've always had good boards but never quite put it together in a heat, and I've been here for a few days now and been feeling confident even though the waves have been small. My equipment's feeling great, so super stoked to put it together in a heat.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, you said that you're feeling confident. Talk to me about the support you've got down here. I know you're staying with a bunch of Aussies at the moment.
Yeah, it's been unreal. Got a bunch of Northern Beaches surfers staying in the house together, and we've been down here watching the longboarding this week, cheering on Declan White and Tully White, so it's been good to get behind them, and they're all down here this morning getting behind me too, so it's been fun hanging out with them.
Awesome. Well, congratulations this morning and good luck for tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Flick. Thank you, Dylan Moffitt.
I was follow them obviously on social and know them, but I saw they went to Angel Game, they went to the Sublime concert. They're living the dream. They're getting amongst the U.S. Open, California experience. They're not just sitting in their hotel or their house. They're doing things. I saw them down at Golden West. They're surfing the beach at all the different beaches, going down south. So they're digging in.
Your phone must blow up a lot whenever it comes to town. What do I do?
Well, these guys know now, but they were hitting me up for tickets for Sublime, and I was able to scalp a few and hook them up. I saw them having a good time, so stoked they got to go enjoy it. And they went to support the Angels, saw the boys hit a few homers.
Nice.
Fireworks. America's pastime.
Gosh, it's a treat.
Yeah.
Especially watching a day game. That's my favorite. As we watch Daniel Emsley connecting, finding the pocket, good pace on this running left, and we'll just shut it down quickly. Nice attack mode.
Surfed it really well for a tiny wave, Rosie. He was able to kind of link it. I don't know, score-wise, not going to go huge by any means, but that's got to feel nice when you just put together a knee-high wave. Did it really well.
And just replacing the 2.93, I think he's got the best wave of the heat so far. So to find this left-hander and back himself up and start to feel a little bit more comfortable as the heat goes on. Yeah, smaller wave, but just so well surfed. Does this improve than 2.93? That's the question.
Yeah, close.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit.
I think so.
Just I like the rhythm though. Completing his rides, he's just building. He's got the 6.67. There it is.
Improves to the lead, a 3.43. Luel Felipe to second. Joe Azuchi down to third, and Mihimana Brai down in fourth, needing a 5.74. Mihimana was participating in the welcoming ceremonies over at Tehupo as we see the fin throw reverse, and Joe just on the back of that wave, but good practice. So hopefully if he gets another ramp like that, he'll nail it.
Well, the wind is good. We have this, if you can see on the screen, little light southwest wind, so it's into the right. So if you can find that section, we've seen a couple today, but hopefully as it gets bigger and if this, through the week stays around, there'll definitely be, I think there's going to be some big airs coming up.
It's one of my favorite things. You don't see him too often these days on the championship tour. You see him a lot in Challenger Series events, and how useful they can be on closeout sections, and the variety of the aerial movement is really fun to keep pace with.
Yeah, I think it's like risk versus reward, and I think sometimes you're not willing to, if there's not a lot of waves, you're not willing to make that mistake. So hopefully we get some consistency where there's that opportunity where, you know, surfers under priority can kind of take to the sky and maybe a little more free. Right now, it's one of those days where you might only get 4 to 5 looks, so you can't really, you know, afford to make the air on a, you know, unless it's just a straight closeout and nobody wants it and you're away from them, but that's kind of rare right now.
So for me, Mana, he's coming off an emotional one over in Tahiti, the Olympics there in his backyard, and he's got to see a good friend, Callie Vost, take gold for that beautiful community. And for me, Mana, at first, you know, he was hoping that he would be in it, and he had a beautiful statement to Callie saying, this is your time, you know, like you represented us, and how cool that was for him to kind of go, okay, well, I'm not in it, so everything's going behind Callie Vost to bring it home, and Callie did it.
Yeah, the energy in Tahiti and just the support that you feel from the surfing community is amazing.
The backhand of Mihibana is always solid, just throws down a little power hook, and now Emsley tries to force one on a little foam rebound.
I was wondering if Callie is going to come to this event, and I'm like, he just went Olympic gold. Like, what's he going to do? Straight to Huntington? Straight to Paris, right? Patty.
Well, I think, you know, phones are ringing.
Yeah.
You know, morning shows.
Could be a couple little side deals going on.
Contracts
you know?
being signed on the spot.
Jeremy's like, we're partying.
Is that the decision he made? He's going to go to Paris?
I'm pretty, well,
There was a rumor he was jumping on an 11 p.m. flight.
Okay, we'll keep you posted. We're going to find some details.
So he's in the next round. He's not, okay, good. I would love to see it. It would be great to have the gold medalist in Huntington Beach.
Oh, I've heard 4 different things this morning of what he might do. And
Fingers
so he
crossed.
might be changing his mind on the moment, just like, what am I doing here, as we look at...
Well, he might be able to back up his title right here in 28. So come surf the Open. Keep the rhythm going.
As we've got another wave here on the replay, Daniel Emsley on this right-hander, Rosie.
Yeah, you know, Daniel, he's got that lead. Nice turn there. He waited a long time to get to that section. Second turn. There's really not much pushback from this wave.
And Joe doing well to find improvement at a low score of a 3.5. Was hoping for a 5.28 to move into the top 2. Things could be changing there. And now moving into position, Daniel Emsley, the heat leader. 4th priority. We'll take a look. Starting to drive down the line, has some speed. Float section. Just chasing at the moment, and then ends up kicking out.
Wonder if he's going to change his position in the lineup. He covered so much ground there.
Yeah, he'd be smart too. I feel like like today, you definitely want to surf into different areas, and he's a little bit more, you know, kind of straight out, a little bit more to the south. And there's some peaks coming. You know, there's
sort of the Simpo game plan for Jarvis Earl earlier this morning. Get the lead, then move down the beach when you have 4th priority, as we've got Joe trimming down the line. Nice bottom turn and a cool looking vertical attack mode on the finish. His wave before came up short for the top 2. So pushed a bit harder on that one, and Llewell's just up and out. So it's all about Joe's last wave to see if it's enough to take that 2nd position.
I mean, he definitely made that last maneuver by having that board right out of the front there, but his style is so smooth and effortless. I really like the look of this guy.
Yeah, I'm thinking he gets it. That was a really well-constructed wave. Maybe a hair stuck on the end, but he did ride out with a big punch. You know, he blasted it. So here's a little replay. I like this right here. Nice drop and look. Slash, that's a great turn. Catches a hair. Little speed jam right there. Keeps his board speed. Oncoming section. Sometimes those can get tricky because you're actually going out to sea, and he timed it well.
Then Llewell Felipe throwing a first turn out, and that was it. So he's trying to protect 2nd, and he'll end up not doing that as we see Emsley on the right.
Oh, that last turn was really nice.
Yeah, and he's looking to better. I think, you know, personally, I think that is definitely better than his 4.1. And, you know, he could strengthen his lead. We're going to have a lot of shift in this. This looks like a decent little wave here for Luell, who could be in third. Nice turn there and a bit better. So they love a two-turn combo, especially when they're tied in nice together. Oh, is that his mascot down here?
It's a beautiful bird.
It is.
Brazilian colors too. So.
Michael Rodriguez, good to see him. Had a little warm-up surf this morning. One of the fastest guys in conditions like this. 12:44 to go, and Joe's looking for his last score. Emsley wants it. Todd Klein, Jeff Baldwin upstairs on the tower announcing. Last for Azuchi for Japan, a 5.6. Goes to second and has first priority.
I think.
Luell, though.
Yeah, that was the best wave of the heat, quality-wise. Like set wave that offered him two bits of connection. The surfing for me could have been a little bit more dynamic. I think he's going to get the score, but we'll see. We'll see.
Right, Joe did have that little catch, like you noticed, on the score that got him into second. Luell had a nice clean wall, two-turn combination, and Judge is still thinking about it.
Well, he's going to get it. I just feel like the second turn he took a little bit off it because he didn't want to make the mistake.
It was a little safe.
Yeah. Will it cost him in the long run? We still got 1140. He's hunting around. It was a nice clean left, though, the way he snapped and was able to kind of hold the rail line and go straight into it. And typically, that is the wave you're looking for.
Yep.
Emsley also standing by for a number here in heat number 6 of the round of 80. But sitting pretty comfortably in the lead so far. We'll give you an update on the last two scores. Did Luell Felipe do enough? We'll find out right after this. A lot of action here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Remember, the Hurley stage features some great bands every day. Today's lineup, we've got Straight Jacket starting at 1 o'clock. When they wrap things up, enjoy the sounds of DJ Santana from 3 to 4 p.m. Right into the sunset, right into a late session, right at the south side of the pier, and you can surf the same spot that Brett Simpson gets to call his hometown, his local break. Right out in front here.
I think it's going to be glassy all day. Fingers crossed. I might have just jinxed it. But
No.
usually south wind kind of backs off.
That is a tradition in Southern California.
Fingers crossed.
8:45 on the clock. We'll give you an update on scores in a moment. Emsley's got a running right. Nice clean cutty, then snaps it in the pocket. Lays down the rail again, a sweeping hook. Running out of water, but still had all the speed to try to throw one more down.
So he got thrown down to second.
Yeah, the score we were waiting for, Luel Felipe, 6.23. Emsley had dropped to second.
I think that way is going to help him, though, because we got it right. He got the 4.9 on the one previous. And then he had another 4, and then he has that one coming in. Looks like Joe Azuchi, 4.97, so not enough. He's looking for the 5.08. And we're waiting on Dan's last score. Will that, he needs a 5.06 to take the lead back. You really like to be in the lead.
As we watch the flow and the connections of Luel Felipe, 6.23 for that got him in the lead, and then Joe on the right.
Well, straight away you can see that wave is a little bit smaller than Luel's, but the surfing that he did was so sharp. So he improves his situation. Daniel on the smaller right again, just knifing through all of these sections.
So it wasn't better. And the thing with that, when you don't have that end section and you kind of leave it on like a last little cutty, the score always stays a little bit down. And that was more just the wave not cooperating and giving you that end section, but he surfed the beginning of it really well, just little lackluster finish, and the judges, they love to see when you just slam the end section, almost when it closes out.
Always looks good when you have a big finishing move, kick out looking confident. But Daniel, you can tell he's on a good board. He's finding a lot of speed, and it's cool how he's changing gears forehand as well, different types of carves and really small sections. It's really cool, and you see the good rail work in small wave surfing.
Yeah, that board is looking like a lively bit of equipment. I think he used to surf on Safari surfboards, Spider surfboards, and maybe has a couple of the new Smith shapes in his quiver. But the boards are looking really great.
6:15 to go here. Luel out in front, a longtime competitor throughout the qualifying series and now Challenger Series. He's come close to qualification in the past for the championship tour, kind of keeps redefining his competitive career. You can tell he's got just a great foundation of surfing a heat as he leads this one.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a while. Luel's, he never really goes out in the heat and doesn't put scores on the board. It's very consistent. You're in for a heat if you got him in the draw. All these guys, I mean, the level now, it's you have to be able to kind of bring it every heat, and look, we're at that 11, 12 point total. You're never really safe, but that's a good place to be consistently.
Brett, growing up here, I'm sure you had a lot of locals that were inspiring to you when you're just young coming up surfing the pier. Who are some of those names?
Oh man, it's, obviously Buddy Lam was a quite a bit before, but I watched him, the Bud Surf Tour event, lowers, and then Jeff Deffenbaugh, Barry Deffenbaugh. Jeff just went into the Surfers Hall of Fame the other day. It was super cool. Timmy Reyes was a big inspiration. We're only a couple of years apart, but he was always like, a notch or two above everyone. And then, Micah Byrne, Brandon Tipton, Jesse Evans, Danny Nichols, Jay Larson. I mean, who am I forgetting? I feel like there's been a lot of people to look up to at this venue on a daily basis, and it's been a treat. And I just remember when I was young, though, coming here during this event and like surfing right next to my hero, Taj Burrow, just be sitting right off the tee and just sitting right next to him, and I just, those moments for me were like even more special at that time than anything. Watching Andy and Neko and Sonny win the event, Mick Campbell. I mean, that era was pretty darn fun to grow up in. I'd just sit on the pier and I'd sit there all day and just watch and be mesmerized.
Nothing like having your hero surf your home break. And then you're going, wait, I surf this wave every day, and look what they're doing to it.
Yeah. Inspiration station right there.
A lot of great stories. There were some crazy rivalries. Remember the Kelly Slater, Shane Beshin moment, paddling around?
That was, someone posted that the other day. I didn't see that live, but What a swoop of a maneuver.
As we watch Mihimana with some speed and big throw,
Wow.
tail reverse.
Bingo, bango.
What a perfect ramp, and nails it. Luel Felipe speeding, float into a wrap. Third maneuver, a nice blow tail, but ends up losing it.
It could go there, guys. 7.5, 7.64?
7.64, that's right.
It had a lot of projection and rode out really nice. I mean, boys are tangling up right here. See, you know, he's trying to bait him, Joe.
Yeah, you got to be careful. If you're holding people off, you could lose your priority rotation. But if you're playing defense, sometimes they don't mind if it switches. As we see left putting together some turns is Mihimana. But he had a very impactful aerial that's still waiting to be scored. That could be the difference from him moving into the top two.
What I liked about his air is that the speed that he rode out with, it wasn't like he was left behind. It was very functional, Brett.
Yeah, look at this. A lot of momentum down the line. Bigger section. Gets the loft tail high, and then, like you said, just kind of easy butter, and you know, no bobbles. It's, in my mind, obviously, I think it's the best wave of the heat. It just depends kind of where you go from there.
Yeah, I really liked it.
I enjoyed it. It was clean. He had speed. Had beautiful pop, nice height.
The section 2 had a little bit of more grunt to what we've been seeing. It, you know, was able to kind of get that loft.
And it stood out because we haven't had an air like that.
Mm-hmm.
So Mihimana putting himself in a good position towards the tail end of the matchup. Numbers lock in for the air.
There it is.
It's a 7. So still needs a 4.57. He's got one more score to lock in, and Emsley will take this wave. First turn to snap off the lip. He's got some wall to work with. He's able to finish on a good section. Daniel likes it.
Important ride there, because if he can get the 5.06, he jumps into the lead, and then he's a little bit safer. Where now he's on the ropes, you know, Mihimana with a minute 10 only needs a 4.67, which, I mean, he obviously just got a 7 on a closeout, so door's still open. This is that ride's important.
I like Daniel's composure too, because you're watching your competitor out the back. You see him huck that air. Just heard the score that it's just under. Mihimana applies the pressure. You utilize that second priority, and you're looking to improve that situation. He just looks super composed on that wave.
He lets Mihimana get that wave. He's in third.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Yep.
So great selection with, you know, it was just above a minute left. Now it comes down to blue is actually going to sit on red, so it's going to work out most likely perfect for him. So we'll see.
Last of Mihimana Brai, that running left where he threw down a couple of turns, stopped at a 3. So still needs a 4.57. Second priority, and Luel's going to shadow him to shut it down. Which
so
Daniel
maybe,
would be thankful for,
yeah,
because Daniel's got fourth priority. He can't play any defense. And they'll run the clock out. We'll lose Mihimana.
Heartbreak.
Even though he had the 7.
Dan gets the score to take the lead, so he would have been safe. But you're never safe in these things.
Oh, what a wild one. That was intense. A lot of waves that had to be scored by the judges. And saw a lot of different type of approaches.
A lot of good surfing for mediocre waves.
Yeah,
you know, look, I mean, if you look at the scoreline 4s and 5s and 7s and 6s, like, they all surfed really well. It was just who got that bigger moment or that better wave.
Thanks, Brett.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks for having us.
That was fun.
HB.
Always a
Giving
pleasure.
Giving us the keys of the city, man. Love it.
Let's party.
And on the inside, let's go. Brett Simpson joining us, always a treat. He'll be back for more of this throughout the rest of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Dan Emsley takes the lead, and Wynn moves on with Luel Felipe into the round of 64. Take a quick break. We'll bring in Kaipu and Mitch for the call right after this.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages.
Coming in with a win, Daniel Emsley, all the way from South Africa, is making his trip worth it here to Huntington Beach. Emsley is in the round of 64, advancing out of that heat along with Luel Philippe. New heat in the water, Luke Thompson, Taro Watanabe, Rinta Outo, and Paul Sampson. Looks like Luke Thompson out of South Africa already has a score of 4.67. We got two South Africans in this heat. Luke Thompson, 20 years old, from Cape Town, South Africa. And we're gonna have our first look at Paul Chow Sampson out in this heat, also from South Africa. Take a look at a replay here. And here we go with Chow.
Yeah, so that came in as a 3.43, Kaipo. Not a bad start for Samson. It definitely has skills when it comes to the air, and it seems like waves are improving. Thompson also takes the rotation right there. Good exchange by the two South Africans in the heat right now, so quick lead right there for Thompson with the 4.67.
Yeah, Luke Thompson, we saw him compete earlier this year, right at the beginning of the year at the World Juniors.
Yep.
Where the South African was shredding Oceanside. Here's a replay.
That was sick.
Paul Chow Sampson. And Chow has an interesting story when we talk about Paul Sampson here. He, at a time, was homeless in South Africa. He's living in a cave. Surfing was his way out of poverty. And this man is truly a story of hope, perseverance, and resiliency. This is his first time over to the U.S., Paul, and he's found his way into the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing.
It's not only beautiful what you're saying, but it's necessary in order to inspire other kids like himself to be able to give them the opportunities and know that there's a possibility out there to be able to make it to this point, Kaipo.
This is true. Luke Thompson sets up for there and gets really extended there.
That was rad.
Again, another, the 20-year-old out of Cape Town, South Africa, currently in the lead, and he will better his scoreline with that last ride.
In Cape Town, South Africa, where he is from originally, and when we were down in Oceanside this year in January, he said it was just as cold as Cape Town that week when we were in Oceanside down there. So Kaipo, kid used to a lot of cold water, but he's got ice in his veins too. Look at how cold he was on this one right here. Beautiful rotor, gets inverted on that one, and pulls it off too, so rides out cleanly with a little claim at the end too. That should score well.
Taro Watanabe bringing his style of surfing, a stylish surfer known for his free surfing, but Taro Watanabe lit it up at stop 2 of the Challenger Series, where he made the quarterfinals there in Narrabeen. The 22-year-old from Malibu, California, has been a sensational surfer, so in and out of a jersey. Here's Chow with a quick snap to finish, so this is going to tighten up the heat.
And we're still waiting on a previous score from him too, and he's got him busy. Already 4 waves in the first 5.5 minutes of this one, and you know, just going back to what you were saying about his experience, we have an event next month here in Huntington Beach too, a great day in the Stoke. It promotes, you know, surfing amongst African Americans right here in the United States, anybody of color. September 15th, right here south side of the pier.
Good to know. Luke Thompson, again. It seems like Luke has just been in the theory of just don't wait, keep surfing, and then the numbers will come. And a good number is going to come for him on the previous wave. So wait for one more judge to put his decision in, and it comes through for Luke Thompson at a 6.33. Judges owe us still yet another score for Luke. and the score for Taro and a score for Paul. While we're waiting for all the scores, let's hear from yet another South African, Daniel Emsley with Flick Palmentier.
Amazing heat out there, especially considering the conditions. It must feel good just to get through this first opening round.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was pretty nerve-wracking always being in round one, and waking up this morning to see it pretty flat and small onshore. Yeah, it was super nerve-wracking, and I was feeling it out there, but I'm stoked to make it through.
We were just talking about your equipment. You told me you're riding an epoxy today. Let's elaborate a little bit more on that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm on epoxy. It's a V12. We put a square tail on from Smith Shapes. Actually, I got it for this event last year, and then the day before my heat, I was like, couldn't get my mind sorted. Ended up riding a PU, and that's one of my biggest regrets last year. So this year, I was like, I'm riding an epoxy no matter what in my heat, and it ended up working out perfectly with the small waves, extra speed and float.
Yeah, perfect. And talk me through your mindset in those last couple of minutes. The lead was changing, and there was a few frantic moments.
Yeah, I didn't know what was happening. I was trying to like paddle across to Joe because I knew that Luell was to sit on me, so then hopefully like Luell can block Joe, and then me monitored the big air at the end and those to get the score. So then I went down to the pier ball right to sit on him, which ended up working out good for me because then a bomb came through. But it's just so many micro choices you're making in the heat, and this all adds up at the end. But yeah, I'm happy it went my way.
Yeah, perfect. Well, those micro choices are working out. Back to you guys, and congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Lekker, lekker.
You like that?
I do.
Micro choices, open up your mind. 21 minutes, 45 seconds here, and then all the scores are in now. We got Taro Watanabe with a 4.57 on his opener, and Paul Sampson with a 4.34. Two of them actually to keep Sampson in second place. Luke Thompson kind of running away with the lead right now with a 6.33 and a 4.73.
Yeah, and Sampson has the skills. He just needs to be on a bit of a better wave right here. Thompson on the other side has been on the bigger waves, and that's why he's really reflected in that sense in terms of his scores. Here goes Taro.
Watanabe. Just smooth. Great surfing. And just need a 2.29 to go into second. He's going to do that. Our attention now to Luke Thompson. Finds left and swings it up there, hangs it up there 2 times on the backhand. Rinta Outo, our Japanese competitor, yet to catch a wave. Interesting.
Yeah, and almost 10 minutes have gone by, and at least needing something in the fours to get back into this heat right here, but plenty of time, two-thirds of the heat left, and I just want to say that Taro has one of the most beautiful styles in the world. Like, I could watch that kid surf all day, Kibes.
Here comes Rinta. Nice opening snap. Swings it all the way around there.
Wow.
Oh, and then, just as he was on his way to something decent, slips off the board.
Yeah, and that was unfortunate too because it was unforced right there towards the end. And in the previous heat, we had seen somebody actually make it to the open phase and use a carve, which is a major point of difference today, Kaipo. Everybody's going in a lip, much shorter turns. Right here, if you're able to get an open face and actually capitalize on it, it makes something so much more different out there look beautiful. In that sense, that's where I think Taro, if he's able to get something like that, he's going to look for an excellent range score, as seems like Thompson's going to drop another hammer right here.
Score in for Luke Thompson, a 5.97, and he improves his score line. The number for Taro Watanabe, his backup score, 5.07. So it's Taro and Luke Thompson, who's on your screen right there, in the advancing position. Let's take a look at this 5.97.
Yeah, so nearly a 6 right here. A lot of water being thrown around on the first carve right there on the backhand, and beautiful stuff with the completion on the second turn as well. So this comes in as a 5.07. I mean, really a smaller wave, but because of the flow, he was able to fit in the 3 turns consecutively. Real tough to do out there right now, Kaipa, and we're just talking about a kid who has a lot of talent, and I think the most important part about it is his style that is integrated into the flow of the surfing.
You may ask, Mitchell, how does Taro Watanabe have such good style? And I think, Mitchell, part of the answer is that Taro Watanabe studies wave key.
Yep.
The discipline that's been developed by a great surfer with great style in his own sense, Brad Gerlach. So that wave key approach, talking about biomechanics in certain maneuvers and how your body works most efficiently for those maneuvers, the basis of wave key is employed by Taro Watanabe. Here comes Chow. And just down the line, so not much on that waves. But back to that, I think it's no mystery why Taro has such good style.
100%. And what Brad does is that he mainly focuses on the mechanics on land, so that way you eventually apply it to in the water. And not only is Taro one of his great disciples, Wheeler Hasberg, who's coming up through the rankings, also another kid that goes through the Wave Key program. I just want to say Brad Gerlach, one of the most underrated minds of surfing overall. And he's a local boy right here at the pier as well.
Yeah. Spent some time in Huntington Beach before moving down to Leucadius, San Diego. So, yeah, good old friend of mine. Always did look up to his surfing.
One of the best in the world at a certain point of the 90s, Kipes.
Runner-up. Oh, and see that. So Paul Sampson, I feel now, needs to take a breath. Needs to just settle it on down because you can see how that was a hectic approach on that last wave.
Well, he's already caught 6 waves, including this one. So, as you said, just needs to, take a chill pill right now, kind of take a step back, make sure that he's on a better wave out there. But when it comes to talent, you can definitely tell that he has it. Has a lot of energy, too. He's been up and down the beach so far in this heat, in the first 14 minutes of it. And just an unforced error right there. Was looking for the completion of the rotation. Just needs to improve on one of the 3-4-3s, though. I mean, I know he needs a low 6 right now, but as soon as you do that, the requirement changes, your mind frees up a bit more, and you're able to get on a much better wave out there, Kaipo.
Yeah. I mean, as much as and I've said it so many times, I don't want to say it again, but I do.
It's challenging. And
as much as surfing's physical, it's actually more mental. Because a lot of times you see some of the surfers who surf the best, or the guys who are like kind of like dial-a-bomb that waves come to them. It's just because they have a strong mind.
Well, and they're making sure that they're in the right place at the right time, too.
Right.
Like, if you look at John Florence, who's had an outstanding year, he's #1 in the world. He's always been on the right waves when he's needed to be in certain heats. And, I know despite the numbers not adding up in terms of the final conversion, he's still #1 in the world for a reason.
He was #1 in this heat, and just a throwaway there for Luke Thompson. Luke's been pretty busy out there as well. That's his 6th wave ridden.
And another point about that, when you bring up, you need to realize that at this point, in an event like this, everybody's talented. Everybody's good. It's the minute and minimal decision-making that'll get you through heats. So efficiency is one thing. Intelligence and emotional intelligence is probably the most important factor out there in a heat like this. Are you able to control yourself in a 30-minute period and be selective in the 2 best waves out of that 30-minute period?
Yeah.
Sounds much easier said than done, obviously.
Especially for, someone like Paul Sampson out there. First time to the U.S. It's a big event. Lots of eyes on you. Big loudspeakers, giant screen on top of the pier that you can see yourself on. All of this activation happening here at Huntington. It's busy, right? And it's a lot of pressure.
But another thing that you've brought up multiple times, eventually you have to go through HB.
Yeah.
So if you're able to go through HB unscathered, unrattled, and get through at least a couple of heats here, you can go to Pipe and do the same thing over there. You can go to Tahiti and do the same thing over there.
A little different, but yeah, I get you.
Wave-wise, yeah. But the environment, it should be the same kind of approach that you're going to have to an event like that,
Yeah, 5 decades here of competition and some huge moments in those 5 decades of professional surfing. Of course, first wave ridden out here, all the way back. You ready for this?
I'm getting a little antsy, but yeah.
1914, George Freeth was the first to surf a wave off of this iconic Huntington Beach Pier. Now, of course, the pier back then had a different configuration because this pier has been broken down and rebuilt a couple of times.
Multiple times, yeah. Well, we got a storm coming this weekend, too, so maybe let's not talk about
it's
getting
super
broken down.
reinforced now. That pier is solid. Okay. 1959, the first West Coast Surfing Championships were held at the Huntington Beach Pier.
65 years ago now.
There was a time when in the summertime, we would have the OP Pro on the south side, and in the wintertime, we would have the Caton Team Challenge on the north side. That was some heydays for Surf City, Huntington Beach.
Definitely was.
You had two big competitions in opposite seasons.
It shouldn't, you know, Northside's better in the summertime, and then they'd have the event on Northside in the winter. You'd be thinking that it would be crossed up that way, but I don't know. That's just me.
Hey, you know what? We'll talk it over this Bonsoy brew break that we're going to take right now. We'll be back with more action from Huntington Beach Pier. It's Luke Thompson in the lead. That's right, we're in Huntington Beach, just a little north of the Santa Ana watershed here on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier, an iconic surfing destination and the playing field for over 5 decades of surf competitions, professional surf competitions here at Kaipagaro, along with Mitchell Salazar, talking you through all of the action. We took a Bonsoy brew break, but during that break, this happened.
Yeah, Sampson, he improved his situation, got his best score, Kaipo, 4.43, so he's back into the heat right here. And then Taro getting the best out of the exchange on the best wave of the heat. A lot of flow down the line for a 717. Look at that turn right there, as compact as possible and really tight in the pocket too. So always surfing in the most critical part of the wave. And once again, style not necessarily integrated into criteria. It adds into the flow, though.
What about spring? That was pretty springy by Paul Chow Sampson. 4.43 for the South African, but because of the big numbers put up by Taro Watanabe, as well as Luke Thompson, Paul needs a 7.81 to get into the top 2. And our Japanese competitor in the white jersey, Rinta Outo, needs a 6.65. There's Rinta.
So I got some info from a friend of mine about Paul Sampson as we look at the replay here. Otto, a 5.6, so his best, a lot of flow. Xanadu Surfboards, he's making a comeback too. Nice to see a couple of riders in the event right here, including Guto and Owen Moss. Seems like he's looking left right now, Kaipo.
Rinta. Trying to connect the dots here. Nice finish. but needs a big number for that 6.65.
Yeah, it's a mid-6 that he's looking for with just over 8 minutes. And Samson had a great season on the qualifying series in Africa, number 3 in the rankings, won a QS event over there in Cape Town, 3rd place in Durban. But Mike Frew, good friend of ours, of the commentary team, he was using used boards and borrowed boards from friends up until the event in Durban. And that was basically his story throughout the regional QS this year. And the wave where he's from in Moisenberg is actually very similar here to HB. But you mentioned perseverance, dedication, like for him to get to this point right here and have success, beautiful stuff.
There was a time that surfer was homeless living in a cave.
Yeah.
And so this is kind of a beautiful story of, like you said, resilience and perseverance and making it, and how surfing changes people's lives, right? Like not just competition surfing, just the therapy and the outlet. No matter how bad things could be around you on land, you can always find escape in the ocean.
That's why surfing to me is not just a sport. It's a culture, it's a lifestyle, and for people that haven't experienced it so far, it changes our lives. And there's a reason why a lot of people here in Southern California work in jobs that allow them to surf quite often.
Whoa.
Samson again, he's relentless, Kipes.
That was quick. Oh,
Woo.
7.81. Judge is going to have to chew on that.
Yeah, so if he improves on the 4.43, it'll make the requirement smaller too. A couple of big rotations right there, smaller wave, but very well done by Samson. And I like what Uto's been able to do on his last few waves. He's been, making sure that he's been improving on each and every one of them. Taro, though, with that best wave of the heat, though, Kaipo, him and Thompson are in a really good spot to advance right now.
Judges came in quick with that last score for Paul Thompson as a 4.7, so not enough. Another look at it.
But it is his best, and I mean, he barely had any speed just to be able to get that rotation, and judges don't necessarily like seeing that kind of hopping right there, which is pretty common here in HB, but was able to fit in the second one, so getting close to at least minimizing the requirement right here with 6 minutes on the clock.
A couple things you can do in HB, Mitchell. You can do the Huntington hop, but I prefer the Tom Curran S-turns to get to the inside.
100%. It definitely adds into the flow aspect of it too. Looks way better in the eyes of the judges, and especially when you're making that connection from the outside to the inside, it is much, much better to do that.
And you know what S-turns through the flats, and well, we're going to be watching the relentless is a word here for Paul Samson. Up yet again. Nice fin throw. Ditches the fins out the back. Oh, and unfortunately just catches a rail there.
Yeah, 10 waves now, but, still making sure that he's getting to that point where he's close to getting to 7. Seems like Taro might be having a look here.
Watanabe takes a look, decides not to go.
What about it? The S-turns were you talking about in Hawaii? Were you about to mention?
No, I was just going to say, you know what S-turns through the flats excellently is my Duke IPA Dark Twin.
You're getting a brand new board this week, are you?
No, I already have it, and I've been loving it, and it's been S-turning through all the flats. It's been a pleasure to grovel, because when you have a good grovel board, groveling is pleasure.
Oh, I don't know how we still haven't gotten you a Dark Arts board yet, but Duke IPA does have, Dark Arts connections, so I'll talk to Tony and Justin and make sure that
No, he made me one.
Yeah?
Yeah. I got a thrust. I got the Dark Arts version of my model, the Ants model.
So you like it?
Yeah, but I like the twin fin better for this kind of surf. And you know what? So here's a strange thing about surf competition. Twin fin would go really, really well today. But yet
small center fin though.
Nobody. Well, then it's not a twin fin.
Oh, it's 2+1. It still counts.
No, a twin fin is the word twin means two. So a twin fin only has 2 fins. It's actually one of my pet peeves is when people call their boards twin fins when they have clearly 3 fins on the bottom.
Right.
So
I feel like that's a personal call out towards me because I always ring my twin fin with the +1.
Then you have a 2+1.
Is there ever going to be a heat we don't work together where we don't have like at least a small argument?
No, it's not an argument. It's an interesting discussion. It's engaging. Here's a South African crew. They got 2 people to root for, Luke Thompson and Paul Samson.
Hey, that gentleman right there with the blue hat, that's Rick Blocker, one of the OG surfer right here from LA. Shout out to Rick Blocker. A great day in the Stoke. next month, September 15th, right here in HB.
Nice.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Brandon Benjamin right there to his side too.
And if you want to follow along with Paul's journey, this is his handle on Instagram.
Paul Chow Sampson.
Yep. So you can learn more about Paul and his journey and just, you know, how great surfing is.
Truly. And how it changes people's lives too. Surfing makes a difference in the world, Kaipo.
As much as we want it should be a sport, there's still spirit injected into it in surfing. You know, we can have jerseys and numbers and colors, but unlike a football field or a tennis court, surfing, our stadium is moving in nature, powered by a lot of living things around you.
And it changes every single day, multiple times a day too.
I wrote that down and it's in my little notes in my phone, so I thought it was an appropriate time for me to drop some deep thought over there. I have some weird stuff in here, but that's just
I bet you do. You've been very philosophical today, though. I will say that.
That's just some of it, yeah. What else do I got you here? Oh, I got the Doug Silva mantra for surfing. You ready for that?
I don't know.
Yeah, you're ready for that. It's called surf. And surf means speed, S-E-R-F. Speed, energy, rhythm, and flow. If you just think surf every time before you go surf and you put those elements together, you're surfing well.
Does that come with Doug's haircut included too? Shout out, Doug. Love you, small kind. We need to start changing up our hairstyles a little bit. I feel like we're kind of going back to the old school stuff, you know?
No, have you seen I got sidewalls now?
Your hair looks amazing today. I've already told you off air. I'm getting a little jealous over here.
90 seconds remaining with Luke Thompson out in the lead and complete heat control for the South African. He's got some numbers for the lead, and he also is holding down priority. Second place in second priority is Taro Watanabe, Mitchell. So really, both Thompson and Watanabe have pretty much a stranglehold on this heat with a minute remaining.
Yeah, and knowing Taro, he's very methodical, intelligent, and look at how efficient he's been so far in the heat. 29 minutes gone by, he's caught 3 waves, and he's always built up to his best score towards the last one too. And after that, been very selective. He's making sure that he's using priority in the smartest way possible.
Look at these guys are ganging up right now in Rinta with 1 and 2 priority. They're not going to let him escape.
Well, they know how dangerous he is. Very successful in Japan. He's had, you know, a little bit of struggle here on the Challenger Series so far, but in terms of him being good in these types of waves, this is bread and butter right here, Kaipo. 6.65 is still well within his range. 30 seconds though, and with third priority, looking at the other 2 guys on the outside of the right-hander, they're going to take away the first chance that Rinta's going to be able to get.
Yeah.
Great heat by Thompson. I mean, as I've said before, kid's very talented, has an amazing gear game. I'm really looking forward to him to make the jump into the quarterfinals or better, Kipes.
That's going to be the youngster, Luke Thompson. Out of Cape Town, South Africa, the 20-year-old takes the win, and he's going to move on with Taro Watanabe, both of them enjoying the moment, knowing that they've secured their spot in the round of 64. Back with more action, more surfing. Heitor Mueller, Kolohe Andino, Ryan Huckabee, and Tide Lee Ireland all in the water when we return. The 2024 Lexus GX offered in 6 grades: Premium, Premium Plus, Luxury, Luxury Plus, and all new for Lexus is the Overtrail and Overtrail Plus. The Overtrail grades come with standard 33-inch all-terrain tires and 18-inch wheels. Combine that with a 3.4 twin V6 engine, and you got a driving machine, as we see Paul Chow Sampson coming in and enjoying his time here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
That's awesome, dude. Look at all the support that he's getting right there from fellow South Africans. Also a lot of local people. Daniel Ensley, Luke LePront down there. Got a brand new heat in the water, Kaipo.
We got Heitor Mueller out of Brazil against the veteran former C-Tier Kolohe Andino, Ryan Huckabee from the East Coast, and Tide Lee Ireland, another South African, making up this 4-surfer heat. Top 2 advance into the round of 64.
Yeah, Mueller, number 3 in the QS rankings in South America last year, was able to win an event in Peru and also make a final in Maresias. Kolohe Andino, we all know about his success both on the championship tour and especially as an amateur out here in the U.S. Funny enough, Kaipo, we have 2 surfers out there who have been captains of the USA Junior team. Kolohe Andino and Ryan Huckabee at one point was also the USA Junior captain.
I did not know that. Yeah, Kolohe Andino, 11 years on the championship tour. Brother was a great American hope for all those years on the championship tour.
Yes, he was.
Back in the competition jersey here, a husband, a father, and the leader of the San Clemente crew that have come on strong in these last couple of years.
Yeah, and what he's been able to do with the community down there in San Clemente too. He runs, you know, the event, the 2% Classic over there at north side of San Clemente Pier, which was just actually maybe a little over a week ago. Not only has he done that, he's brought the community together with the integration of San Clemente board riders into West Coast board riders too. So awesome to see him in a new role in life.
Here's Tide Lee Ireland. I like the pink board.
I know. It's a pretty nice airbrush right there. Might have to go for that later on. Should be a pretty decent number right here given the conditions.
So the 21-year-old Tide Lee out of Durban, South Africa. This is his 4th Challenger of the year. He has not made it out of this round as of yet, so this is going to be a breakthrough if he is able to. Heitor Mueller pops it up, puts it down. That's what we expected from the blazing Brazilian Heitor Mueller. Redirect the other way. Talk about some light feet here to make the connection and a reward on the inside.
I like that board too. It's a carbon board. Might be, you know, one of Rusty's special ones too, but talk about a kid that has talent, emotional intelligence, high IQ in a heat too. Did very well at World Juniors this year. He lost to Levi Slauson over there. Last year at the Challenger Series event, got 9th place as a wild card too. Still very young, turned 20 years old just a few days ago. So happy belated to Heitor, but looking good starting off this heat, Kipes.
Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of surfing that you need to bring to Southside Huntington Pier. Just quick and snappy. Score in for Tide Lee Ireland with a 3.33, waiting for the score. Second wave for Heitor Mueller. We're anticipating a decent number after that speedy, light-footed surfing.
I also want to bring up the fact that he had a lot of energy throughout the entirety of the wave. And that's one thing, when it's like this right now, you need to be as energetic as possible. Make sure that the judges are acknowledging that too. Just look at his body language. He's always going down the line, very positive in his movement too. Good rotation right there, and somehow was able to find this double up, and it's because of that board. Usually a lot more buoyancy with carbon boards right here, and to fit in these last 2, very impressive stuff, especially that last one, literally on the sand.
And the 3.33 for Tide Lee.
Yeah, this wasn't bad either. You know, just a couple of setup turns, and then was able to do a bit better right there at the end. Should be a score, you know, that he's wanting to improve on later on in this heat, but as of right now, it's getting the job done.
Tide Lee, man, on that wave had the Luke Egan back knee going. Here he is again, this time forehand. And a sassy slide, but not going to get much for that.
Yeah, it should be a throwaway for him at the end of the heat. And Huckabee, you've seen him before. Kid is very talented, knows what he's doing. They call him, you know, one of the freakish talents of the East, and just seeing him personally as an amateur, the kid really knows how to take it to the air too. So he gets on the right wave. He's definitely a threat to post major numbers with just a single maneuver.
Heitor on the inside here. And there was not much of that wave.
Staying active though, getting to the point where the tide's getting much higher right now, and there is quite a bit of coefficient in terms of the low tide and the high tide today too. So gotta be aware of that. Gotta get busy early on and make sure that you're actually getting your scores in the first 10 to 15 minutes.
Well, let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks for this heat, and overwhelmingly, Kolohe and Dino with 71% of the fan picks. Thank you, Pacifico, and you can join in on all this fun. Go to worldsurfleague.com, pick a heat, pick a surfer, make your pick. We'll get all that data, compile it, and give you the Pacifico fan picks. What do you think about the picks, Mitch?
Pretty obvious that Kolohe is the favorite, no doubt, especially with his success here in the past. Semi-finalist multiple times at the Open, and given that he's never been able to win this event, I feel like this could potentially be the year.
How do you keep your wetsuits white? I'm always blown away by surfers with white wetsuits. How do you keep those things clean?
I don't know. I asked the same thing about Kelly for years.
Amazing. Here goes Kolohe. Little off, but finds some energy down the line and a big slashing finish. So a little bit off at the beginning, but made up for it at the end.
He definitely did. And, you know, for people that don't necessarily follow surfing year-round, what he was able to do, that last 2/3 of the wave was very impressive. Just the speed he was able to keep down the line. And, you know, it's those boards that a lot of these kids are riding nowadays. I believe that's a Black Sheep by Mayhem. You can see right there. Gets a little stuck, as you were saying, on the bottom turn. But see the energy and the speed that he gains down the line right there for the last two. Like, that is very difficult. To be able to garner that speed and be able to capitalize with the one section at the end. Great stuff by brother.
He's got a spring-loaded Mayhem, looks like, Mitchell.
He does. And to answer the white wetsuit question, maybe he just gets a brand new wetsuit every day or every session.
No, you can't.
Could be. I definitely couldn't keep it as clean as it is right now.
My black suit's dirty.
Exactly.
Kolohe comes in with a 6.17. Highest single wave score goes to the veteran Kolohe Andino with that quick surfing on the backhand.
I always thought, though, only Kelly was allowed to ride white wetsuits.
That's why they call him brother. Actually, they call him rascal because that's what Kolohe means in Hawaiian. And that was a rascally wave that he was able to wrestle down there. A 6.17 for the left, and it looks like he's going to get a great backup for that right.
And a really smart strategy, too. It goes to show you the experience that he has of competing here. Went left into the pier bowl, and on the paddle back out was able to catch this wave under priority 2. How's that rotation? Inverted, tail high. Great stuff right there by brother.
Oh, yep. 6.73. Kolohe's starting to run away with it. And so all of you on the Pacifico fan picks,
You're
71% of you look like you're right now. But Heitor Mueller wants to change the odds. Fades left, goes right. Kind of a bad decision.
Yeah, and in the priority rotation he was in, too, might have been a mistake right there, as it seems like Kolohe again.
Brother skipping down the line. That's how you surf small waves. Wow.
That's how you surf, period.
Brew, Luke Thompson. He's on to the round of 64, Flick.
He is, and I mean, there must be something in the water going on in South Africa. Last heat when we had Daniel, now it's you. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, it's super cool to go back to back with Dan. He's like my best friend. We're traveling together. We got a big South African crew here. We've all been having so much fun. We haven't even been thinking about the contest. We've just been enjoying our time here, like surfing Newport, tanning on the beach. Like it's like 5 degrees where we live. So when we come here, it's like a dream. So we've just been spending like every day maximizing like the full day. So yeah, I think the momentum was just kind of going for us, and it's pretty cool to get it done like straight after him.
Talk to me. You rocked up this morning. Conditions are obviously very challenging. What's your mindset going into this morning's heat?
Yeah, I thought today wasn't even going to be breaking. So yesterday when I surfed, I was like going on every small wave I could, like just mega grinding. And
and I'm like a little bit heavier, so I was thinking like, oh no, tomorrow's going to be small, I'm going to have to get on the sets, but it's pretty similar to where I grew up. So yeah, I just kind of came here, just like kind of went out there with like a plan and a goal and try to execute it as well as I could. And yeah, I mean, it sucks to have another South African in the heat with me, but yeah, it's a hard thing. You just gotta get your job done.
Well, congratulations. The plan was executed and you're on your way through to the next round.
Can I say hello to?
Yeah, of course.
And I just want to say hello to everyone watching at home. Thanks for all the support. You guys are amazing. Thanks for the messages, and yeah, missing you guys.
Back to you guys. Good luck in the next round.
I love that interview. That's pretty good.
How can you not love him?
Yeah.
He's awesome.
Channing in Newport.
It's true.
It's
That's
a
what you do
beautiful
in
beach.
Newport.
Yeah, it's Echo Beach, man. Another South African here. Ty Lee, Ireland, tosses that one up. So needs a 3.85 to go to second. Looks like he just did that. The answer back. Well, actually, this is Ryan Huckabee trying to get into the conversation. Ryan's been quiet. That was his first wave.
Yeah, and Huck riding a synthetic 84 by Timmy Patterson. It's an epoxy. Was definitely looking for a better ride to start this heat off, though. Luckily for him, still plenty of time. But that air of Ireland was, you know, the exit point was a bit odd, but it made it that much more exciting when he actually rode out of it. So I'm feeling like this should be a pretty hefty score right now, Kaipo.
You know why that model's called the synthetic 84?
No.
By Timmy Patterson? I believe that was Timmy Patterson's original surfboard label.
Okay.
Synthetic. I could be wrong. If someone wants to, you know, surf nerd out with me.
You have Timmy's number?
No.
Probably ask Joe for it.
But I lived in Dana Point for a number of years, so I know a little bit about that. Here we go. Tide Lee. So judges are going to owe us 2 scores for the South African right now to set the situation. And the score for Ryan Huckabee. And it looks like Heitor Mueller's finishing off yet another wave. So rapid fire and all the wave surfing, so judges are going to have to play some catch up.
Yeah, and 16 minutes to go. There's still a good amount of time right here. And waiting on the 2 for Ireland, as you said, Mueller waiting for 1. And Kolohe's just surfed an excellent heat so far. Couple of 6s, was able to get that in less than a minute. Then look for the 4.1 afterwards, did not improve. But as of right now, you're out there with priority, still half of the heat to go. You're in a great spot to advance, and not just that, you've made sure that everybody else is very aware of what you're capable of doing in a 30-minute heat, Kipes. Got to remind people every now and then who you are, what your name stands for, and how long you've been around.
This is true. So, well, the previous wave, that air reverse for Tide Lee, it comes in at 5.7. And we need another number for the South African. And let's just get caught up on some replays.
Ooh, that was nice. Solid air right there with a good amount of hang time for Mueller as well. And this is the last one of Ireland. A couple of solid snaps on the backhand, so he's still in second place, but we are waiting on the last of Mueller, and this is the rotor. I mean, just the hang time alone, the projection, and I really like the rotation too. It was almost a full rotor, so gonna score well.
And he's back up and riding lifetime. This is going to be his 8th wave ridden. So again, judges are going to be playing catch up because there's so many waves ridden right now. We need 2 scores for Heitor Mueller. We still need a score for Tide Lee Ireland, and Ryan Huckabee also is owed a score.
Dude, and Kaipo, just how good is surfing right now? I mean, look at the challengers. It's the round of 80.
And everyone's
majority of heats have been competitive and close, you know, so we're just at a great point of surfing, and overall, good to see all the regions standing out too. This is the 2.23 of Huck, so really going to be a throwaway for him at the end of the heat. He's looking for a couple of scores much better than that.
Kolohe with priority is going to let Ryan go on this one. Huckabee, another wave that's pretty horizontal. It does get that slash on the end.
It's a big dude.
Yeah.
6'3", 205. Knows how to throw a lot of water around, I can tell you that. And did sustain a big injury towards his face. Skeleton Bay right after the event in Bolito. 21 stitches. Oh. Fully healed now.
That's some quick healing. That seems like that didn't happen.
It's pretty closed, yeah.
Yeah.
Seemed like just a good amount of scar tissue, but, you know, nothing major happened to anything around that area.
Oh, that's good. That's a pretty remote location.
It is.
And it's not a secret spot anymore. It seems like every time there's a swell there in Namibia that people are heading over to those draining left-hand barrels.
I've been waiting for your call to go.
We could go.
I thought, you know, it was going to be...
I haven't had much time off, but we could go.
Nice, you know, bonding time, uncle, nephew.
Yeah.
Goofy footers, barrels. Sounds like a good time to me.
I like warm water, but yeah.
So do I. But with a wave like that, I'd be willing to put on a 5-4.
This is a 4-1 for Huck.
And really, the majority of the points coming off of that last turn, too. Really accentuates the wave with that throw tail right at the end. Solid stuff right there for Huck. And back in the heat, I know he needs an 8 at this moment, but that's attainable by his standards. And eventually, if he's able to get rid of the 4.12, minimizes the requirement afterwards.
Oh, Chloe Andino with an efficient approach. The veteran out there, 3 waves ridden, and he's in the lead. Heitor Mueller in second place, opposite approach. 8 waves ridden. Heitor's in second and advancing position. Tidely Ireland needs at 6.41 to get into second. And like you said, Mitchell, Ryan needs to go excellent. He needs an 8 if he wants to do it on 1 wave to go into second
And
place.
it would have to be the first excellent score of the day, too. We've seen a couple of high 7s so far. But Challenger Series level, to get an 8, you really got to do something impressive. And Huck looking left right there. He's going to kick out real quick. And I think right now we're about to hit the high tide, you know, just under an hour away. And you got to be aware of your surroundings and where those peaks really are breaking in terms of consistency, Kaipo. So 11.5 to go right here. Need to be on a set wave soon.
Yeah, that's right. 11:28 local time here in California. I think the high tide's at 12:04, so we got another about half hour of filling in tide. Heitor Mueller.
Ooh.
Mueller pops it and puts it down. We're going to catch up with the scores after this break. Stay tuned for more of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Chloe Andino's ripping.
Went down to find yourself. Went down. Went
Sunbender, classic new band out of San Diego with their track Peru. Sunbenders going to be playing right here on the sand, on the Hurley stage, Friday, 1 p.m. Start the weekend early. Get down here to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. There's the Hurley stage. And before the break, we were waiting for the score for this wave. I can tell you that this is a 6.53, Mitchell.
And it took him to the lead to the big snap into the rotation right there. Solid stuff.
This happened during the break too.
Well, Kolohe's been on a tear, and it just seems like his strike rate in terms of landing these airs is as high as ever. 6.27 right there, Kaipo. Still in second, but he's slowly been improving on his scores. And both Mueller and Andino with at least 13 points in terms of the scoreboard. So great stuff so far by them.
Yeah, and you know, hey, these first couple rounds in the Challenger Series, 4-man heats, you don't need to win them. All you got to do is be in the top 2. It doesn't matter until you get to the head-to-head portion. Once we get to the round of 16, then you need to win your heat. So you can kind of get a couple seconds on the way until we do all the man-on-man matches up. So for Kolohe Andino, well done. He's right in there. Big numbers are needed by Tidley Ireland. He's a 7.3, and Ryan Huckabee needs an 8.9 to knock Kolohe out of that second and advancing position.
Yeah, and Tidley Ireland actually got injured a few months before the Challenger Series started. Did a ton of rehab to be able to get back to the point where he is right now, and at this point has the 5.7 for the one beautiful rotation. I mean, he's surfing a good heat. 10.9 heat total by today's standards is quite good, but needing a 7.3 right now, that's a high requirement, and anything above a 6.5 to me today is something that is difficult to achieve. So needs to be on one of the best waves, especially with priority. Has to make things count right here, Kipes.
Yeah, I love your analysis of that. What was Tidley's injury that he had to come back from?
I believe it was an ankle injury.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have kind of a couple of wounded warriors in here coming through.
Yeah.
Ryan Huckabee and then Tidley both coming off of some injuries recently.
And different ones, because you look at Huck, he was over in Skeleton Bay, Namibia. Tidley Ireland at Cave Rock when it was huge, injured his ankle. Yeah, so one of the heavier waves in the region. But goes to show you, whether it's a foot all the way to 20 foot, you can get injured regardless.
So here's Huck building up some speed down the line. And just a nose pick reverse there for Ryan Huckabee.
For a guy that big, to be able to be that flexible is not easy, especially when it comes to your hips too, Kaipo. Just by looking at it, it kind of made me hurt.
Yeah, radical surfing for a large frame surfer, Ryan Huckabee. One more look.
A lot of speed down the line right here. Just a little soft tap right there, and then the nose pick, as you said, especially when you're truly landing with your nose in the water, it's really difficult to rotate with the same amount of speed coming into the maneuver as it is going out of it. So good stuff right there by Huck.
5.07 for Ryan Huckabee, so he's reduced his requirement to a 7.93. Basically needs an 8-point ride.
Which is still attainable. You need to be on the right wave, though. Would have to be either a combination of major maneuvers or one radical maneuver. So has the air game to do so. Needs to be smart about where he's sitting right now, though. Seems like Ireland up.
Kolohe kind of sold this one to Tidley. That was pretty veteran to me. Like, look at the sequence right there, because Kolohe acted like he was really interested in that wave. Tidley had priority, pulled the trigger, but then, you know, the wave, the size, I don't think doesn't have a 7.3 in it.
But if you look at Andino's perspective on it, as a regular footer, he probably could have surfed that wave a bit differently. So as a goofy footer, you're thinking to yourself right here, like, is this really the wave I need to be going on? He surfed it well. I mean, the first two turns aren't bad.
Yeah.
Good amount of spray right there. To me, there was more on that wave towards the end, though. You need to try to fit in at least one more there and make sure that you're getting the score.
Oh. And Andino takes off on that one. Not going to change the situation, though. He's still in a strong second place with 4 minutes remaining. The score did come under for Tidley on that last ride. He's still seeking a 7.3.
Yeah, and an uncharacteristic error right there by Kolohe Andino, too. Especially after selling Ireland on the previous wave.
Right.
Maybe he thought that he needed to go on that one, but just the fact that he didn't pull the air, to me, was a bit surprising. And At this point right now, you're still not safe. He's going to make sure to sit on a peak by himself as Huck, he's looking way down the beach, Kaipo. He's looking still for that high 7 to be able to move up into second. But once again, years and years of competing here at both the highest level and at the amateurs. Kolohe, for a reason, is in this position.
Let's check out our heat recap for heat number 8 in the round of 80. You like surfing? You like ska? Well, that recap was for you. Save Ferris with their track Anything.
It's like mid-90s to like early 2000s right now. Like,
sounded very No Doubt-ish.
I was about to say, I thought that was Gwen Stefani on the mic right there. Orange County local, by the way. She's from Fullerton. Came to the U.S. Open many times when she was a Grom. Maybe it was still the OP Pro back then. Who knows? In with the old, out with the new. That's what I feel like.
Great music is timeless, and so I like still that ska's around. Get me skanking.
Oh, you're going to be over there on the stage in the next few days.
Oh, you should have seen me at Sublime, bro. You missed it. You were in Tahiti.
Were you raging or what?
Oh, 40 ounce of freedom over there at Sublime. You know what I mean? That was a show. On the beach, kicking up sand.
Yeah.
On the Hurley stage, it was a good time. It's a sing-along when it's a Sublime concert, bro.
I'm ready. I'm ready. This weekend coming up, let's get out there.
Yeah, we got Sunbender, 1 p.m. Friday. That's how we're going to start off our weekend. And then we roll straight into the weekend. Then we got the Lexus X Games on the Vert Ramp.
That should be fun.
We're going to have finals day here on Sunday. We're going to have a swell.
Fingers crossed. Everything works out well.
Yes.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Huck right there. Still
Amelia and Fabio need to come through for us.
Yes.
2 tropical depressions.
Well, it seems like we will be having a good amount of south swell in the water the next few days, so really positive sign for the later rounds going on.
Well, Heitor Mueller in the red jersey looking good to come through to the round of 64. He's got first priority, and here he goes. He's going to have a nice lap to the beach right here. No harm, no foul from Mueller. He'll remain in first place.
On a well-served tee, too, by Mueller. He caught 10 waves, had multiple waves above a 5-point ride, though, and then Andino went on a rampage, 4 waves in a row above a 4. And unfortunately for both Ireland and Huckabee, just kind of wave-starved right there towards the end, Kaipo.
All right. Well, we're switching gears when we get back. We're going to have the first round of women's out in the water here at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing.
You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We just finished up the round of 80 for the men, and now we'll kick off the round of 48 for the women on the Challenger Series. Stop number 4 of the year. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Rosie Hodge. A lot of big names hoping to get big points right here at the US Open in front of a real cool, comfortable crowd this morning. And fun little peeks out front flick. We'll see how things go.
Look, it's contestable, but it is challenging out there. There's no doubt about it. It is a little bit on the smaller side, but we've seen really exciting heats so far from that first round of the men's. I mean, some exciting finishes to heats. As we see a paddle here, Philippa
Anderson is getting going through the white water, staying on her feet. She's been around for a very long time, competing and representing Meriwether Beach and Newcastle. Kira Pinkerton out there in the red jersey has also had some major moments. I think what stands out in all of our minds, Rosie, is that Indo trip she took, getting some of the best barrels we've ever seen. And what a way to break the internet, dropping those posts.
Yeah, that was during COVID when many of us weren't traveling. Kira made the trip to Indonesia, and yeah, we were just left to mind surf these beautiful waves she was riding. She's a world junior champ. She's got a lot of accolades to her name, but I think she wants to make her mark here on the Challenger Series.
Also joined by an Olympian in this heat, Yanire Echevarri from Basque Country, the Basque part of Spain. Just a quick flight from Tahiti to represent her country in the Olympics, and now here to compete in Huntington. Here's the replay of Philippa Flick.
Yeah, she's trying to get an early start here, and I mean, really asserting a dominance there, just being like, hey, I'm here, I want this opening ride. And you know what, I think it's kind of important at the beginning of these heats. Obviously, all these women want to get an earlier start, especially considering the waves and, you know, what's on offer this morning. But yeah, spicy little beginning there, only dropping a 3.33, so small score really in context of the heat. And yeah, just starting off the priority rotation.
Some really cool qualification scenarios that could potentially unfold right here in Southern California. The focus will be on Isabella Nichols. She's been there, done that. She's requalified now a couple times and been on tour and had some success. Isabella will automatically qualify if she gets to the final. And then also young Erin Brooks will automatically qualify if she goes on to win the event, Rosie.
I mean, she's no stranger to winning. That performance at Snapper Rocks was just undeniable. You know, Erin's got big expectations. Like, she's done so much in a short amount of time, but to actually win an event at that level and be in the position that she's in right now, it's just phenomenal.
It's been that kind of year, Flick, where it's not just results that we're talking about. We're talking about individual waves that have really been the story of this season.
Yeah, I think the women, you know, have raised the bar of, you know, surfing waves of consequence this year. That has been the narrative this whole year round. And time again, from event to event, we've just seen that level just raise from Erin Brooks, you know, at the beginning of the year at Snapper, to the women in Tahiti, you know, Vahine Fierro winning, Tati's 10 there as well was incredible. You know, even rewind back to the very first event of the year at Pipe with, you know, Katie Simmers getting the win. You know, have Betty Lou absolutely pushing the boundaries, Molly Picklum. I mean, it's really, really awesome to see. But, you know, we talk about that's a big scenario to happen, right, for Erin, but it's within her wheelhouse. Look at the performances she's been putting in, and now has a wild card into Fiji as well. The last event on the CT.
It's so cool. That's going to be so exciting. It all kicks off August 20th. The Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. Final event of the Championship Tour season right before the Lexus WSL Finals. Kira Pinkerton growing up in San Clemente, right by Lower Trestles. Her dad, Jim Pinkerton, had a great competitive career. And we got to see Kira just shadowing all the world's best at CT events. I remember really getting to hang out with her at Karamas when that was on the schedule, and we saw how dedicated she was to learning everything she could from the best of the world.
Yeah, Kira's just such a strong competitor. I think her surfing is amazing, but her competitive edge, she's won a junior title out here at Huntington, so she has some great memories at this place.
Nice clean form on the snap from Pinkerton. Casual approach, not trying to rush anything. Really wanted to put those turns right in the pocket. Well done on that pace. And when you're a next generation surfer in a family that surfs, it's sometimes easy to realize what your parents' favorite wave is with a name like Kira Pinkerton. As we look at this replay here, Flick.
Yeah, so she gets this one little jam in the pocket here, but this wave just tapers off a little bit, so not too much scoring ability after that first opening turn, but the first turn, very strong.
4.83, Kira goes to first. Philippa had the 3.33 opener. Alan McCaffrey just up and out, and Yanire will now hold first priority. Always adjusting your strategy based on the conditions. Tide filling in quite a bit since early this morning, Rosie.
Yeah, we're going to see about 4 foot of coefficient in that tide from this morning, and it seems like with that pushing tide, a little bit more power is entering the lineup, which is really nice as we kick off this women's round. Also seeing that wind out of the southerly direction, southwest direction, so it's got a bit of crumble to it, but that almost forms that little bit of coping for the women to make connection on their turns.
Yeah, sometimes it's really nice to project your turns off a little crumble off the lip. Now running towards the pier, Yanire Echebari putting it together, but she is gonna sink on the finish. Judges love a real tidy 2-turn combination, and she was close on that last one.
Yeah, that wave had all the ingredients there. I mean, it was looking really, really good. It's going to sting that she fell on that last turn. I feel that 2 strong maneuvers out here, you can get yourself up into that 6 range, even possibly higher if they're timed really well. So that's really going to hurt right now.
2024 Challenger Series rankings is going to be focused on the top 5 to qualify for the championship tour. Philippa has always been in the mix as she throws down just a clean snap on a closeout. She said she took all the competitive energy. Her brother Craig went free surfer route. He's got that real cool style, gets barreled, does big airs. And she's like, all right, I'll stick to competition for us and go for gold here in just over about 10 years of putting herself in the competitive arena. Has had a few of those scenarios just slip through her fingers of almost qualifying.
Yeah, she's become so close to qualifying a couple of times. You know what, though? Draw some inspiration from on that men's side of the draw that have done that. You know, you think about your Ramsey Buchheims, your Jacob Wilcox, people who, you know, they could have easily have given up on their dream. I mean, going on that Challenger Series for, 9 to 10 years and finally making the CT. So, she's been at it a long time. She's, well and truly versed at being a competitor, and she's out there in the lead at the moment.
Winner of the last heat for the men's round in the round of 80, Heitor Mueller is on the glass with AJ.
That's right, Joey, and Heitor is coming into this event a bit on a roll. So we're going to do this question in Portuguese because we want to talk about just how much better you've been getting. So 65th, 33rd, 17th, coming in here to Huntington Beach. Você está melhorando os resultados? Como você estava construindo momentum esta etapa?
Bom, eu estou treinando bastante e construindo os resultados na base do meu treino e em casa, em São Francisco do Sul, no Brasil. E é isso, estou muito feliz de ter conseguido mostrar meu surf e com tudo para a próxima.
So he said he's been training a lot at home. He's been working on getting his boards rights for waves like here in Huntington Beach. So he's very happy that the results are showcasing just how great he's been surfing lately. And para você, quais são objetivos para esta etapa?
Bom, meu objetivo é ganhar essa etapa. Estou com o surf no pé e quem sabe entrar pro CT.
Okay, so the goal here in Huntington Beach is to win and qualify for the championship tour, you guys. Back to you.
Thanks so much, AJ. Well done. Taking the win, Mueller moves on to the round of 64. And that was a tough heat, finishing just underneath him, Kolohe Andino. Kolohe, a guy who's held the yellow jersey in the past. He's finished in the top 5 in the world. And that's got to feel pretty good when you advance on together and you got the win. Mueller and Andino set up in the round of 64.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking for Heitor, that's great for his confidence. I mean, Kolohe's no stranger to this wave out here. He's performed so well over the years, and that's got to do great things for his confidence moving through to this next round. And I mean, I was pretty impressed with what I saw from Kolohe too. He looks like he's on point, looks like things are flowing, and yeah, he got it right.
Yeah, it's good to see. I think about Heitor, and when I've seen him compete, Oceanside, the World Junior Champs, he was one to watch. He surprised a lot of people and did so well there. So good to see both of those guys advancing through.
Kira Pinkerton in third at the moment is really happy that she's chosen from the 805 Beer Athlete Booster Program, which covers the Surfers Tour insurance, entry fees, along with an endowment to help fund their journey on this Challenger Series. And also it includes mentorship sessions with 805 athletes like Connor Coffin, Lakey Peterson. Here goes Kira now. Quick whip off the lip, but she can't control it, so she'll be incomplete. But I love the commitment with 805 Beer and WSL to really help fund the travels as we look at the flow now from Philippa Anderson. And pushing hard on her finish. She'll get there early for the completion. And Philippa working her way back out. A tough fall there for Kira. Looked like she lost her board.
Yeah, that looked tough for her too. And also Janir as well, falling on that second turn once again. She found a little left as well, so it's going to be interesting to break these waves down. Philippa obviously getting the best of that exchange. But yeah, a couple of falls from Kira and Janir. Let's have a look at Philippa. She goes straight up into the lip. Maybe a little bit late there, but she gets around the section, throws it up again. The wave sort of dissipates in energy, but another little jam in the pocket. So really milking that wave for everything that it's worth.
And of these three-wave ridden, as we watch Janire going on this left, look at how this wave kind of hits deep water, but she keeps that board working rail to rail. So unfortunate she fell on that last turn, like you indicated. Well, it almost looks like she wasn't wearing a leash, but she gets her board. But yeah, just to finish that maneuver out, but she generated all of that speed through the flat sections and then just hit that little bit of a bobble on the inside. We're seeing a lot of reverb with that tide, with the refraction off the pier. It's a lot to negotiate on that end section.
So Kira Pinkerton in this heat, 15th on the Challenger Series. First event of the season on the Gold Coast ended up being a throwaway. So with 6 events on the calendar, you keep your top 4 in hopes of being in the top 5 positions on the rankings to get on the championship tour. After Huntington Beach, it's all about Ericeira in Portugal, and then finishing up the season at Saquarema in Brazil. So already finishing 2 great events in Australia, coming off an event in Bolito, which saw a big victory for California's Bella Kenworthy. Skyrocket Bella up to number 4 on the rankings.
That was an incredible win for Bella, and just to see, last year she had a great season. She did so well, came close to qualifying, but this year, I mean, it has been the young women that have had the lion's share of wins on the Challenger Series, thinking about Erin Brooks, but for Bella, that's that breakthrough victory for her.
Isabella Nichols with a victory as well at stop 2 in Sydney. So they've got really comfortable positions at the moment in the top 5 picture. We'll keep you posted as things continue. Rolling in here is Kira Pinkerton driving into that first section. Finding waves with just 1 solid turn, so Kira will get a second scoring wave.
Yeah, she's going to lock in that second score. That was a strong turn. I mean, nice flow, no baubles. It was clean. I mean, now that she's got these 2 waves with these 1 turns, basically, the 483 was basically just that 1 turn. She's got to start looking for those, you know, waves that are going to offer just a little bit more room, 2 maneuvers now, and yeah, a little bit more. She'll set herself up for a more comfortable position in the heat.
Standing by for the numbers for Kira Pinkerton. We'll give you the update in the first heat of the round of 48. We'll be right back. IC is breathing life back into each other in nature by providing CPR training and certifications for those in the surf industry, as well as using recycled materials for their new Ivan Florence-inspired frames. And our own Flick Palmetier was able to join in the training yesterday. How'd it go, Flick?
Oh, it went so well. I mean, it was just so good for me to get a bit of a refresher because, I mean, it was an awesome initiative put together by IC, and we have Big Tony down there just putting us through our paces, but so important to be able to know and learn and to be refreshed on, because at any point, at any time of the day, something, you know, could happen from, you know, you could come across a situation and you might need to be a responder, right? And how amazing and how valuable is it to have those skills to be able to help someone and potentially save their life? And for me, you know, and for all of us being surfers, I mean, we're constantly around the beach and people doing, you know, extreme activities. I mean, it's inevitable that eventually we're going to, you know, stumble upon a situation like that. So how good to be equipped with those skills.
Oh, so cool. What a great training program. I see bringing it right here to Huntington Beach. And I think it's good to note, too, you don't have to surf giant waves. It's any type of surf, you know, to protect each other, protect yourselves, and update your CPR certifications are a good way to go. Let's get an update on our conditions down on the beach with the Waxhead.
Well, we're back here 4 hours later. The tide's just about 5 minutes off the full high tide. The wind, we're going up to about 12 miles an hour, so it is going to get a little windier. But hey, it's small Huntington Beach. As you said, Joe, you don't have to surf the biggest waves, but this is like the testing ground. It's going to be like overhead on Saturday, Friday. These surfers can get through this round. It's going to be really good to see what they got to come up with. But on the championship tour, we see it. It's Mother Nature. They're dealing with what they've got really well. We may see some inside connections, though, in the next half an hour with that higher tide. We have a look at the tide up against the pier. All those barnacles are almost covered. But the tide, it'll drain out to a low tide this afternoon at about 5:30.
Good man, Waxhead. Thank you for the update. A lot of different moods you can see at Huntington Beach, but that's the story for every wave in the world. As we look at right-hander setting up for Philippa Anderson. Connects off the top, now out in front, soft shoulder, but throws a ramp in there. Hanging on to her second position at the moment. Chasing down a 5.04. Paddling and holding back is Ella McCaffrey. And now checking out the left, Kara Pinkerton getting caught. Just Waxhead mentioning the pier and the barnacles, just you start having flashbacks of surfers shooting the pier, and there's been some scary wipeouts. I remember Rochelle Ballard on the way to win this event had everybody on the beach holding their breath because she had collisions and she would pick herself back up, right back out in the water, but the left was offering so much scoring potential. The headspace like Rochelle, she was going to do it all day long and ended up being victorious that day.
Man, that pier has claimed some people, some surfboards, some hardware, some fins. You know what? I'm a severe pier avoider. I will happily claim that right now. I have never shot it and I never will. Just risk averse and calculated risk,
Calculated risk. Yeah, I'm not shooting the pier. I have terrible eyesight. To me, that is my worst nightmare. My depth perception, 100% I'm becoming a part of the pier.
So kind of a nice day when you can just not even worry about it.
Oh, yeah.
Conditions today is not forcing you over there.
You don't ever want to be in that position, right? You're taking off on this left. You need a score. It's the end of the heat. And it's just like, uh-oh, this thing's lining up for the pier. I've got to line this up. I've got to shoot it. I mean, what do? You got to go for it, right? But far out. I mean, what a position to be in.
Yes. What a crazy scenario. Pier avoidance. That's what we're all about.
Severe peer avoidance. SPA. I've got SPA.
Oh, sign us up. 8:15 to go. Philippa with third priority. Longtime competitor representing Merriweather and Newcastle. That's been a common theme today, providing so much talent on the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour for a long time. She would know her way around Huntington Beach by now. And in a good position right underneath Kira Pinkerton. Kira has just been finding single maneuver sections, Rosie, but with her power and timing, it's paying off right now.
And that's like a little bit of confidence that she can take out of that as she hears the number. She's in the lead and she's far from doing her best surfing or finding a good wave, I should say. She's doing great surfing, but she needs to find, you know, those two-turn combos. That's going to get you up into the 6s, 7s, 8s. So Kira, she's in fourth priority. maybe she'll hunt down a bit of a peak, but I definitely think when she moves, if she moves through this heat, she's going to have to analyze her wave selection.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I think exactly what you said, Rosie. Good confidence booster, knowing if she banks 2 turns, she's on her way to at least a 6. But, you know, judges, it just tells me judges are appreciating clean, powerful surfing. I mean, she's got a 5 for 1 turn. I mean, that's pretty strong, right? And in the context of this heat, I mean, a 5 is a good backup score right now. And, you know, less than 7 minutes on the clock. Time's ticking down, and very low scores for Janir and Ella right now. Ella's sitting out there with priority, and she's only got a 1 and a 0.5 to her name. She's going to need to get moving.
6:30 to go in this one. Rad Power Bike heat of the day coming up next. Sierra Kerr, a world junior champion, is one of the surfers with a major statement already in her career. Taking on Anand Matsuoka, Daniela Rosas, and also Paige Harem. There's Sierra now. Put her equipment in the locker room right next to her father, Josh Kerr.
I might have to update my profile on Instagram with a shot down of a cup of noodles standing in the noodle pit. Getting barreled in the noodle pit. Might have to go switch stands in the noodle pit.
What an amazing chapter for the Kerr family. We've seen Josh in the top 10 for so many years, known for his airs, from his barrel riding, for taking down the world's best, and now coaching his daughter coming up next, who has a huge future. She's already living in it right now. You look at that surfboard with all the best sponsors in the world backing her, and she's earned every bit of that, you know, for her ability and her athleticism, and also very competitive. Can't wait to see her perform.
Super competitive, and I'm looking forward to it too. I mean, that family's breathing some rare air right now. I mean, they really are. They're just, I've been so impressed with what I've seen from Sierra. I mean, we've seen her coming from a mile away from, you know, various sports, from skating to golfing to surfing. And I mean, you could just tell that, you know, her and Erin have been in the same conversation for a while now. And you know that she, just being the competitor she is, seeing where Erin is, just being like, oh, I've got to get there, I want to be there, you know, that they're in that same conversation. And so this next heat is going to mean a lot to her.
You also start learning a lot too when you're in every press release, when everyone's expecting you to win. You know the depth of talent on the Challenger Series, so it'll be an opportunity for the rest of the field to see if they can outperform Sierra in the Rad Power Bike heat of the day. Kira still holding her lead. Paddling back out is Yanire Echevarri. Yanire looking for a 4.47, and Ellen McCaffrey holding priority. Hasn't really found much and is down to the 4-minute mark. This is when things can get a little bit stressful. Crucial Challenger Series points on the line. Last thing you want is to leave Huntington with a throwaway. A lot of great stories at Huntington. Mentioned Rochelle, but also the Courtney Conlog era. As we watch this one, Philippa really tried to get a bit more vertical. Really surfing that section up. Well done. And now Ella winding up. Important ride, and absolutely nails that backhand drift. Her best so far, 3:22 to go.
Wow. For me, it's probably the single best maneuver of the heat so far. I mean, she's sat and waited with priority for so long. I mean, she's converted, and she's got 3 minutes on the clock to get it back up. For me, that was great.
She channeled her frustration on that wave so well. I feel like she was just that loaded spring, ready to attack on that backhand, and definitely the best turn that we've seen. Looking for that 6.66.
Well, look.
I thought it was a solid turn. We've seen Kira's waves, and that's our comparison going on her forehand, but Ella gave us a lot. Let's first look at Philippa's wave.
Yeah, so Philzy here goes up, hits the lip, gets the fin throw. Just a little bit of a bauble there on the way down. Not a clean landing, but a make. And then out the back, this is the maneuver we're talking about. I feel like this is the best one of the heat. Like you said, Rose, you could really see that frustration. I feel like the only problem now is that there's not much time left on the board as we see Kira there. up for another single maneuver wave. But yeah, Ella's problem now is she sat and waited for so long and she doesn't have a backup. She also she's not in a good position with priority either. You got to be thinking that people like Kira might be holding her off waves right now. So maybe potentially a couple of mistakes made earlier on in the heat.
Yeah, and that's tough for Ella because, like you said, she sat there. She's clearly has the surfing ability, but she's painted herself into a corner by waiting so long to get her campaign started. I mean, she's been so impressive. Highlight moment for me was her winning the Nias event in cranking surf. So yeah, I'd love to see her get a bit of a run here going at the US Open.
And it was cool, her version of a single maneuver option where Kira's have power, but they're shorter, and Ella's are that was more extended. So she gave the judges something new to look at. And when you have more space and more freedom in small waves, it really stands out. Judge is still thinking about it with 1:20 on the clock as we get closer to the Rad Power heat of the day. Sierra Kura, Nan Matsuoka, Daniela Rosas, and a veteran from New Zealand named Paige Harum. Numbers coming through for Philippa Anderson, where she went for that single maneuver, put it a bit more vertical, got loose on the way back into transition. Is hoping to protect that second spot from Ella's commitment to that closeout. So if Philippa improves, Ella's going to need a bit more.
Yeah, it's interesting. You feel that it was a pretty strong turn from Filzy. So got to be thinking that she might improve here. 36 seconds on the clock, and Ella needs to get another wave, really. This is what it's coming down to. She can't rely on that single wave.
Paddling right out front, it looks like Ella could hear you, Flick. It's time to get something. She's got to force it. Nice little connection, even though the wave was flat. She had clean rails in a flat pocket,
man.
and that'll drop her off. Her low score is going to be a 1 Ranger, so she improves. It's going to be just a touch, and we're into the countdown already. This will give a moment for the judges to put their head down and work this one out. Waiting on scores for Kira. She went left at that little stab. Ella's drifting snap turned in a 6.5. Massive number there. And now we're going to wait to see what Ella will get on her final wave. It wasn't much of a section, Rosie, and she's chasing a 3.13.
Oh, man, you just can't help but you held your breath as Ella was paddling into that one, but you knew that it just wasn't going to have enough as you watched her. She gave it her all. I just don't think it's going to be enough. She did have the highest wave of the heat, though, so she's got to take a little bit of an accolade out of that and a bit of confidence.
It's coming down to this wave. Is it a 3.13?
Look.
One more turn.
Yeah, one more turn. It was small. It was gutless. There wasn't much to it. For me, yes, okay, the highest wave of the heat, but the mistakes were made earlier on, just sitting for so long, unfortunately, for her. She's going to know that. She's professional. She's been around for a while. She's won events. But, yeah, tough for her.
Scores in a 2.07. Not enough for Ella McCaffrey. Going down with the best single score of the heat, that 6.5. Philippa Anderson and Kara Pinkerton will move on, taking the top 2 spots of the round of 48. Rad Power Bike Heat of the Day coming up next.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. By Yeti. Built for the wild. And by Sambazon. Bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
You're watching the Lexus US Open presented by Pacifico, and this is what we've been waiting for, the Rad Power Bikes heat to watch. Sierra Kerr, the World Junior Champ representing Australia from Japan, Anand Matsuoka, she'll be in blue. Daniela Rosas, she was on the Olympic team for Peru in Tokyo 2020 to back up Sofia Milanovic, the world champ. And also out there in the green, Paige Hareb, longtime CT shredder, competing here in the Rad Power Bikes heat to watch. And on Matsuoka, kicking out of her second wave. She got one during the break. And Paige Hareb also got a quick start. Nothing crazy as far as numbers are concerned. But important for the priority rotation. Sierra, Daniela, waiting for the right wave to commit. Top two move on to the next round. You got to pace yourself through the marathon week all the way to finals weekend with a big reward of prize money, points on the Challenger Series, and better surf. Paige Hareb connects with a nice little backside snap. Nice patience. We've seen her throw down that turn for years. As she gets on the board, let's catch up with Kira Pinkerton with AJ.
Yeah, Kira, getting us started here with the women at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. For you, coming in here, you've got a few good results under your belt recently, those para nights. How are you carrying that momentum here into Huntington Beach?
Yeah, I'm trying not to think too much about it. I feel like if I think too hard about the results I want, it doesn't always come back. So I grew up surfing here. I know what the wave's like. It's always changing, and big or small, you kind of have to grind anyways. So just trying to keep my confidence up is what I've kind of been doing the last few weeks, and then yeah, just kind of grinding it out.
With knowing this wave so well and knowing that it can always change, what do you rely on as someone who has seen so many faces at Huntington Beach? What do you rely on in the heat to figure out which of those faces you want to surf?
Yeah, I feel like there is like certain spots where the waves come in here, and we've kind of learned that over the years, just coming here for contests almost every weekend. I think just making sure you're staying busy out here is super important, because you can get stuck in a rut and the waves won't come to that spot and they'll just come in a different one. So yeah, just keeping, I feel like, your pace up and then don't look unhappy on a wave is probably the best thing. Like, they like to see excitement, I feel like. So yeah, making a 1 foot wave exciting is probably the best bet.
I think it's a pretty solid one. Congratulations, see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, AJ. Great job to Kira Pinkerton, using her power to get some scores to take her to the victory, and adjusting well, just a single maneuver. Sometimes it's nice to simplify your mind and just do one big major. So we see a nice finessed out little wrap. Daniela Rosas frames it up again. Now floating the next section. And out is Sierra Kerr. Paige Hareb finishing another little backside snap, and she's starting to build on her numbers. A 1, a 2 Ranger, feeling out her equipment, surfing in so many heats around the world. But the one we want to talk about, the final at Margaret River with Rosie Hodge years back.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that was fun, Joey. Great. I mean,
Making a
we were in
final.
Felicity's neck of the woods, Margaret River. I love that place. So yeah, it just felt pretty at home.
To be in a final of a major event and then to be able to share it with Paige, how cool is it seeing her longevity where she's still committed to competition surfing? That's really incredible.
And it was only a few short years ago we saw Paige back on the championship tour. So she's been at it. I mean, she was on the championship tour when I was on it, fell off, came back. She's had a number of injuries. Yeah, she's such a tenacious competitor and extremely tough.
Such a familiar name, familiar face that is just celebrating so many great moments in her career, traveling to Indo recently, picking up wins kind of at this side of her career. They almost mean more now when you're reminded that you can still compete with the best in the world.
I think so, you know, and look, the longer you do this sport, the more you realize, you know, you surf when you're a junior and you win quite a lot, like if you're good, right? But then the more as you advance throughout your career, you realize that winning, unless you're in that very few percentage at the top, it ain't happening that much, right? And it's serious though,
Yeah.
right? Like there's only one winner at the end of the day, and like, yeah, you can say, okay, made it to finals day, that's great, you know, quarterfinals onwards, I'm stoked with that. But at the end of the day, there's only one winner, and I think when you've had the longevity that Paige Harrop has had on tour, and you know, competing from the championship tour down to the Challenger Series, the regional qualifying series, to still be able to do it at this level is super inspiring. And of course, yeah, winning at an event like NIAS, I mean, you've got to be I think you become more appreciative for your wins because with, you know, age comes maturity and a bit of perspective, and I think you just really realize like how beautiful this life is. It's a pretty charmed life. Saying that, hey,
Yeah.
I get to go surfboard riding around the world. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
And I think that's what it is. Paige, like, she loves it. She lives for it, and she's like enjoying that experience, almost like, you know, a Sally Fitzgibbons, where she's been on the tour for so long. She's enjoying that experience. She relishes the challenge of competing, but it is so true. I mean, you get beat up in the sport. Like, the losing can take its toll on you. The close heats, I mean, Paige and Philippa Anderson, they're staying together.
Yes.
Their car got broken into in the parking lot here. Their cell phones, their wallets got stolen.
Oh, no.
You know, so they've had their ups and downs, and they roll with the punches, and they love what they're doing, and yeah.
It's all those things that maybe you're not seeing in a heat. That goes with it's life, right? When you're just traveling around the road, your boards break on the airplane, you're trying to make friends in places you've never been before. The life of a pro surfer is really rewarding, but can also be testing at times. As we look at Paige up and out, representing a place called Taranaki, and kind of like the Sofia Milanovic impact of the tour. All of a sudden she's on tour, she's such a legend, events are happening in Peru that you got to benefit from, and then Paige Harrop's on tour. New Zealand's like so proud of her, and there's championship tour events popping up on her home break. How cool is that?
That was one of the best events in Taranaki. Like, it was like a mobile, we could go to these different locations, and just the community vibe. Like, I think local businesses sponsored each woman on the
right.
tour.
I remember that. Yeah.
And it was so fun. Like, it was really just such a great show, and it was so good to be embraced by the New Zealand community and be in Taranaki and experience what the kind of support that Paige has.
That's so cool. So a local business would be like, I've got you.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I stayed at one of the local businesses' houses that year. I was like, they're like, yeah, we're sponsoring. You can come and stay for free. I was like, oh, fantastic. Thank you.
What a cool thing.
Yeah, so good.
We talk about going to an unfamiliar place, and then they would just welcome you like that. That's a way to host an international surfer. Getting ready to compete. As we look at numbers now for Paige, she was able to earn herself a 5.5. So a solid veteran move to take the lead. Rosas in second. Daniela had those real cool, stylish, kind of framed up wraps, 4.17. And Anand Matsuoka holding priority, needing a 3.78. Our world junior champ, Sarah Kerr, just with a 1.63 start. Talk about the different ways that the sport's been advancing, you know, with wave system or wave pool technologies, but also the jet ski. As we look at Sierra Kerr throwing a little drift, trying to surf that section up. But when your dad is a good jet ski driver, you can get your reps in. You can kind of almost model that repetition that you might feel in a wave pool. And you're doing step-offs over and over again. You actually get to repeat types of maneuvers. You get to get really barreled if you're Sierra Kerr. And Rosie, having Josh with skis, and obviously his talent as one of the world's best surfers, we saw her improve just so fast with that amazing ability to have a ski.
I think, you know, we look at Sierra, she's the complete package because she has that progressive element in the air. But Flick, you were touching on it. The place where I've seen that improvement for the women, we'll get back to that, was Paige on this wave. the improvement with the woman is waves of consequence.
Yeah.
So not only is she doing the progressive stuff, she's got her dad right there with her, who was basically one of the pioneers of like that air show movement. But now in the bigger waves and the waves of consequence, she's so comfortable.
Yeah, you think also too, like, yes, jet ski is so good to just be, you know, getting the reps on the board, but another really valuable thing is just getting comfortable on a jet ski, right? The moment you're on the championship tour, more often than not, jet skis are involved. You know, you've got jet ski assistants, learning how to get on and off that thing, you know, eloquently, efficiently, quickly. That's an art in itself.
Well, I remember one event where Kiala Kennelly, the water state patrol, lost the ski. KK jumps on the ski and rides it back out to the outside for him during the heat.
What a hero.
Yeah, what a hero. So being comfortable on that ski, like, you know, having all your I's dotted and your T's crossed, like, yeah, just water woman.
Wait, you need to be a
What a
crosser.
legend.
Yeah.
Best story I've ever heard.
Oh, man.
Of course KK did that. And she probably DJ'd the party that night.
I wouldn't
Almost definitely.
Kiala Kennelly's made such an impact on the sport of surfing. Absolute charger from the island of Kauai. And got very familiar surfing in the U.S. Open right here at Huntington Beach. Was very well rounded, got very close to winning a world title.
Yeah. Oh, here we go, Daniela.
Daniela Rosas from Peru. Quick turn off there, got the experience of being an Olympian back in Tokyo, and we got Anan Matsuoka. Find a little backside connection.
That was a nice little transition there, like tight transition, like cut that bottom turn in half to meet that lift line, got a bit of projection on like a ugly looking section.
Yeah, you could really tell someone's on a great board, especially when they're in small, gutless surf. You know, you're trying to find equipment that'll help you go fast. Kind of coming off a wave like Tahiti where you're trying to slow down. Right now you're trying to get a little help from your equipment to find speed and a good section. As we look at Rosas, Flick.
Yeah, one turn there, and then out the back and on, just up into that lip line, exactly like you said, Rosie. Able to pivot so quickly up into that little foam climb. You know, there's really hasn't been anyone run away with this heat right now. I still feel that it's so wide open. You've also got Paige sitting out there with that 5.5, but this is still anyone's game as far as I'm concerned. You know, if I look back to that last heat, there's two things I learned. I mean, you don't want to be sitting for too long because, I mean, we just saw, you know, unfortunately, Ella, highest wave of the single wave of the heat, but didn't get through because she sat for too long. And judges really rewarding clean, crisp, powerful one-turn surfing. Like, I mean, the job can be done with 2 one-turn waves if they're timed well.
Yeah, and that was throughout the day. We watched that men's round of 80 and now this women's round. Let's see Daniela Rosas up and riding. But, you know, you can take a lot out of watching that. And as we transition into the women's contest, you watch the heats before yours. You really tune into what the judges are scoring and apply what you've seen and learned throughout the day.
Incredible history at this event. I was thinking when KK won it back in '99, Kiala Kennelly winning the U.S. Open. That's when it had a championship tour rating to it. It's kind of changed over the years from qualifying series, challenger series. There's been specialty events as well.
You know, we talk a lot about, like, this year the narrative has been the women charging, right? Here we go. Looks like Paige is having a look.
Paige loves a nice section on the backhand, and she will just throw it up through the white water. Didn't have a clear entry to commit to, but did well to stay on her feet.
Yeah, I was saying, you know, this year the narrative has been the women have raised the bar, right? But you just mentioned KK or Kiala, and she's really responsible as one of the trailblazers for really putting her head out there and, like, really, she's one of the first to really, I mean, there was women before her too, don't get me wrong, but to really raise that bar, to really charge in waves of consequence, like Tahiti, towing, you know, winning a WSL award in an open category, men or women, like Barrel of the Year, incredible stuff. She really has paved the way so that, you know, she walked so that these women could run, you know. You got your Sierra Coes, your Erin Brooks right now. I mean, yeah, okay, your Molly Picklums, you know, all these girls charging now. Yes, they're the topic of contention, but it wouldn't have been possible without, you know, women like KK.
Well, she lobbied for women to have, you know, an equal event in Hawaii to see the women surf in Pipeline and at Sunset as we watch. Daniela, that was a better ride for her.
Now 13:22 on the clock. Let's catch up with Kaipo.
Thanks, Joe. I'm here with WSL One Ocean, Shiseido Blue Project, Wild Coast, and more importantly, Sage Erickson. We just did a beach cleanup, Sage.
Yeah, it's been amazing. This is the 4th year we've done this initiative. I'm down here with Shiseido, Wild Coast, everyone, WSL Pure, Blue Project. It's all happening. I'm watching the girls. I will say I'm a little bit jealous. I do have that competitiveness in my heart, but you know, getting a little older, got to use my time more wisely, and giving back to the beach that's given me so much is what it's about.
Thank you so much, Sage Eric. And Shiseido, WSL One Ocean for all they do. We have a number of activations and beach cleanups happening here, and this is just the start right here, Joe.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Wow, great to hear everything that you guys are doing on the beach, and also great to see a 2-time U.S. Open champ. We missed Sage on the championship tour. Sage won when it was a QS in 2019. She also won at the championship tour level right here at Huntington in 2017. So her name's all over this event. You could tell it's like she's having flashbacks.
Oh man, that competitive spirit never dies, does it? You could hear it in her voice. It's hard, isn't it?
It's so hard to just push that part of you down, I'm sure. I mean, Sage is incredible. To be a back-to-back US Open champ, like that was an emotional one.
Oh, I mean, to go back-to-back at this event, iconic, absolutely iconic. You know, in your home state, in front of so many of your peers, the community. I mean, that's massive. You never forget things like that. And obviously being down here is bringing up those memories.
Well, I do remember, I mean, Sage was not having a great season on the championship tour. Like, she had her coach that was telling her to believe in herself, and she finally clicked into that self-confidence and that self-belief. And yeah, to take out that win was a huge confidence boost.
Let's get caught up here. Last wave for Daniela Rosas, Flick.
Yeah, this one here, straight up into the lip, gets a release there on the fin, so nice one turn there. You know, I have to say, probably my favorite of the heat so far.
Daniela Rosas, the heat leader, getting a 6-point ride. Paige Hareb to second. Matsuoka now needs a 5.21, and Sierra Kerr looking for a 5.64.
Sierra seems like she's dropped anchor right now. That just got that priority curse. Sometimes it can work that way. You're sitting there with that priority, and you're thinking, oh, I can only take off if it's a really good wave, and it can kind of work against you in some ways, and especially in conditions like this where it's small, it's grindier, and there is those little opportunities sneaking underneath you. Sometimes you can get more work done under priority because you don't have too much expectation on looking for this perfect, you know, in quotation marks, perfect wave coming through today. I mean, Sierra right now, you know, she needs to get the ball rolling. Here she goes.
The World Junior champ throws down a first turn in the pocket, 2 similar maneuvers, and then more of a carve to tail release on a small section. But a good opportunity to throw some variety on the 3rd maneuver. And she'll be using that score. Well done for Sierra to get a nice combination of maneuvers on that inside right. Rosie, she's looking comfortable, knowing that 10 minutes is a long time in a heat like this.
Well, she only needs that 5.64, and that, I mean, that was a really great wave. As we see the replay of it, this had a nice cupped out section for her to work with, and she just stays so tight in that pocket for the 3-turn combo. Haven't seen too many 3-turn combos, and I think this is going to be well rewarded. She's back in the mix.
7.5 for Sierra Kerr, all the way to first. That just bumped Paige Hareb out of contention. Matsuoka trying to come from 4th as she connects on the back end and throws down a cutty in the pocket, hits it off the lip again. This one's just waiting for her to just continue to swipe it off the top. A great read from Matsuoka, chasing a 6.4 for the top 2.
Well, you know what? Sierra dropping anchor was the right thing to do. Man, she waited a long time. That's like nervy. That's like nerves of steel to like hold, you know, and just be like, back yourself here. I know that there's a better wave coming, and converting 7.5. I mean, I'm really impressed with that. And then I mean, I dare say that that's going to be a good score too. So nervous times for Daniela and Paige.
Yeah, this was such a good wave from and on. That first turn was especially spicy as she drifts that tail. And then that third turn right there was really nice. Tapers off a little bit, but just a clean wave start to finish. I mean, this last wave of Daniela, the last wave of Sierra, and then Anon, those were the three best of the heat so far for me when I look at them in what we've seen. But yeah, last year Sierra, beginning of this year, Sierra won that World Junior Championship, and it was so easy for her, like incredibly easy to move through those rounds, dropping nines, win that title, and you're like, how is this gonna
translate
on the Challenger Series? And she hasn't had it all her own way. Like, could this be the start of her campaign?
Sierra Kerr locking in the 7.5, and On just locked in a 6.5. They're the top two at the moment as we go to a Bonsoy brew break. Next stop on the championship tour, we celebrate the return of Cloud Break with the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy, kicking off August 20th. Everybody is so excited to see a world-class wave back on the calendar for the World Surf League Championship Tour. Remember, it's going to be a big one for Kelly Slater as a wild card on the men's side, as we hope that we see it absolutely firing in paradise. And also, big announcements with some big names entering the field. Sierra Kerr, a wild card, will take on world number 1, Katie Simmers, and the rookie from San Clemente, Sawyer Lindblad. And how about Aaron Brooks getting the call up as a wild card to compete against silver and gold? Caroline Marks and Tatiana Weston-Webb fresh off the final in the Olympic Games. And Caroline, the reigning world champion. All kicks off August 20th. Can't wait.
Goosebumps, right? Like, automatically, I just can't wait for this. Fiji, you know, it's a bucket list place for most surfers. You start surfing, you become obsessed with it, and you automatically have those places that you just want to tick off the list. It's one of them. And to know that we're going to be able to see, you know, the next generation, the future of surfing out there, Sierra, as we're looking at her right now, and then also Erin, who we know what she's capable of. And you know, I know that she did a trip to Fiji at the beginning of the year, right before Snapper, and it was bombing, right? It was big, and she was charging. May or may not have seen a photo or two, and
seen evidence.
Look, she's matched up, I know, against a gold medalist and a silver medalist, but okay, she's already locked some serious time out there.
But also goes to illustrate that there are no easy heats on the Women's Championship Tour.
No.
Like Katie Sawyer, Sierra Kerr.
Oh, man.
Like, and they're so well prepared as wild cards. It's
I
like,
know.
They're going to send it.
Exactly.
That's like the stage that they would dream of. They're already ready for a wave like Cloud Break.
I mean, Sierra's probably got a beret named after her. Yeah, like, to be honest, like...
This is the thing, right? Like, it's just so incredible, these amazing opportunities that both Sierra and Erin have been, you know, exposed to. We'll get back to that and on.
Throwing down a little backside turn. She was able to be patient. She picked off a running right that guarded the 6.5. That one stopped short. Trying to improve on a 3.77. The surfers in 3rd and 4th have the top priorities. They're looking for 4 Rangers, so it's far from over. Last score, Anand does not improve, as we'll enjoy the recap of heat number 2.
When I say I can't stop, man, I really mean it. Was already at the top, it was so scenic. Man, I was really at the top, boy, you should have seen it. But I couldn't keep my nose clean, no Kleenex. They know that I'm a real one, no fraud. And I believe in second chances, on guard. A couple years ago, I could barely pay the rent. Now I'm thinking if it makes dollars and it makes sense.
Jamming in that recap. Sounds from Mad Child and Michael Bradford. Song's called You Don't Stop. Sarah Kerr coming off her 5th wave ridden in the matchup. Trying to improve on her low score of a 3.33. Living a life of Australia and Southern California as we look at a right-hander for the veteran from New Zealand, Paige Arab. 2 turns. First one off the lip, second one off the closeout section, but it opened up a bit for a little slash on the inside corner. And now Daniela Rosas, the Peruvian. All turns to keep herself heading towards the beach. So Paige with a 2-turn combo is looking for a 4.78. Rosas looking for a 4.28. 90 seconds to go.
I mean, you know, both Daniela and Paige chasing scores. Probably going to need to watch Paige's again to just get a good idea if I think she's going to get this score or not. Early indications from me are suggesting maybe not, but probably need to have another look. But, I mean, it puts Sierra and Anon in a good position right now with, you know, Anon with first priority, Sarah with second. Let's have a look at Paige. Gets up into the lip. Oh, nice first turn. That last one, she was a little bit late there. Stays with it. She just know that she thinks that this could potentially be her last roll of the dice. So another little carve, and Daniela.
Yeah, Daniela also just needing that 4 Ranger. Unfortunately, this wave kind of tapered off for her. She's got to kind of work it over. But yeah, in the context of the heat, I just don't think we're going to see that number get it for her as we hear the beach announcers.
If they don't get it, it'll be really tough too, because they don't have priorities, so there'll be some defense played against them. Last for Paige Arab, the 4.27, not enough. Last for Rosas, a 2.73 throwaway. Both surfers stay in 3rd and 4th. And they've gained new friends without priority.
It's interesting because that one set, the wave that Sierra got and the wave that Anon got, that completely changed this heat and flipped it on its head.
This one just a little too late, but Sierra just finishing off her last wave of a nice, comfortable performance. The World Junior Champ, a 7.5 was her high mark for a nice win to move on into the next round, and her dad, Josh Kerr, will celebrate a great performance in the Rad Power Bikes heat to watch. Round continues with more action at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Bring in Kaipo and Mitch for the call.
Sierra Kerr coming out of the water after a heat win. Dad Josh with the download. And we're downloading a little bit more information to you because we got another heat in the water here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. That's right. Thanks for joining us. The show continues here. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar. And we got some great action. This is our opening day, opening rounds for our Challenger Series. Stop number 4 on the Challenger Series.
We got some great glasses on, too.
I
Got us
see
the
you. I see you, Mitch.
I like these ones. I feel like I'm very color coordinated today. I went green, I went blue, and then I went red. Multiple colors.
Actually, there's maroon. Nanaho Suzuki rings the lunch bell. It's a little after lunch, but just went 12 o'clock on that turn.
Yeah, she did, and it's going to be a good start. Kika having a look here. Kaipo, she's up.
Francisca Veselko, a world junior champ, is out in this heat. And we actually have 2.
Back-to-back.
Yeah, we actually have 2 Portuguese surfers in this opening round heat. We got Francisca Veselko, but we also have Mafalda Lopes, both hailing from Portugal, different sides of Portugal. Ariana Ochoa from the Basque Country is also out there, and we already saw the opening ride for Nanaho Suzuki.
Yeah, Suzuki, longtime competitor on the QS in Japan, as seems like Ochoa had a wave up and riding. Surfer still in her mid-20s, and she's won multiple QS events, including one in Israel a few years ago. Veselko, the former world junior champion. Same thing with Sierra Kerr in the previous heat Kipes.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, Sierra Kerr, our 2024 world junior champ, and Francisca Veselko, our 2023 world junior champ. And that's Nanaho Suzuki, the 21-year-old out of Japan with a big snap.
Yeah, and she has a great style, too, especially for these kind of waves. She can get really low and centered. And I think one thing that'll impact the most in these kind of conditions is just really maximizing the few opportunities that you have out there. Right now, she's got 2 waves already in the first 4 minutes.
And if we were in Japan, Mitchell, we would actually be saying Suzuki Nanaho.
Yes, we would.
Hi. How do you want to call this heat?
Feel like we're in the western part of the world, so Nanaho Suzuki would be better.
Sounds good. Just want to check.
I mean, we call Kanoa Igarashi and not Igarashi Kanoa.
There you go. Applied logic. Nanaho took the lead with a 5.67, the single highest wave score. Mafalda's in first by way that she has 2 scores and a full score line, but that will change once Nanaho catches another wave. So great start for our Japanese competitor. Of course, judges owe us a score for Francisca Veselko, as well as Ariana Ochoa. Oh, and the backup for Nanaho Suzuki. So a little bit of catch-up. That's kind of been the theme of the day, with a lot of waves being ridden in these 4 surfer heats.
And especially, we just passed the high tide too just a little bit ago. You're seeing a decreasing swell throughout the day and a decreasing tide right now. You got to get busy early on, and we've seen too many surfers play catch-up at this point of the day, and you want to make sure that you're at least close to the 10-point range in the first 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah. Well, we talked about Francisca Veselko, and here she is. Goes by Kika from Carcavelos, Portugal, right there near Cascais. Number 19 currently on the ratings coming into this event. She's our 2023 World Junior Champ.
And she's had a couple of great years back-to-back, too. Always been, really close to qualifying, especially over there in Brazil at the last Challenger Series of the year. Was born in Irvine, about 20 minutes from here, Kaipo. Father Joe, right here from Huntington Beach. Older brother Joey just graduated as a chiropractor. Congrats to him. And younger brother Jamie here at the event, too. Also a great surfer.
Take a look there. Ariana Ochoa with a little bit of mistimed on the turn there, so she just kicks out. Nanaho Suzuki did get a backup for that opening 5.67. So Suzuki out in front. Mafalda Lopez in a second place, but Francisca Veselko just needing under a 3-point ride to turn the heat. Here's Mafalda. Kicks it away. Not going to change the situation.
Maybe pushing a bit too hard for how that section was right there, Kipes, and that's the one thing right here with a swell like this in the water. You got to use the small amount of energy that's out there right now in the ocean and not try to push things and oversurf a little bit, because that'll be a big mistake, especially at the beginning of the heat.
And a quick paddle out, right back into the lineup. So the good thing about the, with the tide and this swell is that there's not a lot of consequence really if you mess up a wave, because early in the heat you're going to have a lot of different shots at it, because it's just a quick paddle back out to get into position.
Well, and I was looking at things from the beach perspective too. It seems like there's multiple options with the peaks now in comparison to early on. That's what happens with a little bit of a higher tide. The pier bowl becomes just a bit more available. But it seems like for the most part, everybody's really concentrating more on the middle of the beach. We call that middle peak. And then where you see the surfer in blue right here, Ochoa, that's Lopes. She's kind of closer towards Machado's peak, which is the most southern one, where Rob Machado won his initial U.S. Open.
Yeah, Rob Machado shredded to win. It caught a lot of people by surprise, right, with that U.S. Open win back in 2006. You utilized that left hand down the beach, caught everyone by surprise, kept on falling back on that left-hander, and that's why we call it now Machado's Peak, because of that success.
18 years ago now, and surfers from the U.S. had gone on a rampage on the men's side for 6 years in a row up until that point.
Let's hear from Sierra Kerr. She's on to the next round with some brilliant surfing, AJ.
Yeah, doing a great job here in Huntington Beach. First heat of the event for you, Sierra. Just walk me through how you wanted to approach this.
I knew it was going to be pretty bad, but when I got out there and I was sitting, I was like, it's about 10 times worse than I thought it was going to be, unfortunately. And then I was like looking at these really tiny ones. I'm like, are those the sets right now? And then I've set it up, coming, got the 7.5. Didn't feel like I surfed it great, but it was a good wave, so that always helps.
Well, and in a situation like that where you go out there and you think, okay, it's going to be one way, and then it turns into a different way, how do you decide when and how you're going to change your approach to the heat?
I guess I was just making sure there wasn't the sets that I was watching, and then the 7.5 ended up being one of those, but if that hadn't come, then I would have just started going the little ones and shrines and stuff pretty much.
And I know you have big goals for here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, but a big opportunity for you as well in a few weeks as the wild card in Fiji. How excited are you to be there?
Yeah, I'm so excited. We just came back from like a little couple days there, and it's so cool. I haven't been there since like I was 10, because I went like pretty much every year when my dad was on tour and watched him. I even caddied for him, so it's going to be good fun, and I'm excited. Hopefully it's pumping.
How wild is it going to be there and be the one actually surfing instead of doing the caddying?
Yeah, it'll be fun watching Dad caddy, and then I'm going to be the one in the jersey, so it's a bit of a change up, but I'm excited for it.
Excited to see you there and what you do here in Huntington.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's August 20th. The Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. Final stop on the regular season for the championship tour, as we see Francisca Veselko just probably moved herself into second place with that effort.
Yeah, and she's been a local here for many years. As I said before, her father from Huntington Beach. She spent a transfer year here as a high school student at Edison High School in southern part of Huntington Beach for a few years ago, and scored a 10-point ride at the HB Summer Surf Comp in September a few years ago. So has a lot of experience at this wave, knows what she's capable of at HB Southside. Seems like Mafalda was also up and riding in that exchange Kaipo, but feel like the World Junior Champions for a reason have been able to prevail in these kind of conditions. Talking about Sierra, Kira Pinkerton, and of course Kika out there in the red.
Yeah, and that really, I mean, when we look at this, it really illustrates the tiered levels of the World Surf Fleet. You have the Junior Series, right, with the ultimate goal of becoming a Junior World Champ. Then you have your qualifying series, and then into this Challenger Series, and ultimately the Championship Tour.
So
that's a 4.63, I believe, for Nanaho Suzuki.
That was strong. And this is Kika, I believe, the 4.77. And then on her last, she's going to get her best Kaipo. So she's been on a roll. And then Suzuki once again right here gets caught behind. Then that's really when she explodes right there towards the end. Good stuff right there by Nanaho. And then Mafalda only surfed in the one event in Bolito so far this year. Gets a decent combination. That should score well. But then this wave, to me, very strong by Kika, especially right towards the end. I mean, when that lip's coming down towards you, especially with the south wind that we have on tap right now, it is really difficult to get up into the lip in time. Good work right there by Veselko.
Yeah, and for Francisca Veselko, Kika, we know she's got an exceptional backhand when it comes to her surfing, because we saw that on display on her way to her 2023 World Junior title at Pumping Seaside, where she took it to Seaside Reef. So it doesn't surprise me that she already got a big score for that backside surfing.
Well, and who'd she beat in the final too? Story Lindblad, who's been having an exceptional year so far, and she went in as the dark horse at that event right there. But yeah, she's really capitalized on the few golden opportunities, including her CT debut as a wild card this year.
Kika again struggled to find some open space on that wave. Yeah, but talk about Sawyer Lindblad. We're going to see Sawyer back this year. She doesn't need to do it. She's already on the championship tour. We're going to see her in 2025 again on the championship tour. But she's coming here to defend her title at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
That's right. I remember talking to Haushi in Brazil, and he was like, yeah, I think I'm going to do the US Open as well. It's an event that I want to win. So nice to see them push the new generation and have them actually beat the best of the best in order to qualify for the CT.
Yeah, I think both Cole Hauschman and Crosby Colapinto are going to make their way over here.
Ooh.
The two guys who are battling out for the
Rookie of the Year.
Rookie of the Year on the championship tour.
That's a nice one to watch, and you know, it'd be great to be able to see somebody like Kika, Ariane, and Mafalda even on the CT, because I feel like there's been a small presence of Europeans on tour the last few years, Kaipo.
Yeah.
They really need more people to be able to make it to that step and eventually get more events in their region too.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, everywhere on the calendar, it seems like there's always some type of WSL event going, especially when you file down to the qualifying series, right? That is a packed calendar with all the overlapping regions. And then you graduate to this series here, the Challenger Series.
Well, really, if you get a Challenger Series close to your home break, that's a massive opportunity for you, especially from the broadcast perspective. A lot more eyes on you, a lot more openness, I would say, in order to express your surfing too, because you're usually limited to what you can do at a QS event. Not that many eyes on you. You probably have the same regional judges that are being used over and over again. Here you have international judges that probably haven't seen you surf more than a handful of times, so it's a great opportunity to kind of prove yourself to them as well.
Is this your home break here? Do you usually surf Southside?
You know, I'm more of a River Jetties guy now.
All right.
It's a bit crowded for me here.
So you like to surf at the Santa Ana watershed?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, River Jetties. I usually surf a ton of 56 in the summertime too.
Whoa.
I will say Northside lately has been pretty good though.
That's where I've been surfing.
But I've been out of town lately.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, the secret's out. You kidding me?
I know. I surf out there with 40 of my friends every single morning. It's really good.
At 5:30 a.m. as soon as the sun comes out, there's probably already 30 people out there.
Yeah. We enjoy it. We're all surfing waves together. It's a good time.
I bet.
Did I mention how well my dog twin from Duke Hypo?
Duke Hypo has worked.
Okay.
A local boy out there, by the way.
Nanaho currently in second in this heat. And a nice move to finish for the Japanese surfer. I like how she got loose on that last turn.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. She's been very efficient so far in this heat too. 3 waves, and she's probably going to improve on the 4.63 as well. And one thing again, Japanese surfers just always come from an amazing base, and they tend to have a great bottom turn too. And it sets up for a lot of success at a wave like this, where you truly need to have a deep bottom turn, especially when the tide's at this point right here, very high. So good stuff right there from Suzuki. There is a chance she's going to improve on the 4.63, Kipes.
One more judge to drop a number so we can make it official for Nanaho Suzuki. And it slightly improves with a 4.93, but that slight improvement was enough to move Nanaho up into the lead.
Yeah, and another region too that is really lacking much more substance when it comes to the younger generation, especially on the championship tour. We've seen Kanoa's success on the CT for many years now, close to a decade on the championship tour. Real Wida now qualifying for a few years. But on the women's side, we haven't really seen too many of these people make it to that point. And outside of that too, have success.
Yeah.
So all it takes is one person to be able to do that, Kaipo, and we could be seeing it in Suzuki right here.
Yeah, I like that breakdown, Mitchell. Well, a little bit of a lull in the action here. And could be a great time to go to break. Sola Gary, she's getting ready for an upcoming heat, along with Zoe McDougall.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. By Hoag Health, the official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite.
Heat 3 of the round, the 48 for the women are in the water. Kaipo Guerrero along with Mitchell Salazar on the call here, Southside Huntington Beach. Sunny Southern California day. Things are warming up here and the beach scene is coming alive. Nanaho Suzuki in the white jersey in the lead in this heat. There's Nanaho.
She's had an exceptional heat so far, Kaipo. 4 waves. Lowest score so far, a 4.57. 2 counting ones, at least, a 4.93 in the lead. Still more than 10 minutes on the clock. Exceptional stuff. Same thing for Vaselko. Been a bit more active, 5 waves, but she converted on her second and third wave extremely well. And for Lopes and for Ochoa, well, still looking for something better in the 5s at least to move up into the top 2.
AJ is out and about. What are you up to, AJ?
Kaipo, I have made some really cool friends down here on the sand in Huntington Beach. This is Rocky McKinnon, Brandon, and Hendrick of McKinnon Surf and Sup lessons, and Rocky, you guys are doing some really amazing things to make surfing more accessible.
Well, thank you for having us, AJ, and WSL, thank you guys. Really stoked to be here. With McKinnon Surf and Sup lessons, our goal is to perpetuate Duke Hanamoku's legacy of sharing surfing with the world, right? And we're just taking it one step further and being very inclusive and trying to get everybody a part of surfing. And what I have here, part of McKinnon Surf and Sup lessons, is our adaptive surfing program that I'm highlighting with you today.
So Rocky, walk us through, because I know you and your team go to great lengths to make sure that surfing is accessible for so many people. Walk us through what that takes and how you guys put on these lessons and events.
Well, as you can see here right behind me, I have one of the boards that I designed and actually shaped. It's the chair board. It's 15 feet and it actually has a race car seat attached to it, so I could take people with fine motor skill issues out surfing with us. So if they're have a paraplegic, quadriplegic, fine motor skill issues, I can take them from our beach wheelchair down to the beach and in this chairboard, and they could come surfing with me.
And how would you describe what it feels like for you as somebody who competed for years, who has loved the ocean his entire life? How would you describe what it feels like to be able to share that with people?
Oh, it's amazing. I have such a passion and love for surfing in the ocean, and for me to be able to share that knowledge and experience that I've had over the years with people that may not ever have that opportunity, it's just so rewarding and fulfilling. I feel like I found my purpose in life. So it's a great thing to be able to be a part of, and I just want to do more of it. And thank you guys for being a conduit to get that message out to all of you out there. Come see me here in Huntington Beach. Visit HB is a strong supporter. Same with Duke's here in Huntington Beach, and we love to get people surfing. So if you want to get out in the water, I'd love to make it happen for you guys.
Rocky, thank you so much for all you're doing, for your time here today. So Kaipo, some really amazing things happening here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Wow, that's my brother. Solid Hawaiian, Rocky McKinnon, and yep, you can come to HB, get a surf sup lesson from Rocky. He actually has a surfing canoe as well, which is one of my favorite things. I know it gets a little crowded out here sometimes, Mitchell, but Rocky's an exceptional steersman and a captain of canoe surfing. So that's just another, I don't know if he offers that to the public, but that's when I see Hawaiians doing good stuff like that. That's sharing the spirit of what, Mitchell? Aloha.
And Brandon Biachino, one of his workers, and his son Hendrix right there on his side too. Amazing human being, Rocky McKinnon, Kipes.
Love it, love it. Good surfing here. Mafalda Lopez tying it all together. Mafalda needs a 5-point ride to go into second and advancing position.
Well, and Ochoa just got a wave right now too, a 5.87, so she's into third and needing just a mid-4, but this last wave of Mafalda was well surfed and needs only a low 5. I feel like she's going to turn the heat right here with this one.
I concur. That was well put together and well timed. We'll have another look at it right here, Mitchell.
Yeah, on the backhand, a lot of flow on this one. Gets the first carve, sets her up well in the pocket for the second one. See how tight that turn was in the pocket, and then for the third on the whitewater. Oh, scores in just under, Kipes.
Yeah, comes under to 4.13.
But this one here, the best of the heat so far for Ochoa. 2 bigger turns, much larger wave, and I think when we're just comparing the size of the wave, that's why the judges kept that one from Mafalda so low. So quality over quantity, Kaipo, and as of right now, Ochoa is on the verge of moving up into second place, and a really competitive heat here. Everybody in that 9-10 point range.
That's right. It's just a point separating our leader from our fourth place, just a little over a point. Ariane Ochoa, once again.
So this is the score we're waiting for. Strong turn right there. Needs a mid-4. I don't know. I feel like this one's going to come under given the 5.57 of Kika, which was the 2-turn combo, the 4.13 of Mafalda. And as of right now, to be able to get a mid-4 with just a 1 turn, it would have to be a cleaner wave.
Yeah, and maybe a bigger wave. So the score comes in, and yep, 3.87. It is under for Ariane Ochoa. She's still looking for that mid-4.
She's going again, though. That's Mafalda, actually.
Oh, on her way to a dynamic turn, but catches the rail. So unfortunate to go down.
Yeah, the outside rail, too. Maybe just a bit too much weight on that one, and you saw her right there splash the water. She knew that was probably the opportunity she was looking for at this point of the heat, but still 5 minutes to go, has enough time. And right now, pressure's on Kika with priority in second place, looking for a 5.04 to move up into first. You got to be very intelligent the way you play out these next 5 minutes, Kaipo. Make sure that you're using priority to really enhance your performance and improve on your low score, which is the 4.77. You know, you mentioned it a while ago, but strategy today is so important. It's crucial. It's really what's making or breaking a lot of these heats for these people out there.
Yeah, your awareness, right, of where you are in the priority order and also your needs. And also when you have heat control, like a Nanaho Suzuki, is to really control the heat. And I feel for Nanaho, look at who's in third, who needs the lowest requirement.
Exactly.
Look towards Ariane and make sure you're aware of what she's doing, what she's up to, where she is.
Ocean awareness right here has to be the most important factor out of the things that you can control, because it just comes down to experience at the break. And, you know, I'm actually surprised that they're giving Mafalda so much room. She's over there by herself towards the south, and she's looking at a left now here, Kaipo.
Here she comes, finds this left, but no wall on that wave.
Yeah, I feel like the rights are still the best call out there. And Kika, she's moving towards the peak, but Suzuki may be having a dig right there. Is that a paddle? Because if it is, that'll change things.
That's a paddle. I'm expecting that priority to change.
Yep.
And now Ariane with an opportunity. Big opportunity.
Huge. That's an unforced error right there by Suzuki. Yeah, I mean, that's committed. She was in the white water right there trying to actually catch the wave. So there was an attempt. That's a good call by our priority judge upstairs. You know, every heat's competitive, Kaipo. Everybody's great at this point. It's the people that are exceptional that can make the right decisions at the right time in these heats that we'll be moving through.
Nanaho Suzuki. Looks like she's kind of going a little bit against the grain on that left. Didn't offer much.
No, and with this higher tide right now, a lot of those waves closer towards the pier won't be really having too much scoring potential down the line. 245 though, and both Veselko and Ochoa, they're kind of fighting for positioning right here. You know, Kika can play it safe and just make sure that Ochoa doesn't catch a wave right here towards the end, but I feel like as of right now, the smart thing would still be try to improve on the 4.77. You got to force it if you're Ariane though.
Wow, that was coming to some live action. A nice finish for Mafalda Lopez.
Well, that's a paddle too.
Gosh, we're having all kinds of priority switches.
Yep. Pressure. It'll make you make some decisions that afterwards you'll probably question yourself. But in the moment, they seem like the right one, Kipes.
Here's Mafalda. This did not change the situation, however, just a 2.97.
Yeah, just the one turn, softer section. She's trying, though. Needs a 5. It's out there. Suzuki here.
Nice combination there. Opening carve, snap to finish. Kika. Just gets a single snap. And throws away priority with that single snap.
And waited a long time for that wave, too. It was strong. Will it improve on the 4.77, though? And if she doesn't, Ochoa still needing the mid-4 with a little over a minute. There's no doubt that Suzuki should be bettering the 4.93 right here. It's really strong combination, good variation of maneuvers, which is hard to come by today, especially by the wave standards. But
yeah, big number for Nanaho Suzuki, a 7.33. So the Japanese surfer, she's guaranteed, all but guaranteed, to move into the next round. Question is, who's else is gonna come out of this heat?
Well, that's a really good heat total too, 13 points, and Ochoa right there on screen needing a 4.47. Has a lot of experience under her belt. Has the capability of getting that 4.47 with just a single turn. Here's Kika. Doubt that'll change things, Kaipo. Here's Ochoa, last wave.
Big opportunity. Needs to make it happen. Forcing it there, and
no.
Don't think that's it.
Wave let her down. Seemed like it was about to stand up right towards the end, but just the one carve, that's gonna be it for her.
Yeah, so it's gonna be Nanaho Suzuki as well as Francisca Veselko moving on into the next round. We'll be back with more action from the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. That's right, it's the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Omedetou. Congratulations to Nanaho Suzuki. Japanese surfer advancing out of this opening round into the round of 32. Got a new heat. Heat number 4 in the round of 48 for the women. Out on the water, we have Sarah Baum representing South Africa, Sarah Wakita representing Japan, So Aguirre from Peru, and Zoe McDougall from Hawaii. Kai Pereira along with Mitchell Salazar on the call here. What do you think about this heat, Mitch?
Well, a great one. Battle of styles out there. The experienced Sarah Baum, an Olympian this year, alongside Sol Aguirre, who was also over there in Paris 24. Sarah Wakita been doing this for a long time, and she's not that old, Kaipo. She's been extremely successful when it comes to the Japanese circuit. Been very close to qualifying for the CT a few times. And Zoe McDougall from Oahu's North Shore, also a long-time staple on the Challenger Series as well. It's a good heat.
Yeah. And as a note, too, Sarah Wakita also living on the North Shore, although representing Japan. And you did mention that she does return to her home country, Japan, where her mother, Sayuri, and father, Takayuki, are from, to compete in that circuit there, the JPSA. And she's been very successful in those. And she's very popular in Japan as well, Sarah Wakita. Just 21 years old, but one to watch out for.
I always like when I see her around the athletes there. She's always wearing a New Era cap. It's either the Dodgers or the Yankees, but like she rocks it super well. And her and her brother Taichi have an amazing sense of style. I'm always super jealous of the way they dress.
You know about Taichi Mob and the Mob crew. Rio Inaba, part of the Mob crew also. They got it going on, you know.
I want to be part of the Mob, really.
Yeah, hey. I want to surf pipeline the way as good as Taichi does.
It's official when you add it to your Instagram.
Yeah.
Like when it's _ MOBB, that's when you know you're in.
And you know you're mobbing when you got 2 B's in it, like Mob Deep.
You know.
I do.
We could go on about hip-hop all day, you know.
Yeah,
that.
no, well, we'll use some hip-hop references, man, because nothing like celebrating, you know, great musical culture. And K-Dot, I'm with you now with Kendrick.
I told you.
I've turned the corner just now, and I'm thoroughly impressed. You know, just the last couple tracks he's dropped.
Look, you better not just be saying that because we're in LA right here.
100%. I'm not saying that just because we're in LA. That was.
It's true. It's authentic.
Yes.
All right. I love that. Kendrick, we love you. You're the man.
Yeah.
Well, Sol, second generation pro. We got multiple in this heat. Wakita and Aguirre. Father Herman was an amazing surfer back in Peru. She comes from an amazing place, Los Órganos, in the northern part of Peru. Great waves over there, very close to where Luca Messinas is from. And you can see right there the youngster who made it to the semifinals at World Juniors this year in Oceanside. Longtime staple on the junior tour and many, many times WSL South American champion too on the qualifying series, Kaipo.
Yeah, and then you mentioned Takayuki Wakita.
Yep.
Sarah's dad. Great pipeline surfer.
Oh, yeah. OG. And shout out to Takayuki. He made helmets cool. Like, if it weren't for him, I feel like a lot of people wouldn't be wearing helmets the way they do nowadays.
Yeah. Check him out. When you're on Oahu, go by the North Shore Surf Shop. See if Wakita's in. Take a picture with him. He's a living legend.
He's a good person to surf with, too. Because,
Yeah.
you know, he's only waiting for, like, a specific wave. And everything else is just, like, anybody's game.
Yeah.
You know?
Sarah Baum, 30 years old, out of Newcastle, Australia, but represents the South African flag, Mitchell.
Yeah, longtime goofy footer on the Challenger Series and on the QS. A huge fan of her style. An Olympian this year. Congratulations to Sarah. Did very well in Tahiti, but I think what really stands out from her is her ability to do well in a diversity of waves. We saw her in Saquarema a few years ago pull off a major carve, just one maneuver on the left. Very good on the backhand too, Kaipo, but when it comes to real short spaces like we're seeing today in Huntington, she succeeds in a lot of those situations too.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Zoe McDougall, the 24-year-old out of Sunset Beach on the island of Oahu. A great performer, great surfer. McDougall surfed her way to an equal 9th here last year. So that's making it into the round of 16 where we'll see head-to-head matchups on the format in this Challenger Series.
Yeah, and I believe she's working with Chris Gallagher at this event too. Longtime staple of really what is excellent coaching worldwide, and having him in your corner is huge here at this event, especially with how the waves are right now. Comes down really to strategizing before you even paddle out.
Yeah, Chris Gallagher, great shaper as well.
Oh yeah. Jordy Smith rode his boards on tour for a while.
This is true. Sarah Wakita took off on that one a little too deep, and then we're just catching up with Sarah Baum on her second wave. She's already got a 2.83 in the scoreline.
get a pressure there. It seemed like Sol was kind of paddling past Sarah to make sure that she was going on that wave right there. And at that point, Wakita had to commit to that one. Just a throwaway for her. Gonna see what Baum was able to do on the left right there. But first 8 minutes of heat, not a ton of really gone on, Kibes.
Yeah, that's, you know, you talked about the tide topping out, and now since we've passed that high tide mark, the water drawing out, maybe slowing things down. Replay here, second wave of Sarah Baum.
Yeah, and had the one setup right there and then went up into the lip for the second one. So good surfing right there. And as I told you before, she's very good in tight spaces. So fitting in the two right there in a real short amount of space, very impressive by Baumi, and been doing this for a long time, Kaipo. Successful both in South Africa and over in Australia. She won the event over at J Bay just a few weeks ago too.
Oh, the specialty event,
Yeah.
that's right. And it was pumping, wasn't it?
Oh, amazing, amazing. De Souza was there. He said he had the best time of his life. Kersey was there. Seemed like a good time.
Sarah Wakita still is trying to search for a wave, and Sol Aguirre catches a rail there, unfortunately.
And riding a Channel Islands as usual. Didn't get to see which model she was on today, but as always, Channel Islands has a great team out there. Jarvis Earl also with a win earlier this morning. Gonna have Evet Wong in one of the last heats of this round. Sarah Frere also coming up in the next heat, the local surfer. Seems like we have a couple of lines coming through, Kaipo, and McDougall towards the south. He's having a look.
Here comes Zoe. Nice slash there. And taps one for the finish.
Real good body language on the carve, though. Like the way she brought it around all the way.
Sol going for
Whoa.
it.
Ah.
Oh, no. I like the intent, though.
That was a pretty random wave, if I'm honest, too. Like, I thought she had no possibility of even getting up into the lip with how quickly she had to get up to her feet. As we look at Baumi now.
Sarah Baum on the backhand this time. Oh, that's a beautiful turn off the top. Two.
Solid.
That was well timed.
Oh, the water's got to be pretty cold for her to be wearing a full suit right now.
Got a little
too.
bit warmer today, but I've been getting some morning surfs in. It's been chilly. Like, I'm talking like 60.
Yeah, that's cold for this time of the year here.
But I feel it warmed up a little bit today. We had a lot of wind swell. We had a lot of wind previously into last week and then through the weekend. But hopefully these kind of still high pressure days will warm up the water a little bit.
One, we have that tropical activity coming through. When the sun comes out, it gets at least 2 to 3 degrees warmer, I would say, as well, Kipes.
And let's hear from our last heat winner, Nanaho Suzuki.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. That was an impressively surfed heat for you. Second time here in Huntington Beach. What do you think is the biggest growth you've seen in your surfing from last year to this year?
Yeah, last year was my first time in challenges list, and then that was so nervous every time. But this year is second time, so I have to having fun, and then yeah, that's all.
And then getting through this round, how much does that sort of ease the nerves for the competition that you've gotten one heat win under your belt?
Yeah, it was a little bit tricky hit, but yeah, looks like similar in Japanese way. So yeah, I have to do the good section, and then yeah, it was correct.
It was absolutely correct. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Do you want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Yeah, いつも応援ありがとうございます。すごい波がちょっと日本に似てる感じで楽しめてるんで、この調子で頑張っていきたいと思います。
おめでとう。Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You got any of that?
Yeah, she said hi to her family and friends at home, and that she was happy to get through that first heat.
What does Segoi mean?
Segoi.
Yeah.
I can't recall.
Okay.
Right.
It's all good.
It's okay. My choto nihongo wakarimashita. There's a 7-point ride for Sarah Baum.
Well, from this angle, clear why the judges went so high, opening up the scale. Great combination right there, especially with how strong the first turn was. Beautiful surfing right there from Baumi, and She's really opened up this heat by a strong margin, Kaipo. 11.57. Zoe McDougall with just the one wave, 4 points. And neither Wakita or Seoul really with the score of consequence so far in the first 13 minutes.
And this is Zoe. This looks like came in at a 4-point ride.
I really like the first carve. McDougall's been doing this a long time, and you can just tell that she's been feeling a lot more comfortable in these types of waves, despite her coming from Oahu's North Shore. She knows how to compete in junky waves like this one, too.
Live action here with Zoe McDougall up there, puts it vert. That was a slam to the lip. And Sol Aguirre really quick on the backhand there for Sol.
Yep. Well, and that's her bread and butter, too, on the backhand right there. She comes from
Why would she be good on lefts?
She comes from a place that basically has all lefts.
I was just joking. I know Peru has a lot of lefts. I was being sarcastic.
So this is the body language aspect of me understanding that you want to go surf over there eventually.
Yeah. I got good friends in Peru, and I've never been there, but I will make it there.
And then you always like, oh, when are you inviting me to Mex? I'm like,
well, I'm definitely going to go, yeah.
I'm going September 15th. You want to come along?
Right
after the finals.
That's right after the Lexus WSL finals. Pencil me in.
Okay.
I think because I'll already be in California.
Yeah.
And so I'll be closer. And actually, that sounds like fun. Okay, cool.
Go get some waves, some tacos.
Mitchell and I are making plans and talking over a heat right now at the same time. Talk about multitasking.
Multitasking at the finest of levels.
That's really good, Mitchell. Well, Sarah Wakita here in the blue jersey is trying to get back into this heat, and this is her effort.
Well, that bottom turn was just beautiful, and the combination with the second one very strong. And as we see, Wakita, a little bit of a longer board. It's working out to a strong effect right here. And then McDougall with just the one turn, it wasn't bad. I mean, she gets in one more after that. I feel like we're going to see a pretty strong score. And then Sol with a couple of really quick taps should be her best wave. But I feel like Wakita's wave right here should be scoring extremely well. Halfway through the heat, Kaipo, she's going to lock in a big score.
Yeah, I like the flow. I really enjoyed the flow on Sarah Wakita's wave.
And her rhythm, her timing on a left-hander like that, especially in tight spaces, great stuff by Sarah. I'm missing the other member of the mob, though. I feel like Taichi still has the capability to be on the Challenger Series, too.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just walked away from competition. Take a breather. Oh, our City and County Rescue coming, taking a look out there. Sarah Wakita got right back in the heat with that last wave. Take a look at the numbers, Mitch.
Yeah, 7.17 right there. A couple of judges going all the way up to a 7.5. Well deserved by Sarah. She's very close to taking the lead right here, too. And the last of Sol comes through. Seems like a pretty decent score for her as well.
4.57 for Sol Aguirre. And here comes Sarah Wakita looking at the right this time. Nice quick snap there, but that's all she's got.
Really smart, though. She's trying to back up that 7.17 as quickly as possible. Make sure that she takes the lead right here. Get into a position that's much more comfortable than second right now. And if you're Sol, you got to keep improving every single time you're catching a wave, because the more Sarah and Wakita are able to elevate their performances and open up the distance between third and fourth, the more difficult it's going to be able to get up into the top two spots at the end of the heat. So 13 minutes to go. You're Sol right here. You got to get your best ride.
All right, well, we're going to take a break right now. Currently, Sarah Baum in the lead. Sarah Wakita currently in second place. Back with the conclusion of this heat after this. Lexus is partnering with A Great Day in Stoke. A Great Day in Stoke and Lexus provide attendees with free on-the-sand surf lessons to support their mission of making surfing more inclusive sport. Lexus has donated to the organization and is using the Lexus House here at the US Open as a platform to highlight their work. The donation will be used to provide swim lessons for inner city youth, fuel a Great Day in Stoke surf program, facilitate SALT, surfers' awareness of life-saving techniques, and provide training for surf competitors. Good stuff. Sarah Baum up and riding here, 10 minutes on the clock remaining in this heat number 4 of the round of 48. And Sarah already with a 7 in her scoreline, looking good for her effort to move on into the round of 32. I'm Kaipo Girl, along with Mitchell Salazar. Sarah really taking command.
Oh, I'm trying to think of what transition was better, her surfing or you going from Lexus, A Great Day in the Stoke, into the surfing afterwards, Kaipo?
Oh, thanks. This is Sol Aguirre. She needs to get going to get back into this heat. Currently needs a 7.5 to get into second place and advance out. Last of Sarah Baum, her last wave was a 6-point ride. So Sarah takes the lead back off of the other Sarah in this heat, Sarah Wakita. So far, it's Sarah and Sarah. Zoe McDougall needs an 8-point ride to get into second. Sol Aguirre needs a 7.5. So the two Sarahs are running away with it.
Yeah, Wakita right now at the 4.9 as the backup. She's still looking very strong right here. We are waiting on the last of Sol, though. And eating a 7.5, it's, you know, to me, one of her best waves. I don't know if it's going to be the 7.5 that she's looking for, though, but it's a start. And with 9 minutes to go right here, if it helps out, it'll be just by a small margin. And there it is, Kipes.
It does help out.
Doesn't change
but it
the
doesn't
requirement.
change. It does not change the requirement. Take a look at here. Here's a 4.9 for Sarah Wakita.
Yeah, very well read wave. I mean, you can just see the speed that she had down the line. Tight turn of the pocket right there. That Mayhem looks good under her feet too, and just a bit longer than usual, which maybe accentuates the drawn out turns just a bit more, Kipes. So that's her backup, and then Balmy with excellent use of priority right here. Make sure that she keeps the other surfer off of the wave and then improves on her low score too. The setup turn, deep bottom turn coming around the section. And to me, that always just looks so much better in the judge's eyes. When you're really using a good amount of distance with your bottom turn, it looks great. And then Sol right here, I felt like at this point, all you needed to do was fit in one strong one, and she was thinking down the line the whole time towards the end instead of maybe just trying to fit in one more. So maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity still. The wave wasn't necessarily the best, and still needing the 7.5 right here with 8 minutes.
Yeah, tough position for Sol Aguirre, as well as Zoe McDougall. At least Zoe has first priority, but an 8 today, it seems like that's going to be hard to come by.
Nobody's gotten an 8 so far all day long.
Right.
So, I mean, you get something in the 7s, you're doing something outstanding. And I think this is why when it comes to surfing as a sport, due to the environmental factors, it might be the most difficult sport out there. There's so many things that are outside of your control, and the things that you can control, you need to be on it the entire time. And, you know, props to the people that have won world championships, and I think that's why Kelly, Steph's, Lane Beachley's career, they're even more impressive. They were able to do it across multiple decades and be successful in that time span too. Especially Kelly. He did it for 30 plus years, and to be able to succeed against different generations in different waves, adapt to the boards and the technology at every given time too. Like what we're seeing right now is the best level of surfing there's ever been. And especially with the broadcast, it just enhances that even more, Kipes.
Yeah, and we'll see Kelly, like you mentioned, Kelly Slater. We'll see Kelly as a wild card over there at the Corona Fiji Pro.
Gonna be on your fantasy team?
Bonsoy.
Because he's in Tier C.
Yeah.
Might be pretty easy to pick him.
I'm going to be monitoring the forecast. And then I'll put together all of my... But I've actually taken a little bit of a breather from Fantasy Surf. I'm coming back next year.
25, okay.
full on. I just, just for my own mental health, I just had to take a little step away for a little bit.
After the victory, you were like, I need a break.
Yeah, a lot of people were coming after me. It's okay. Getting a lot of questions on fantasy and stuff.
I definitely need advice.
I tell you, it's simple. Avoid friendly fire. It's not secret anymore because the guys are just like getting so good at fantasy just because. But you have to figure out the seeding, which is tough.
Yeah.
We'll do a seeding class at some point and put it on worldsurfleague.com and do the seeding seminar.
Well, I feel like, especially with the landscape they're in right now, especially on the men's side, from 3 all the way to like 15, things can change so dramatically at this last event. And on the women's side, you still have around, 8 people involved for qualification. I think we're going to have a great event over there in Fiji. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that the swell really shows up and it's a good finish to the year.
Yeah. And then we'll be able to. Are you going to do a pre-Fiji lineup podcast that you guys are going to break it down? Can I learn something from you and Dave Proden?
Good question. I feel like it's only post.
Okay. I would love to hear you guys talk about the event before the event and drop some, and set things up. Give me some scenarios, some analytics. I can send you some homework. You can do the seeding math and the possibilities math when we look at a Final 5 situation.
Ooh, I like that. Well,
I think one of the possibilities on a Final 5 situation, I'm not going to get too off subject, but it is on the subject of surfing, is that Gabe Medina needs to probably get a semifinal minimum.
At the minimum, I would say, yeah. But I'll tell Prodon, he's probably listening right now. So Dave, if you're out there, Miguel, our producer, write this down. I'm down for a pre-event lineup pod.
Yes. Catch it anywhere you get your podcast. Sarah Wakita, currently in second place here, finds a nice wave.
Ooh.
Couple beautiful cars for the Japanese surfer. Ooh, nice little spicy snap to finish. That is great surfing, great style, great biomechanics, all put together. Let's see, she needs a 5.83 to take the lead. I think she just took the lead.
Well, where she's being real successful in this heat is with variation, and we haven't seen too much of that throughout the entirety of the day, and it's really because of the waves. The waves are so hard and so difficult to be able to surf that because of her size and stature, she's able to do that with a lot more easiness, and you can see right there, she brings it all the way around once again, really puts the emphasis a bit more on the second one. Should be a great score, and if she doesn't take the lead, it'll be by very little, but it seems like she did.
Sure did. 5.9, that was enough to put Sarah Wakita into first place. Sarah Baum in second place. Big numbers needed by Sol Aguirre and Zoe McDougall. Zoe needs a 9, Sol needs an 8.43.
Oh, and McDougall's only caught 2 waves so far. She's waited with priority for a long time. Waves haven't really worked in her favor. She's been victim of bad luck in this heat so far. And then Aguirre, on the other hand, 6 waves, has a couple of 4s in her scoreline, but hasn't been able to break into the 5s or 6s. And, both of them, I feel like, have just faced 2 of the best surfers in the draw so far, Kaipo.
Gosh.
13.07, 13 points. Like, those are the highest heat totals of this round so far.
Yeah, setting the bar. Sarah Baum, Sarah Wakita. Here comes Sol. Looking down the line, is going to throw it up there. And you can see the frustration, actually, in her body language. Zoe McDougall, nice off the top. Cruises through that section. And foam climb to finish.
Well, she's got 2 minutes. She's got to hustle back out right now. And if she gets something in the 5s, mid-5s, the requirement will diminish just a little bit. So the heat's not over, but balmy right here to improve on a 6. We're talking about a tough task right there, Kipes. Those are big numbers. A 7 and a 6 by today's standards, that's very good.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, so the top performers of this round so far.
Like, you get 12 points today. Like, in my book, you're doing great. I mean, even 10. Like, it's very difficult out there. Not even going to say that HB doesn't get perfect. It does. But summertime, you're either going to score or it's going to be like it is today. Luckily for us, there's always something to surf right here.
Summertime and the living's easy here at Huntington Beach. Surf
Look
City,
at you.
Surf City, USA.
You're quoting the concert from the other night, aren't you?
You catch my subliminal messages.
I did. Well, see, there's another one right there.
Wordplay. Like it's building sandcastles in a sandbox.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Sarah Wakita, Sarah Baum, not only are in first and second, they're in first and second priority. So seems like the two Sarahs just have this locked up.
Yeah, and you know, Sol put up a good fight with a couple of 4s. Wasn't able to break into the 5+ range, and same thing for Zoe. She tried, and she waited a long time with priority for a wave that was possibly going to give her something at least in the 7s, and it just didn't work out in their favor. But both Wakita and Bami, I mean, they got to be very proud of what they did today right here with these kind of waves, how difficult it's got in the last few, you know, hours, I would say, with the higher tide. So props to them. 13 points, that's an amazing heat.
Yep. Sarah Baum looking confident in her start here.
Oh, and might be a good start for her to eventually make a run at qualifying, too. She's been close the last few years, Kaipo. Would love to see her on the CT.
Be back with more action after this message. Heats roll on here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
Start your stoke. US Open of Surfing.
You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Sarah Baum representing South Africa. Doing a great job to stay in second in that last heat, right behind Sarah Wakita to move on into the next round. And anytime we see some excellence from South Africa, reminded of what Rosie Hodge made an impact on the championship tour, and loving calling the action with you, Ro. Sarah Baum's got a really cool story of actually stepping away from surfing for a bit, relocating to Australia, had to put together a GoFundMe account to get herself back on tour, and she's taking advantage of it now.
She's extremely talented, Joe, from a very young age. Watching her, she was a prodigy back home. And like you said, she's relocated to Australia, made a life for herself over there. She just competed in the Olympics in Tahiti, went down to Carissa. But yeah, she's doing so well. She's come close to qualifying. Could this be her year?
Let's follow that run very closely. This is stop 4 out of 6. You keep your top 4 in hopes of being in the top 5 in the world. We've got a new heat just starting. Teresa Bonvalo representing Portugal. Laura Ropp from Brazil. Minami Nanoka from Japan, and Sarah Frere from right here in Huntington Beach representing the USA. We were talking to Brett Simpson earlier, and I was asking about the changes from what he went through on tour and surfing very long seasons. What about your perspective on what you feel is the difference? More challenging, smoother for surfers, the advantages they may have as we look at the wrap from Minami. And a quick check on the inside corner.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the changes and just facilitating the two tours where you kind of have a little bit of an off season, a little bit of a breather. When I was competing on the championship tour, to back yourself up, you were also trying to compete on the qualifying series.
And this happened just moments ago. Minami Nanoka, 4-point ride already.
Yeah, just that one-turn option, just looking really like she's activated herself in this heat. This is her backup ride.
Teresa now finishing up on the inside section. Teresa definitely a great name in the world of surfing and really kicked off in a strong way as a wild card to big events. When the women would have events in Praia de Guincho, Carcavelos, in that part of Portugal. And then it moved up to Super Tubos. And so she had a ton of reps getting the call up representing Portugal. She had so much natural talent and was very competitive what she wanted to accomplish. There's a really fun interview when she was super little saying she wanted to be the Kelly Slater of women's surfing and have all the records to her name. It was so awesome seeing how focused she was when she was about 10 as we look at her left here.
Yeah, extremely driven as we see her engaging on this left-hander. Two nice swoops from her. I like that wave from Teresa. I think that's going to be a good score, Joe.
Teresa with a ton of experience, knows what it's like to compete through the Olympic training programs. And now setting up the right, throwing down the snap and getting out to some clear water. Finishes off with just 2 turns on that wave, but Teresa's opener a 6.17.
Yeah, this is her equipment's looking great at the moment as we see Sarah up and riding.
The local to Huntington Beach. Sarah putting together some clean backside turns, not pushing too hard and matching the sections for what they're asking for. And Sarah's on the board.
This is Sarah's first ever Challenger Series event. Just looking at her WSL bio, this is the first time that I'm seeing her in such an event with such a big stature.
It's cool how you have these local stories, you know, and how connected they are to the U.S. Open. I remember seeing her surf last year and seeing how well she was reading these waves and how confident she was. She's definitely one of the bigger names coming out of Southern California at the moment.
Yeah, and a great surfing family. She's got a sister that surfs. I think she's got a little brother that surfs, and they spend a bit of time at lowers getting some reps in. And knowing this wave so well, being at your home break, you can have a good read on these peaks. And that's exactly what we saw from her on this wave.
And then down on the right, Minami.
Minami, she's just been so alive in this lineup, working this wave inside out. Big turn.
Laura Ropp lighting it up. It's all about quality over quantity. As we see a little carve on the open face from Minami Nanoka. You can max out the scale on one major turn if it's big enough. You can ask the judges upstairs, hey, can you get a 10 on even an open face turn? They're like, oh yeah, I mean, it's out there. If it looks that big and that dynamic, you don't have to count turns these days as it's all about the quality maneuvers. Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Sarah Wakita is with Waxhead.
Joe, you mentioned about style and combination of maneuvers, or just big old turns, but Sarah Wakita made her way through the Asia qualifying series, just blitzing it in similar waves to what we had out there. Pretty fun for you out there.
Yeah, it was firing. Home's been really flat lately, and coming here, there's actually waves, so I'm having a good time out here, and yeah, I caught one really good wave, so I'm really glad.
And it was really nice to see your style come into play here at small waves at the US Open, but we know that you've got a lot of experience in Hawaii. It's going to get a little bigger through the week. You ready for that?
Yeah, for sure. I've been coming here since the nationals, like amateur days, and I've done so many competitions over here, so I'm kind of used to it, and I have so much confidence out here. So yeah, I just want to have fun, and whatever, if there's waves, I'm happy, so.
Well, judging by the hat, you clearly love being in LA, but do you want to give a shout out to anyone back home tuning in and watching your success here?
日本から応援してくれてる皆さんありがとうございます。とりあえず1本いい波乗れてこうラウンドアップできて2年ぶりのヒートインタビューだったのでちょっと緊張してるんですけどいい波乗れてよかったです。次もしっかりと勝ってマンオーマンに進みたいと思っているので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you, and let's go back to some live action.
Good man, Waxhead. So cool to see a great form from Sarah Wakita. Love seeing support for the Los Angeles Dodgers as well. And Shohei Ohtani representing Japan, representing the Dodgers. One of the best players of all time already. Hitting giant home runs almost on a daily basis, it seems. And Sarah Wakita likes it. There we go. 13.07 combined total. Sarah's dad, famous for taking on giant waves at Pipeline, Waimea Bay. She's got a cool balance with Japan and Hawaii. And she's off and running into the next round.
Yeah, such a great talent. Comes from good stock. It's yeah, the Japanese contingent is doing really well so far in this event. Had Anon making it through this round already.
As we look at Laura, that single maneuver opportunity did really well, a 6.83. 6.17 was Teresa's wave. And Minami's been catching a lot of waves. She's down to third, needing a 5.18 to move to the top two. A lot of great Japanese stories at the US Open. I guess when you look at the men's side with Kanoa Igarashi going back-to-back, Hiroto Ohara getting a major win. Little left popping up for Laura, and she steps off, looking to better her 2.83.
Yeah, I mean, Laura, you think about her, listening to the numbers, that's the 6.83 for a one-turn option. She's got to be liking that as we watch Teresa. Fun-looking wave.
Nice connection there. Solid section to throw her board against. That's always a nice bonus when you get up and you see something really fun to lay into. It's interesting. Sometimes a closeout can be your best friend in competition.
Yeah, you'd almost eye it off in these kinds of conditions. You kind of get those A-frame peaks, but if they have that taper to them, that too much of a shoulder, you don't get enough critical section. But where you get that wave that converges on itself and you get the closeout maneuver, the judges have really been liking the 2-3 combinations of maneuvers. And like we've seen in this heat, even one single bash can get you some good numbers.
Story of the last few years here in Huntington has been the youthful takeover, and that's been a message quite a few times at the US Open. Sawyer Lindblad taking a big win here. Year before it was Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. Then it was a young Caitlin Simmers that burst onto the big stage. There's also those young stories of Courtney Conlog, and even when you go to Malia Manuel's win, at the time she was the youngest to win the event.
14 years old?
14.
Yeah, I remember watching that and just being blown away. And Lakey Peterson did so well here. Yeah, it's been incredible to see that kind of changing of the guard as we come to the US Open.
Laura Rapp throwing a first turn off, and it'll shut down. Looking interested is Teresa Bonvalot, and she will commit. Mid-face bottom turn, quick sweep on the open face. And Teresa trying to protect her lead. You can see how important this wave is for surfers that grow up in California, even on the East Coast or Hawaii, because they've got a lot of national titles here. This is where the NSSA hosts their national championships. So they've worked this place out almost every other weekend, where if you're driving on PCH, you'll see the NSSA scaffolding, and they're hosting so many great events. And all of a sudden, it's just a big label change, and a lot of these young competitors try to pretend they're still at those amateur days to take the nerves off, and they can learn all their skills through the amateur ranks and put it to test when it's a U.S. Open.
That's such a good point. As we see just a couple of replays of Teresa's waves, I think that little one-turn option is something that she got the 4.8 for. I really like that maneuver. But yeah, that's such a good way to keep your composure. Like you said, you just change the label, the surfing stays the same, or your game plan stays the same. But it's hard to not let the moment get to you here at the US Open. I don't know, there's something about it when you step into this arena. The energy is just so different. Probably have a couple tents on the beach for the NSSA contest, and this is almost like a mini city on the beach.
Looking over about 30 years of competition at this event. There's been 15 titles for the United States. We saw Sage down on the beach earlier, Sage Erickson winning multiple times. Courtney Conlog won when the waves were gigantic. One year where they started getting jet skis going for water patrol assist. It was that solid of a swell. That was that same year that Kelly did the carving 360 and got a 10-point ride.
Didn't Andy Irons snap his fin out on the jet ski?
That's right. That was another big moment. Andy ended up going back-to-back when there was 2 events here in a row, and he won both of them.
It's definitely that the US Open has had some of the moments that have really just been solidified in our brains. Even watching from South Africa, this event, like the Aki, Tom Curran days, watching when you had to paddle around the priority buoy, web gloves.
Yeah.
Like all of that stuff, I just so vividly remember it, and thinking about coming here for the first time to Huntington Beach, it was such a special experience for me. I remember like Rochelle Ballard was around, Lisa Anderson, Kiala Kennelly, like all those big names.
Must have been crazy when you're like, oh my gosh, I'm on tour with them.
Yeah, just insane. It was like watching the surf magazines that you've been flipping through like come to life in front of you.
Lisa Anderson winning in 1997. One before that in 94 as well. A lot of wins recently for Florida. Caroline Marks coming off a gold medal representing Melbourne Beach. It reminds you of Frida Zamba, what she did out here as well. Frida winning back in 84, was able to go again in 86, then went 3 straights from 89 to 91. Frida also a 4-time world champion. Minami throws down a turn and then finishes nice and strong.
Yeah, that was a great wave. Just the quality of the wave for her to do those turns really offered up some nice sections.
So Minami's goal, improve on the 3.5, and hopefully it's enough to move into the top 2, chasing a 5.67.
Yeah,
Scores in now for last of Minami, a 4.43. Her best so far, but not enough for the top 2.
I think it's interesting because I think when Minami goes back and really looks at the tape, she's going to recognize that maybe she kind of outpaced this first section. Instead of going for, that little carve, she could have just hung up down on the bottom and really got a deep bottom turn and got more critical in the lip.
Great call, Rose. We look at Laura up and out. Still looking for a better backup score. Yeah, all the biggest names of the sport winning this event. Tatiana Weston Webb, who just got a silver medal, won this event in 2016. Tati talked about the win as being such a learning moment for her. She went through the worst loss of her life emotionally, lost early in Cloudbreak back then. Was so ready to win the event, she couldn't believe she was out of the event. Came to Huntington, it was almost flat, and won. And she realized mentally what she can do to pick herself back up, and it was a turning point for her. She turned into a world title threat after that, based on that recovery into a huge victory at the U.S. Open. Teresa Bombolo still out in front. We'll be right back. Look at this beauty. The Lexus GX 550 Overtrail Plus. GX is a critical piece in the evolution of the next chapter for Lexus, with new powertrains, an impressive host of premium features, and the all-new Overtrail grades. The 2024 GX has something for everyone, designed to inspire customers to pursue their urge to travel and immerse themselves in nature. Yes, please. Rolling right into this one, Minami Nanoka with some speed and a cool little vertical climb, and then into a wrap. It's fun watching just technique in small waves, and Minami's got a fun one to follow throughout this matchup.
Yeah, that was a fun bit of flow, getting vertical like that, kind of getting that little bit of slide and glide. It was almost like a little throwback. Let's see it in a little bit of a slow motion. Oh, that was pretty cool. Didn't really, like you'd usually see someone step back on the tail and go up and over. I don't know if it's gonna get her the 5.24 that she requires, but it was a little fresh look.
What's your advice on how to improve on technique as a young surfer, hoping that they'd be in the U.S. Open one day, as far as just focusing on technique?
I think watch tape. I think watching yourself surf, and then also just doing cross-reference with other surfers that you really look up to.
Would you watch video of heroes and freeze it and then try to do the same thing with your arms and
I didn't,
your body
Joey,
mechanics?
But sounds like I should have. But I definitely, no. But I watched a lot of like surf movies growing up.
Right.
And you kind of like have that in your mind when you go surfing.
8 minutes on the clock. AJ McCord is always having a blast. I think she's hanging out with the Red Bull crew.
I am hanging out with the Red Bull crew, Joey, because this is the place to be. So much fun out here in Festival Village. We have some amazing athletes who have made their way down here. Brock, a BMXer, first time at a surf competition, but you've gotten a chance to compete here at Huntington Beach. What are your impressions of the surf comp?
It's awesome, man. It's really cool to see all the athletes out there enjoying themselves and making the best of the conditions that they're up against, but ultimately it's just cool to see people doing something that they love.
And it's so cool to get a chance to talk to you guys. All of you love the sports that you're competing in. Benny, a snowboarder for you, and you are here experiencing the perfect day with Red Bull. What does that entail?
The perfect day. Red Bull got some athletes and some influencers together. We went e-biking this morning, came to watch the event today, and ending it with a boat ride tonight. Just a good time with all of us together.
Perfect indeed. And speaking of some really cool opportunities. This is Mame. She's a 2-time Olympian in speed skating. So we're coming off of surfing's second appearance in the Olympics, and we have a great event here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. You know how it is being an athlete in these Olympic and niche sports. How much can an event like this help give these athletes the spotlight and the fans that they deserve?
I feel like it's really cool to have an event like this just because it gives so much exposure to like little boys and girls out in the world, and just being like, oh, like surfing can like be in the Olympics? Down, let's go for it. So yeah, no, I think it's really sick that this is a thing, and then also watching the Olympics and like cheering Team USA on, amazing, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna put each of you on the spot here. First time at a surf competition, does anybody have the desire to go paddle out, check it out for yourself?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Waves look like so much fun out here.
What about you?
I would, but I don't know how to swim, so probably not.
Okay, well, we're gonna get you in the water. That's gonna be next. What about you?
Yeah, it's definitely a little hot out here, so I would love to jump in the cold water and have some fun.
Okay, so they're experiencing the US Open of Surfing this year. Next year, watch out. 3 fantastic athletes. So excited to have you guys down here.
Yes, yeah, watch out.
Thanks so much, AJ. I love it. I bet they're going to be ripping really soon. One wave can change your life.
So true.
True story.
Yeah, no, 100%. And it's so funny. I'm sure those guys and girls are so athletic. They would just translate that into surfing and take it so quickly.
You love when people from other disciplines just fall in love with surfing. Remember watching Alex Argente compete in skateboarding. Next thing you know, he's just asking everyone questions about surfing and getting a wetsuit, and watching Mark McMorris from winning medals in snowboarding, and then he's just so passionate about getting waves. Todd Richards, another guy who transitioned into the ocean. As we look at the backhand flow, Laura Rupp trying to build up some speed. Little pocket starting to form. There's an end section to run at. And Laura needs a 4.14 for the lead. It's held by Teresa Bonvolo for a very long period of time. 4:35 on the clock. This is like that final chapter of your heat. 5-minute warning is always significant. You start rethinking where you are with your game plan, your positioning, and your priority. Knowing the top 2 move on. And here's the heat leader from Lisbon, up and out.
Yeah, this is interesting because now we've seen that priority shift to the bottom 2 surfers. Can they kind of capitalize in these last 5 minutes and found that opportunity, because that door's been left open. Minami, she only needs that 5.84. Sarah, the 6.64. This is going to be an interesting last 4 minutes.
Teresa Bonvolo on her backhand.
Yeah, nice sweep there from her. A little late on that end section. Important wave for Laura. She's looking to improve on the 3.43. First turn was solid. This wave dies a little bit through the middle. She really tried her best to milk that end section of the wave.
When you have smaller conditions like this is when the professionals are really impressive. When you get motivated going, wow, it looks fun, and you can't even get to your feet. These are those realizations that you make when the wave's not helping you out too much. They're finding speed where others don't. It's sometimes even more than good waves. You actually see how talented they are, how fast they're going, earning sections where most wouldn't even make it that far. And they're doing a great job. Looking at Teresa's lead, she looks comfortable. Her board looks great. She's had 7 waves in this matchup, throwing away some decent numbers as well.
It is extremely humbling to watch the surfing all day, and then, like you said, in marginal conditions, go out and try and surf, and then recognize, like, hey, what they're doing, the way that they're making these waves look fun, is it's almost an optical illusion.
It's amazing how much you have to adapt. And as commentators, how often we use that word because it's pro surfing, really. I read a quote from Greg Emsley a while back, and someone was asking him, what's the secret to success? He's like, adapting to the ocean conditions and then focusing on yourself. That's how he simply put it for his program. It's like the waves today that you're winning your heat on, might not exist, you know, on finals day. It could be twice the size. It could be a dominant southeast swell. And even watching, you know, the last few days of the Olympics, it was like what they finished in was like night and day from what they started in. To be a pro surfer and a successful competitor, it's just phenomenal seeing the ones that find consistency and it's such a moving playground.
And also, it's just such an example of staying in the present, staying in the moment, because nothing's guaranteed with the ocean. And Daniel Amesy actually said something interesting in his post-heat interview, because he said it was just micro choices in his heat that led to that win. So every little choice that you're making, every peak that you're paddling to, every game plan that you come up through, managing your priority, all of that can lead into a successful heat or your downfall.
It's a good point. Down to just over a minute. Teresa still out front. Laura still second. The surfers that need waves have the top of the line for priority. And the local Sarah Frere is the one with first priority, needing a 6.64. Committing now. Just her third wave ridden. First turn right off the lip. Times it well. Gets out in front and jams it again. All competitors watching. Sarah attacking the end section. So finding a right on her local break that stretched out way down the beach. Great patience from Sarah with priority, and she's going to leave it up to the judges. She's hoping for at least a 6.64.
That was extremely impressive, the way she held her nerve, waiting for that wave. She surfed extremely well, as we see a little paddle battle ensuing here between the current first and second place surfer. I think they're recognizing that that wave for Sarah could change things. I don't know. We'll wait and see, Joe.
Well, we've run out of time, so now the judges can put their head down and work out that last wave from Sarah as we take another look with them.
So you see, this is kind of a bigger wave of the heat. She does so well to kind of meet that section. Hits off this one. So 2 turns right there. And then this third to finish it off. I'm really enjoying what she got done there. You think about Laura, she was awarded the 6.83 for one maneuver. Will it be enough? It's in the judges' hands. This one's going to be decided on the shore, Joe.
It's cool to see her hold her composure. You could get rattled by the situation, but she did some great surfing. 6.64 is what she needs, and not seeing any score that's going to help her move on. Coming extremely close. And what an effort, just not enough. A 6.13 moves up to third. But all of her friends and family right here in Huntington proud of that performance as she almost got the score. Teresa Bombolo will take that win into the next round. We'll take a quick break. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico continues after this. What a great day to be hanging out in Huntington Beach, also known as Surf City, USA. One of the most consistent waves in California, and really fun during these summer months, and especially when you got a little combo swell like we do today. It is small, it is challenging, but there's peaks to have fun on. And for these surfers on the Challenger Series, they're competing for crucial points with the dream of making it on the Championship Tour, where they can compete for a world title against athletes like Caroline Marks, Katie Simmers. Katie, current world #1 at the moment, a past US Open champ, so what a great platform. Win here and then move on to the Championship Tour. We've got Talia Swindoll on screen representing Malibu. Nice talent that's been very active competitively for a few years now.
On paper, Joe, this might be the most stacked heat of this round. Just knowing how talented all of these women are.
And now watching Keala Tomoda Bannert getting a start. Just a quick warm-up, and also Leilani McConigal. Leilani representing Costa Rica. Dad from San Clemente as we watch the replay. Nice first turn.
Yeah, really great first turn. I know that she's been working really hard, training hard. And that training hard work is going to be important in a heat like this when you're coming up against Keala. 2 turns right there on the backhand. I think this heat is such a good illustration of this new younger generation of women that are trying to make their way onto the tour.
Talia just got this wave.
So Talia just coming around that section. It's a little sleepy for her. I feel like there was a little bit mistimed on that first turn. There was maybe an option to get up and into the lip right off the bat.
Yeah, I was thinking about the system earlier, Rosie, with 6 challenger events. Now it's really focused on doing well regionally. I always thought the positive that jumped out at me was you could start at home. You're within your region before you have to worry about really serious travel. And then once you make it to the Challenger Series with that clear schedule already out, you can kind of plan your year pretty well. So plenty of time to prep, and then you still have an off season to enjoy.
And then also, I remember when I was traveling, I was having to apply for visas in between trips, and that was really tricky because I'd have 2 passports, and I'd come home, I'd be like, okay, I've got to get a European visa, but I've got to hold on to my passport that has my American visa. So I think for the surfers that need visas for all over the globe, they can kind of track that and really get ahead of that paperwork and make sure that they're set for their year of travel before they leave.
Setting this one up is Keala. And now winding up for some whitewater, and she's over it. She'll step off. Started competing at a young age at Pine Trees in the Irons Brothers Classic. And we get to catch up now with the winner of the last heat. Teresa Bonvalo is with Waxhead.
Teresa, a change of pace from the left-hand tubes of Tahiti. We're into the US Open, and you're through to the next round. How does that feel just to get those travel jitters over and done with?
Yeah, for sure. It feels good to be here. I guess you have to train this a lot if you want to qualify once again to the Olympics, because this might be where they're heading the event. Yeah, right now I'm present here, enjoying all the waves throughout these last couple days. It's been small, but I think like it's still surfable, so just gotta find and try like to stick the good ones. We saw like some good waves like they did before, and I think mine was kind of slower, so you gotta be like really nailing the ones that you take.
Seems like a common theme with a lot of the winners today, carrying that optimism, and you're traveling with some of your Portuguese teammates. Is that feeling from the Olympics carrying through into this Challenger Series as well?
Yeah, for sure. It's always great like to be in a group and we have a few Portuguese people already in the Challenger Series, so why not stick together, kind of enjoy like all the moments and train together. I think that brings out the best of you. We see like all the Australians doing that, Americans, and it's sick. Like in the end of the day, this is kind of your family throughout the year, so yes.
Great, good team spirit. And for everyone tuning in at home in Portuguese.
Obrigada a todos que estão em casa. É verdade, neste momento aqui é Huntington Beach, vim do Tahiti há uns dias. Foi muito bom representar Portugal nos Olímpicos mais uma vez e é um orgulho para mim. Agora estamos aqui em Huntington Beach e vamos com tudo e obrigada pelo apoio. Thank you.
Thank you, and let's check out the action in this heat.
Sounds great, Waxen. All of Teresa's friends and family are probably about to hit the town. It's about 10:22 at night. Maybe just starting dinner. Things happen pretty late over there.
Yeah, I was gonna say 10:22. Probably stayed up, watched the heat, go for some dinner.
That's like a great time to watch your friends surf. 10:22, they're, oh yeah, we'll be up.
Yeah.
Love cruising through Lisbon. What a beautiful city. A lot of waves too in Portugal. A lot of big events have been there for a long time now. As we look at Leilani with the flow. Off the lip, ooh, nice, cool. Quick whip to the top of that wave. Showing how quick she can transition. Her brother, Noemar, what a weapon he was when he was competing. One of the best backhands I've ever seen on the QS. As we look at a quick float, Talia Swindoll gets out in front for the carve. Nice sweep out in front. And the surfer from Malibu doing a great job. Had a 2.5 before that. Nora kicking out. She's representing the island of Maui. Had a 1.6 before that. And starting to build on her score line. So a ton of scores to come through. The judges have had their hands full. 4 surfers in the water. Had some heats with more than 30 waves ridden. When there's an obvious score that's not going to improve, like an up and out, they throw that score in so quickly. They don't have to overanalyze it. They know there's comparisons way above it. But when there's a ton of 3s and 4s, that's when things get really critical, as we watch Keala's last.
Yeah, Keala finding a really nice wave here. Has a bit more height, but then it gets a little foamy on the face. As she was taking off, you would think to yourself, oh, this is going to be a great wave, but it kind of pushes her out on the open face, and she doesn't get to do anything critical. Talia, beautiful style. Just growing up on a right-hand point break, you can tell the refinement in her technique. And then Leilani, this was such a great wave from her. I mean, you can tell this wave's a little bit smaller, but that cupped out section and the ability on your backhand to go up into the lip seems like a little bit of an advantage right now.
And Keala just picked this one up.
Yeah, so Keala into another great looking wave. 2-turn combo, that was nice.
Leilani doing a great job. 4.0 start, built to a 5.83. That was that last wave we saw where she sprung into the lip. So her brother worked out a great backhand, surfing that wave Pavones, one of the longest lefts in the world. For Leilani, though, that would be on her front side. But it's cool that she gets to show off her backhand on a day like today. Real quick, really responsive into the lip line. And we've got a rider taking this wave, Nora Laiota. Cool little direction change. Sweeps it in the pocket for her second turn. 2 surfers on the same peak, and they're going to split it. Tala going right. Will stick with Leilani on her forehand. And McConaughey will tap the end section. She got there, and the judges have their hands full. Ton of waves ridden. The split peak scenario. They'll do their best to go cross-side, but they also have the video replay to double check. All in that same wave. Further down the line is Keala throwing a cool drift.
Yeah, that was really cool. Maybe a little bit of loss of control, like just a little bobble through that turn, but she threw everything at it, and this is the split peak situation. We saw Leilani left-hander. Now this is what Talia got done on the right, so not much. I don't think this is going to be a wave of consequence for either Talia or Leilani, as we see a replay of Leilani's forehand. Just not much there for her. Has to cover a lot of space even to get to that last maneuver.
Leilani again, this time on her backhand, gets a little stuck, so she's going to throw it away.
Wow, this heat has been, I mean, judges are just having to kind of, it's just been like rapid fire, quick succession, all four surfers catching a lot of waves, so they've really got to be tuned in right now, make sure they're locking in the right numbers.
They'll write all their scores down, and they have to type them into a screen. That's their second thing they do, but if they don't have time, they'll just keep writing them down, and then when they have a chance, they'll start updating it. Their first order of operation, watch every wave, score every wave, and if the update comes late in these 4 surfer heats, it'll just have to take a little bit longer. But man, it's amazing how quickly that they make decisions, and they're doing it in real time. For the surfers, it's never fast enough. They're raising their hands. They want to know instantly when they kick out. The live scoring system was brought to the world by a legendary human, Mono Zool. Worked hard with the computer scoring, and it really changed everything. Before, pro surfing, you kind of have to guess what you were doing in a heat. You'd come in and look at the score sheets and figure, oh, someone got an 8. They had no idea. And once the live scoring system came, announcers were very important on the tower, and they could give you live updates. And now they're responding to the numbers in real time and then setting up their next move.
Yeah, I remember you'd come in from your heat and there'd be people tabulating the heats, like highlighters, calculators, those best 3 or 4 waves. You'd almost have to wait 1 or 2 heats before you got your results. Yeah, it was so interesting back then, and now you're just seeing like this instantaneous rolls and flow through the competition. So that's a huge advancement in our sport.
And then just so cool for stats. I mean, finding all those pieces of paper back in the day with circles on them, that was hard to compute.
Yeah. That's why I always think you're so amazing, Joe, because you have all that knowledge from back then and you just retain all of it. And yeah, it's super impressive, your encyclopedial knowledge.
Thanks, Rosie. We got a lot of scores coming in for this heat. Top 2 moving on. Cal at the moment is out in front, but all 4 surfers waiting for the numbers from the panel. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
Today we are here at the 9th stop of WSL Rising Tides at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. This activation is pretty unique as we had Pura Vida join us today, and they brought bracelets that had 6 different words on them. The girls got to walk up and handpick a word that meant something to them, and whether it be inspire, believe, perseverance, and their mentor also had on the same word on their bracelet. So not only are they wearing it, but someone who inspires them is wearing the same word and the same kind of mindset.
All the pro girls, I love how they come here and like help us. Maybe because they're your idols, it makes it cool because you can just learn from them and see their technique or what they do in the water. They're just always so nice to me, and they also rip.
I really think that it helped inspire me, honestly, like seeing these girls and just their fire and passion. So it just like makes you feel like younger again that way. It just like takes you back to when you're like super excited about everything.
When I was a little girl, I absolutely loved it when the older girls would be really nice to me in the water, let me go on waves. They were really good role models for me, and I hope to be that for the next generation.
WSL Rising Tides just providing a stage for the next generation. You get to surf with your heroes. It's amazing. All brought to you by Pura Vida. As we look at Talia Swindoll, she probably would wear the bracelet. Believe in yourself. Power of positivity to make it out of this heat. Leilani McConigal going through the paces on her backhand. Those are easy sections to work with, but she's tagging it. She's dropped to second. Judges finally thought they could take a break. Back to writing scores down. Keala Tomoto Bannert still living out in front after a ton of waves being ridden. 6.33 and a 5.17. Leilani still second. Nora Lyota in third, needing a 5.64. And Talia Swindoll chasing a 5.81. So all 5 Rangers required. Talia with third priority. Nora with second priority, and with 11 minutes. Always chasing magic boards. Today it would be all about small wave equipment that would give you some extra speed. They have giant surf shops across the street with about every well-known shaper in the world. You can pick up a fresh board. Probably ride exactly what some of these surfers are out there on today. As we check out the Pacifico fan picks for heat number 6, heavily favored is the Costa Rican Leilani McConigal. And she's in second right now, so everyone's doing a good job. The next popular pick is Keala, who's number 1, but we just saw Talia Swindoll look real smooth down the line. Here comes Nora Lyota, quickly tagging off the top and stepping out.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a little bit of a tricky heat for Nora. Just not being able to tap into some of that same kind of rhythm as the other 3 ladies. Talia, she's had a ton of waves, but the same kind of situation where it doesn't have that same steep section for her. This was a better wave.
Interesting when you just talk about wave selection. Rosie, what kind of wave would you really be trying to focus on?
I think, you know, when I look at the waves from Keala and the waves that Leilani have gotten, it's almost had that double up edge to it. It's been sucking off the bank really nicely, and it's had that curve about it where you can stay up in the lip and get critical, and then it doesn't taper off. It stands up on the end section. I think getting that critical last maneuver is very important on a day like today.
Two more heats to finish up the round and set up more big days of competition. The top seeds are just looking on. I even saw Eli Hanneman just relaxing, hanging out with his coach Chris Gallagher, his manager Sean Ward. Just flashing back on one of the greatest memories of his young career, winning this event last year in a final with a good friend of his, Crosby Colapinto. That was a huge part of his success in qualifying for the tour last year. Now he's looking to go back to back.
Yeah, what a, just to come back to the US Open after winning last year and trying to find that same presence and that same feeling and tap into that coming into this year's event.
And what a platform to jump off of. Katie Simmers winning this event. Look where she is now, #1 in the world.
I think for me, Sawyer Lindblad, last year's champion at the US Open, has been so impressive as a rookie. Her performance to solidify her spot at Margaret River, incredible. I think about Tahiti. Did she get a 10? What did
should have been.
Should have been.
Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad, what a standout. Under pressure to make the cut, makes the final at Margaret River and does one of the turns of the event. Then goes to Teahupo, biggest day she's ever seen out there, and gets the wave of her life. When you're that kind of surfer where things are just happening, remember she got a right-hander back door as well, small back door, and she's like, well, that's the first time I've done that. It's just, that's when you're that talented where you're just figuring things out on the fly and doing it at a very high level. Leilani taking this wave, and she'll go in the back of the line for priority.
Yeah, that could have been a little bit of a mistake there for Leilani.
And now Keala, a real smooth carve through the face, is able to get back up there for a nice combination.
Ooh, but this is opening that door of opportunity for Talia and Nora. Nora has an established second priority, so maybe she got a wave down the line. But, you know, with Talia with that priority, with 6.5 minutes remaining.
And that must hurt for Leilani, kicking out of a wave that didn't give her much. In fact, she's caught 5 waves since she's kept a score in her top 2.
Doesn't really factor in though, Joe, because she does actually regain second priority there. So Nora must have caught something on the inside.
So now we'll see if she gets a bit more selective with Leilani. Since she has a top 2 spot, having to adjust now. Her last 5 choices haven't affected her score line. You don't want to take a wave where you'll get the same score. You want to avoid repeating yourself. Be smart with priority. And Keala waiting for her last wave. It was just cool to see a nice rail line on the open face. Hell of speed, power, and flow. Real graceful approach there from Keala Tomata Bannard out of Kauai.
So we're still waiting on those scores for Keala?
Yep, one more score to lock in, one more for Leilani to average out. Nora Laiota getting caught up with her wave as well, which is a very important one for the heat. So judges taking their time because things could be changing now. Eve Wong coming up next. She was part of the Rising Tides. Amuro Suzuki, bronze medalist Tokyo 2020. Last of Keala comes through at a 5.17. She sees her improvement in first. Last for Nora Laiota comes in at a 6.47. Apologies, all the viewers out there. We don't have the 6.47. A significant score for Nora to move into advancing position. Leilani down to 3rd. Talia in 4th. So Leilani now needs a 4.85. 3:55 to go.
Yeah, this is it's interesting when a heat at this stage, Leilani was looking so dominant. But like you said, she's had 5 options and hasn't improved her scoreline. Now she's got that second priority. It looks like she's trying to find some space in the lineup, get away from her competitors and find a sneaky peek down south. I think Nora is making her way over to Leilani.
It's interesting how that works. It's not always obvious when a surfer with in the back of the line for priority, but with a higher standing in the heat, Still actually wants to get around you. The energy changes. You want to kind of look at the same waves, make your presence felt when things are getting pretty stressful.
And even Talia is making her way with priority over to Leilani. Talia right now in that 4th place position.
And Leilani's like, all right, we could do this all day. I'll keep paddling, trying to find some space.
Interesting last couple of minutes here. We've seen that advancing positions change. Leilani getting relegated into that 3rd place position. Nora, she had such a sleepy heat. She had some opportunities, but it's really come to life for her with those last 2 waves that she's caught. Nora and I think Talia, I think they're going to make it extremely difficult for Leilani to get a wave. Just apply the pressure.
Leilani's just going, how did it get so crowded down here?
But Nora's got to be careful because she does, she's in 4th priority, so she can't push the issue too much. She's got to give Leilani a bit of space because she does have that 2nd priority.
See everyone changing their mind now, looking at different opportunities. And it will be Keala Tomoto Bannert hitting a nice clean 1 maneuver section. Has cool patience in her style, nice refined rail work. And she'll notice that she's got 1:10 to try to hang on to her lead, surfing a really solid heat. Catching now 7 waves. Now into the final minute. Priority with Talia Swindoll. Holding back is Nora Laiota. Her 6.47 changed everything. She was in the back of the line this whole heat. Took her about 4 waves to really get started. And found her rhythm, peaking at the right time. It's fun when you look at a heat sheet for a surfer where you look at their start as 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. It's exactly what Nora's been doing.
Building in this heat. And it's this is where surfing gets cruel because Leilani, like we said, she's been in that 2nd place advancing position. She's had the lead even, and now she just finds herself scratching for something. Could this be it, Joe, with 17 seconds remaining?
Her last chance. Leilani off the bottom, finds a finish, but she can't hang on. A tough heat for Leilani McConigal, and she will exit out here in the round of 48. Also, Talia Swindoll holding 1st priority and not getting to use it towards the back end. It'll be Keala Tomoto Bannert and Nora Laiota moving on to the next round. Take a quick break. We'll bring in Mitchell Salazar and Felicity Palmatier for the call right after this.
It's the final two heats of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. It's been a fun day of surfing so far, but guess what? We still have more action up ahead. Mitchell Salazar with former Small Fries champion, Felicity Palmatier. I knew I had to intro you a great wave flick. Welcome back to Huntington Beach, California. It's been a fun day so far, but we still have two heats to go, including this one where we have a couple of big stars in the water.
That's a big claim there, Small Fry champ. I'm going to add that to the resume. Yeah, this is a big heat coming up right now. I mean, international heat, 2 South Africans, we've got a Hawaiian, Japanese, and you know what? We've said it all day, conditions are tricky, but there's still opportunities out there for all these women, little peaks offering 1-2 turn combos.
And definitely a venue that everybody has to go through at least once in their career too. Eve Wong out there in the red, Amuro Suzuki in the blue, Jessie Van Niekerk from South Africa, lives in Melbourne, is in the white, and Lulu Leprant from Scottsboro, Durban, South Africa is in the green. Got 4 surfers from really different regions of the world. Van Niekerk does represent South Africa. She's been living in Melbourne and Victoria for a good amount of time, though. Actually worked at Urban Surf for quite a bit of time and tends to spend a lot of time over there at that wave pool.
Well, if you're spending a lot of time in a wave pool, it means you're getting a lot of reps on the board, which is really good for your surfing. Obviously, you can really just nail down that 1 or 2 maneuvers that you can work on. You get that great repetition. Right now it seems to be a little bit slow out there, so obviously no priority established yet, and just waiting for these girls to sort of make a move.
And Eve Wong out of the island of Oahu, great surfer from Mililani. Younger sister Oaka, also a great surfer. Really excited to see her not only compete at this event for the rest of the year on the Challenger Series, qualified through the Hawaii region, and talk about not only a talented surfer, really integrates her own culture into her surfing flick.
Yeah, she does. And you know what? I was so impressed with her at the beginning of the year, working on the Challenger Series event at Snapper. And wow, I mean, she put together a couple of really good heats. She just looked really comfortable on that right-hand point break there. We obviously had amazing waves to kick off the Challenger Series, so obviously that helps. But yeah, just the flow in between her maneuvers and just her ability to put together a heat. I thought she was surfing beyond her years. It was impressive.
Yeah, still very young, in her late teens. Seen her for quite some time right now, and actually has the privilege and the honor to be one of the few people that have actually surfed in the very first heat of the event and of the last heat of the event too. That was actually at one of her home breaks in Haleiwa, Hawaii a few years ago when she made the final over there, Flick.
Yeah, that was impressive, and that was the first time for me that I'd heard about her before, but really that she, bounced onto the scene and really made a name for herself. I mean, it was big, it was challenging. And Haleiwa's not an easy wave to surf. We all know it, And, I mean, she just went to town and, plowed through the draw. And, yeah, I mean, she really impressed me. And especially in, those bigger, more solid waves and no hesitation. Yeah, it was a really incredible run that she had there.
Jessie Van Niekerk, originally from Cape Town, South Africa, has been living in Victoria, Australia for a good amount of time, traveling with her father at this event. And last year when she came, Flick actually spent a good amount of time in between Bolito here before the event started and afterwards too. It seems like it's not only a repeat of last year, she's looking for her best result of the season right here at the Open.
You know what? I like that approach. I think that's super smart. I heard Kira Pinkerton say it in a post-heat interview today, but she's obviously spent a lot of time here, but even after spending so much time here, it's just a wave that's forever changing. We'll get back to that as Eve is up and riding.
Yeah, Wong going right. Solid carve right there in the pocket for Eve. Looking for one more section down the line. She's going to find it. Throws a tail around. Don't know if that's going to be complete or not. She's riding a Eco-Carbon technology board by Channel Islands. It's a CI Pro Flick, and it seems to be working quite well out there right now.
Well, I mean, it looks like it's gliding through those sections pretty easily. Don't think that last turn is going to count as a make. Let's have a look. So gets around this section. Nice little bit of open face. Little slash in the pocket. Just kind of just waiting for it here. Gets another little slash. Look, I think if she actually would have rode out of that and completed that maneuver, the score probably would have been a bit higher. Nice way to open up. You got to be thinking right now. You just look at the past heats. Probably going to be replacing that, you'd think.
Yeah, last heat actually one of the most competitive we've seen all round long. Kela Tamara-Banner taking away the win, advancing on with her good friend Nora Leota. They're into the next round. And speaking of Kela Tamara-Banner, she's downstairs.
Mixed results this year, but
And not a first round loss like you had in South Africa. You bounced back, you made it through here at the US Open.
Yeah, I'm super stoked to be here. The waves are a bit smaller, but this is the smallest day of the waiting period, so hopefully my next heat, it'll be a foot or two bigger. But yeah, stoked.
Leaving Bolito, heading home, trying to practice in some Huntington-like waves, as you said. It's prepared you well, and have you adjusted your equipment? Have you got something different for later in the week, perhaps?
I actually jumped back to my magic board. I've had this thing in Jacksonville when I won the Supergirl. Just feel really comfortable with it, and yeah, just stop putting a lot of pressure on myself.
And just saying that something's changed. Obviously, you've made the heat. You're looking very relaxed. You looked relaxed running out for that heat too. And is it a conscious effort? Is there any meditation, or what's the prep behind a heat win like this?
Yeah, I feel like everyone thinks that I always look so calm before a heat, but there's definitely a lot of stuff going upstairs, and I just, try to do my meditation and, just take it wave by wave.
And anyone at home tuning in, you want to give a big thank you to?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to all my friends, my family. Thanks, guys, for watching.
Thank you, and back to live action.
Thanks, Maddie. Amuro Suzuki, up and riding going left, former Olympic bronze medalist in Tokyo 2020. Did have the chance to surf at quite a few CT events back in 2021 too, Flick, and been using that experience in her favor since 21 minutes on the clock. Lulu Leprant gets the first real score of the heat of 5.33. Wong still with the 3-point ride, and now waiting for this last one of Suzuki, as it seems like Louise Leprant, she's back up and riding, now going left. Looking for first section on offer, won't be able to find it right there, but going back to what Kiala was able to say right there, it really seems like adaptability by today's standards might be the most important factor out there, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions they're forever changing, obviously, it's the ocean, but I mean, considering where the women were sitting, the men were sitting this morning, some men were entertaining the pier bowl, obviously with that tide filling in, it's sort of not really even breaking there, the women choosing to move further south down the beach, this little bit of texture on the face, that wind kicking up out of that southerly direction as well. I mean, it's changed a lot, and I mean, there's still opportunity out there. Louise, I know I'm impressed with her opening ride, 5.33. I feel like in today's standards, that's a good backup, right? You've already got one score on the board. Afford to be a little bit more choosy now as we see Amuro.
Yeah, she already dropped a 3.27 on the left. Much better here on the right. Draws off of the bottom well. Big snap in the pocket and fits in 3 consecutive maneuvers right there. So should be a strong score right there for Suzuki. Just under 20 minutes on the clock, and not only the Olympic bronze medal, somebody with a lot of experience in these kind of waves in particular, Flick.
For sure. I mean, you think about the waves, that most Japanese surfers are growing up in, and where they're cutting their teeth, it's very similar to conditions like this. And you could just tell as soon as she stood up on that wave that thing had a bit more energy, a bit more of a bowl to it.
Evan now up and riding. It's a quick one right there.
Yeah, straight away you're thinking, oh, okay, this wave looks like it's got a better draw off the bottom of the face of the sandbank. There's a lot of waves out here just because of that texture. There's a lot of lump and bump. Let's have a look at this one from Eve. There's a little slash in the pocket. And so this is her first wave. This is that 3-point ride. So 2 maneuvers there. And here we have Louise on her backhand. Nice timed approach there. Looking to get a third turn, and she gets one. So that's her 5.33.
Yep. And then Suzuki right here, Flick, the 3.27, and waiting on her last.
Yeah, I think this one, the last one from Amuro, this is the one. I mean, straight away, you can see already, it's got a nice draw off the sandbank, offers nice maneuvers, gets a little jab there for the finish. She's got to be stoked with that.
And a few years ago, there was a situation here with Suzuki and an interference call, and it eventually cost her qualification towards the championship tour. With that loss, wasn't really able to make it to a point to qualify at the last 2 events of the season. Is not looking to make that happen once again here, Flick. I can tell you that. 18 minutes on the clock, she's in the lead, has a 7 and a 3.27. And what's really interesting? One of the first times I ever met you was in Los Cabos. We used to have a QS event over there. Kiala was competing at that event. We had a junior event over there too. How awesome is it not only to see yourself in this position you're in right now, also see a lot of these young surfers still going through the rankings and potentially qualifying for the CT?
Oh, I think it's inspiring, you know. I mean, it just proves, I mean, you just look at Kelly, for instance. There's a lot of longevity to be had within this sport. I know he's a little bit of an anomaly, but it's just really cool. I mean, a lot of these events, you know, usually have like a junior event attached to them as well, so you can sort of see this young talent up and coming. You know, Huntington in general has had so many events here over the years. So generally you see these younger surfers coming from a mile away, as we see a bit of a set rolling through the lineup here.
Yeah, Suzuki gonna stay on her on this left. It seems like it was a split peak though with Van Niekerk, and Amuro not much on offer right there. Doesn't seem like she's gonna improve on the 3.27. We'll see what happened on the right from Van Niekerk as we look at Leprant right here. That's a big snap in the pocket. 17 minutes on the clock. She was only looking to improve on a score less than a 1. Should easily be doing that right here. And for both Eve and Jessie, seems like Wong did get a wave. They need to get to work real quick, Flick, because nearly halfway through the heat, and Leprant really going to town right here on these last 2.
Oh, I mean, she's easily improving on that situation. And that one turn was really well timed. It was crisp, it was powerful. And I mean, we've seen big scores for one turns today. I mean, even, you know, that one turn, just getting people through heats. So yeah, important wave in the context of this heat right now. And really putting the pressure on Eve and Jessie.
And Suzuki now looking at another right. You mentioned that bowl she's been looking for. Found it on the first section. Not a whole lot on offer afterwards, though. Still looking for something down the line. Won't really be able to find it. 16 minutes on the clock, waiting on a few scores. You know, and Van Niekerk waited a long time to be able to catch her first ride. Score coming through right now, the 3.37. And here goes Jessie on the left. Deep bottom turn, much better right here. Cleaner surfing from Jessie. Finds a combination and looking for one more at the end of this wave. She'll be able to find it. Somehow is able to push through that section right there. Flick, we got a good heat right here in heat number 7 of the round of 48.
Yeah, that was much better by Jessie. Those first 2 turns that she put together, crisp, sharp, well timed, and kind of about now she really did need a wave like that. I mean, Amuru and Louise are sort of breaking away from the pack, so very important wave right now to lock in for Jessie.
So you mentioned the age factor just a little bit ago. Out of the last 3 winners at the Challenger Series level on the women's side, all 3 of them have been teenagers. Caitlin Simmers, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and Sori Limla. So that gives you an idea of what this wave really demands.
Look, one, those surfers are incredibly talented.
Yep.
No doubt about it, right? But 2, when I think of Huntington, I think most likely within this event waiting period, you're going to be greeted with at least one day with surf like this. If not a couple, as we have a look at that one turn again from Louise, just so crisp. And this is Eve on the backhand.
Yeah, we didn't see that live, but that was a solid one from Wong. And this is the 3.37 we saw during the split peak. Jessie.
Here we go. 2-turn combo here for Jessie. She really needed this. This is an important wave for her right now. She's wanting an end section right now. Just she does get this little tap here on the inside section, but you just got to be thinking she wanted a little bit of a bigger closeout. She's looking for another left here now.
What's crazy is that, like, this is only the first round too. We have surfers that are seated even deeper into the event already, and we talk about talent. Definitely seeing it right now. 13:45 on the clock. Last for Wong comes in as a 6.43. Last of Leprant straight to the lead, Flick. A 6.23 for Lulu. Talking about somebody in her mid-teens, competed against people much more experienced than her. Coming all the way from South Africa, traveling with her older brother Luke. 2 great dynamic goofy footers out of Scottsboro. And seeing them get to this point with Graham Smith as not only their mentor, but also their shaper. Beautiful stuff to see really South Africa shine on a platform as big as this one.
Yeah, this is a big heat for her right now, and a big moment. I mean, 6.23 for one single turn. Such a confidence booster too. I mean, she does 2 of those. She's well on her way to a great score. And yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you don't need to be looking for that wave that's going to be offering a perfect taper where you can get 3 maneuvers. I mean, it's, you know, you're edging up towards that 7. There's 2 ways to do it, right? Amuru right now, highest wave of the heat, the 7-point ride, that was the 3-turn combo. Or, you know, in contrast, Louise, 6.23, just for the one big backhand crack.
So here it is, 6.23 for this one, Flick.
Yeah, it's super well timed, really nice and crisp, rides out with control. And this is Eve. Now that was a great backhand crack, and slightly, a few more, ever so slightly, a little bit more in the points category there. So judges really rewarding just that perfect timing and power.
Maybe a bit steeper too on Eve's side. That board looks great though. Now only needs a 3.85 to move up into second place. 12 minutes to go. Van Niekerk gets her best on her previous ride, a 4.97. She now needs a 5.31. And Leprant in the lead, her low score is a 5.33. Entertaining stuff. It's going to be interesting to see the way Leprant approaches the back end of this heat with priority, knowing that she is the youngest surfer out of the 4 out there right now too.
And I've already said it, I'm very impressed. I mean, to be in this position and leading, but now with the priority against her name, that's such a commanding position. And I mean, right now you've just got to be thinking, she just wants to better her 5.33, right? She's probably not going to take off on anything that she doesn't think she's not going to be able to better that on. Or if she is taking off, it's a defensive move.
Well, either win or lose, she's going to be learning a lot from this experience so far today. I mean, as soon as the sun comes out, it's truly a gorgeous day here in HB. The morning was a bit difficult. Rocked up to some southerly winds, Flick. Did not expect that this morning. It was a bit chillier than anticipated, but it is beautiful now. Here's the heat leader, Leprant. A couple of snaps on the backhand, looking to improve on a 5.33. Don't know if she fully rode out of the last one either. That's up to the 5 people upstairs. It seemed like it was a split peak, though, with Eve Wong. She's looking for a 3.85 and talked about her native Hawaiian heritage. Loves to surf back home, Ali'i Beach Park in Haleiwa. Great surfer out at Sunset Beach, too. And speaking of surfers from Oahu, they have to go through both of those places just on the amateur tour as well. Suzuki, a quick in and out, just over 10 minutes to go. But I mean, what it does for you, Flick, going to through two of the most difficult waves on the planet, I mean, must be encouraging for your confidence, especially when you travel to a place like this.
I think so. I think it can be encouraging, but I also think it can be discouraging at the same time, because you get so used to power on tap, right? And I mean, I can relate to this growing up in Margaret River. You just get so used to, you take off, you don't need to generate your own speed. You're so used to it. And that would be the same case for someone like Eve. I know she's put in a lot of time, you know, in other waves as well to better herself in waves like this. But you're just such a product of your environment, I feel, as a surfer, and where you come from and what your strengths and weaknesses are. And yeah, it's just interesting, right? Like, I knew when I used to travel, I'd just kind of be like, oh, when I'd rock up and the waves would be like this, I'd just be like, okay, all right, get yourself together, let's go. We're going to have to go to work here. Put your big girl boots on.
Welcome to the QS Felicity Palmatier. 9 minutes 20 on the clock. It's Louise Leprant in the lead, and she's in a good spot to make it into the next round here at the US Open.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We are inside the WSL store and there is so much cool merchandise inside here. They have so many things, including a vintage vault, which is all sorts of different graphics and tees from old WSL events. They're putting new things on the floor every single day, but the thing I really want to highlight right now is these flex fit hats, okay? 50 years of innovation. The WSL is working with them to debut a program where they turn discarded oyster shells and plastic waste back into materials that can be made to use for hats. A really cool way that these two are teaming up to try and be more environmentally friendly, sustainability focused, and protecting our oceans, you guys.
Awesome stuff, AJ. Definitely got to get me one of those hats before the event ends, Flick.
Yeah, super stylish. I reckon that'd suit you just right.
I felt the same thing when I saw it on AJ's. I don't know if I'm going to be able to rock it as well, though. 6 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. It's Heat 7 of the round of 48 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Louise Laprant in the lead with a 6.23 and a 5.33. It's Eve Wong now up to second, Flick. Her last score comes in as a 3.87. It was just enough for second place, and not much separating second and third right now. 10.3 heat total to a 10.27, and Jessie Van Niekerk with priority in fourth place. She's needing a 5.34.
Yeah, there is definitely not much separating Eve and Amuro right now, and Amuro has the highest single wave score of this heat right now, so she is not going to want to lose right now. She's going to want to use this priority really smartly. She's got second priority at the moment. We'll get back to that. This is Eve.
Yeah, look at another right. Nice throw tail right there. Isn't able to pull it off, and an interesting decision too was the first wave of the set, and not to necessarily say that there are many waves and sets out there. It's usually the bumpiest out of the bunch though, Flick.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It's a good read on that, and I think I'm interested. Oh, sorry. It's been a long day. I'm interested to see what Amuro puts together here, because, and where she positions right now. I mean, she's sitting relatively close to Jessie, who has, you know, the #1 priority, which means that for me, I would be creating space. I would be moving away from Jessie so that you have the first opportunity when that wave does come through to take off and get that. She only needs a 3.3. I mean, it's such a small score. She easily do that in one turn. That's a one-turn wave.
For sure.
One very well-timed turn, one big backhand belt, really easy to do in small waves. Personally, I think it's easier on your backhand than your forehand. So 4.5 minutes on the clock. Looks like we have a paddle.
Yeah, it's Lulu Laprant, once again, the heat leader. She's looking to improve on a 5.33, just a setup right there, and little mistimed on the second one. Still no harm, no foul, just over 4 minutes, and she's still in the lead. Flick, question for you, out of all those aspects that you were saying were challenging, coming from waves of consequence with power, then coming into, you know, slop like this, outside of the power aspect, what was the thing you found most difficult to compete in? Boards, preparation? I know that's a tough question to answer, isn't it? There's a reason I'm in here with you, Flick.
Look, just coming into small waves, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
I just love power on tap. It's so nice. You don't have to work as hard, I feel. I mean, you really have to flap around to make things work out here. It feels like, you know what, like physically you can be as fit as you want. You know, I'm not a small girl. Let's just put it that way. And I think, you know, smaller conditions, it can lend itself to a smaller frame person. You've got less weight, power to weight ratio might be that little bit better. I just loved being that feeling of taking off, and there's a lot of power behind you. You can set a rail. Get back to that. This is Jessie. She's up and riding.
And she does need at least a 5.34 at the moment. Just the one foam climb, that's not going to be it. 3 minutes to go. Priority with Suzuki needs a 3.3 at the very least. Eve Wong in second, looking to improve on a 3.87. And the heat leader, Laprant, a 5.33 is what she's looking to replace. If you were to ask me, Flick, you can obviously know that I'm not a small dude either, so I had the same difficulty. To me personally, it was always the boards, because, you know, coming from more, you know, difficult socioeconomic background, buying a ton of different boards wasn't something that was necessarily accessible to everybody, and I think that's why it's always great to bring up the point about Graham Smith. You know, he travels with a lot of his athletes, and him being really at the forefront of development for South African shapers. He's been sponsoring a lot of these young kids on both the Challenger Series and the Junior Tour. Suzuki up and riding, needs a 3.3. That's a good start to the wave right here. The one carve, a little setup. And make sure just to finish this wave off. It's gonna be close, but it seems like she might have done just enough with 2 minutes to go on the clock.
Well, I feel like it's going to be right there, like splitting hairs. I think it's, and it almost feels like that could potentially be her last roll of the dice. It's going to be surprising to me if she gets back out the back and can find space, you know, and have another crack at this. For me, I still feel, let's break this down. Look, this was a nice rail turn, actually. You know, I'm looking at it again. She gets another sort of little slash in the pocket. It just was such a tapered wall, and it got so small so quick.
It might have come down to the first turn, though, and it's enough. It's a 3.8. So Wong down to third, now needs a 4.38. And Jessie Van Niekerk in fourth does need a 5.84. LePron still in the lead, just over a minute. Wong with priority and needs to get moving quick. That CI Pro with the ECT technology has looked well. There's LePron. The heat leader, she's looking to improve on a low to mid 5 at the moment, 60 seconds. And Felicity, you've talked about maturity, just being able to capitalize on the few opportunities, especially under pressure. That's the case right now for Eve Wong with 45 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, these are the moments that, I mean, hopefully she gets another opportunity, but you train for these sort of moments. You know, if there is an opportunity sitting out there with priority, taking off, 4.38, she can do that in one turn. We've seen it all day today. But right now, that ocean's looking so flat, and it's unfortunate, right? Because she did manage to find that one nice score of that 6.43. It's just, will the ocean provide? Sometimes the ocean it giveth, and sometimes it taketh.
That is the nature of this sport, and unfortunately for us, it means that we won't be able to see Eve Wong move through into the next round. Beautiful style will be seen over on the walls of Ericeira, though, just next month. Or in a couple of months, I should say. So Eve Wong and Jessie Van Niekerk are eliminated from competition here in the round of 48. Good news for Amuro Suzuki. She's into the round of 32. Same thing for South Africa's Louise LePron. Takes away the heat win, and the teenager will be talking to AJ in just a few minutes. Be right back with the last heat of the day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. That made me want to go surfing right there. Sublime and surfing, I'm in. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico at Southside Huntington Beach Pier. Mitchell Salazar, here with former Rip Pro Grom Search national champion Felicity Palmatier. Round of 48, Heat 8. Zoe Benedetto, runner-up to the World Junior Championship this year. In the red, Rosie Smart from Australia is in blue. Olympian Tainá Henkel from Brazil is in the white. And also another Olympian from Canada, Sanoa Demphley Olin, is in the green. And speaking of Canada, Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Tofino, I'm telling you, Flick, has to be one of your favorite destinations to go to. It is one of mine, and I'm just excited to go back. The waves are really good over there despite the cold weather. Looking at Smart right here, she opened up with a 6-point ride, Flick.
Yeah, she's got a deadly backhand, this girl. This is, you know, I was so, wow. Ooh. Okay, this was a great wave. And you know what, deadly backhand, we'll get back to that. Live action, Zoe.
Yeah, Benedetto from Palm City, Florida. Surfs Pond Sinlet quite a bit. And, you know, an interesting fact, I know you're not necessarily a huge baseball fan, but her grandfather used to manage the California Angels back in the day, which is one of the local professional baseball teams right here. Smart, once again, already dropped the 6-point ride. And she is just on a mission right now, wow. Flick.
Okay.
A lot of flow, and as soon as I say that, goes down on the last attempt still. Should be a decent little backup right now with 26 minutes on the clock. Still very young, about to be 19 years of age.
Yes, super young, first year on the Challenger Series. Same thing, similar to Eve. I saw her on the Gold Coast, Snapper, and she put together some awesome heats. I mean, she was surfing incredible on that backhand. She took down some big names, and yeah, I was really impressed. Just surfing beyond her years, just very tight in the pocket. Her timing was really well done, and I mean, she's illustrating that already in this heat. Her opening ride, 6-point ride, beautiful wave to start. I mean, we did jinx her, but if she would have finished that last turn, it would have been a beautiful backup to that 6.
Well, I'll take credit for the jinx. That's
okay,
fine.
That's your fault.
So a 4.33 on her second ride, and I did state that she was going to be 19. I read the dates wrong. She is 19 already, so sorry, Rosie. But she has more than 10 points in the first 4.5 minutes.
Yeah.
That's quite impressive given the conditions that we have right now. And Flick, Zoe Benedetto drops a 2.67. Very talented surfer out of Florida, runner-up to the World Junior title this year in Oceanside. Very adaptable to any kind of surf, too.
Yeah, she impressed me last year. I got to see her a couple of times on the Challenger Series, once at Snapper and once in Portugal. And in Portugal, she looked really good on that long ride hand point.
And here's Tainá Henkel from Florianópolis, over there in the southern part of Brazil. Second-generation professional herself. Her father was a former pro and very successful at it too. And coming from that area of Floripa, amazing surfers, great waves, but you always think of Brazil and you think of beautiful weather. That part of Brazil tends to get quite cold in the winter, Flick.
Wow, okay, surprisingly, this is, you learn something new every day, don't you, Mitchell?
Well, that's what I'm here for, educational purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, quick one there for Smart. It was a big heat win for Louise Lepron. She's downstairs with Matt.
You've come into this event as a reserve. You're just hanging out, waiting for that opportunity. Any nerves going into that heat?
Yeah, there were a few nerves, but I just went out there and tried to surf my best. I wasn't really focused on making the heat. I mean, obviously I want to make the heat and all, but I just wanted to surf my best.
And what are your intentions for this year? You're going to try and go to every challenger?
Well, I'm trying to work hard, do well in this event, and hopefully get a wild card into Portugal.
Well, you're well on your way. I've seen you practicing here all week. Twice a day, you're surfing with the SA crew. Who are you traveling with, and how does it feel to have their support?
It feels really good. I'm traveling with my brother, Graham Smith, the whole South African crew. Them supporting me just makes me push harder.
And we just saw the guys say it's the SA Sprinkles, and I think we're going to see more of that. What's behind that name?
Nothing much. We just come together and support each other, surf well, and yeah.
Well, anyone back home you want to say hello to and congratulate for the support?
Well, I want to say hello to everyone and good night. I know it's late, and thank you for staying up and watching my heat.
Well, we hope to see many more, and we're going to go back to live action and see how this heat's going.
Thanks, my brew, and congratulations to Lulu Lepron. Great young surfer coming out of Scottsboro and Durban, South Africa, traveling here with her older brother Luke, also an outstanding surfer. You know, I've always thought of the African region to be the toughest one to be from in terms of professional surfing. You usually have to travel a lot more than everybody else, a lot more expensive.
The rand is not as strong as against the US dollar.
So there's a lot of things working against you, but in the end, you're able to succeed and make it happen. Well, dreams do come true. We've seen Jordy Smith on tour now 16 years, Flick.
Yep, Maddie McGillivray now as well, flying that flag, so super inspiring for them as well. The South African men had some success this morning as well, and I think it's really cool. You know, we've spoken about it so much over the last couple of years, but just the countries forming a real tight-knit of crew traveling to each of these Challenger Series events and, you know, sticking around for all their countrymen and countrywomen heats and really supporting each other, staying together, and it's just making such a big difference, you know. And I think, you know, Brazil, you know, and Australia probably cottoned onto that a little bit first, and then obviously we had the San Clemente crew, and now all the countries really leaning into that sort of method.
21:40 on the clock. Seems like a couple of waves rolling through. Sanoa Demfleolin from the Great White North up and riding. First wave for her, and not necessarily the way she wanted to start off this heat. Did use priority as well, so it's going to be an unforced error right there for Sanoa. Still very young, only 19 years of age. She did become an Olympian, silver medalist at the Pan Ams last year in Chile. And speaking of sticking around, the fans have really stuck around all day long. Our Pacifico fan picks for this last heat looking pretty good for a couple of surfers out there. As we look at Rosie Smart right here, she's just on another level in this heat, Flick. Looking on the forehand right now, and she's looked great. Just under 21 minutes, she's looking to improve on a 4.33.
Wow, that's impressed me. That wave selection, impeccable for this afternoon. She was really able to identify those waves with that clean bowl to them as we see another set rolling throughout the back.
Yeah, Hinkle right now on the backhand. Strong turn right there for Taina. Once again, fitting in a couple in that short amount of space. So definitely getting to work right there on the backhand is Hinkle. Seemed like we might have seen a split peak, but now just going back to Smart. I hadn't heard that much about her before this year started. I'm very impressed right now, Flick.
Yeah, like I said, her wave selection. This is Tanya first on the backhand. Beautiful first belt there. I thought that was all that wave had to offer, but she gets around that section, throws the board up there for one more crack in the pocket. So nice two-turn combo from her. Sanoa here on the backhand, getting a little bit of work done. Nice little two-turn combo. This wave just sort of dissipating in a little bit of energy. You can just see it there. She keeps trying to work that board. But back to Rosie. I mean, identifying such a beautiful clean face wave. Slashes into that fin throw. Another carving maneuver. That board looks great underneath her feet. Nice flow in between those turns as well.
So waiting on a few scores out there right now. 19:20 on the clock. Priority is with Zoe Benedetto from the east coast of the U.S. Waiting on what seems to be a large score, though, for Rosie Smart. Also a strong one for Taina Hinkle. And there's our Pacifico fan picks right here for heat number 8. Very much in favor of the American Benedetto. More than half. Rosie Smart, 14%. How about Hinkle, though? 22%. Just over a fifth of the population agreeing her to win this heat.
Yeah, interesting there. I mean, obviously Zoe, she's getting the lion's share there. For me, I was impressed last year. She made finals day in Portugal at Ericeira, and we'll get back to that. Sanoa.
Yeah, and she's finally found a rhythm right here, Flick. Last two waves much better. Throws the tail right there. Working with Matt Myers from Myers Surf Mentorship as always. Older sister Matea, also a professional surfer, and you know, they did share a great moment last year at the qualifying series level. First ever Canadian final in slow. Older sister Matea had to take out the win. Sanoa was eventually able to win her first pro junior event, though, and a qualifying series event too over there on the east coast of North Carolina. But a big moment for Canadian surfing, especially on the women's side. As we look at Benedetto right here, that's strong. And just gets a little hung up. So a missed chance right there for Zoe, as it seemed like Taina might have had a solid wave too. Still waiting on a few scores. Although the last of Smart matches her best, another 6-point ride. Felicity, already 12 points in the first 12.5 minutes.
Yeah, super smart surfing, and I think her wave choice. She's obviously put a lot of time into this beach analysis, or just has this great connection with Huntington right now. She's able to identify the waves that have that clean face, her nice, beautiful flow between her turns. Let's have a look what Tanya got done here. On the backhand, one big belt, looking strong, looking really solid on that board, looking good underneath her feet. So just the one turn there for her, but it was a nice turn.
Yeah, and still waiting on a few for Demphley-Olin as well. Don't know if Benedetto's wave is really going to factor in. Just a 1-point ride for the second, it seems. But waiting on really the two impactful scores that'll be from Demphley-Olin and the last one of Hinkle too. The two-turn combo for Taina, a 6-point ride. So she's back into this heat right here, very experienced. Has CT competition under her belt too, has been a wild card over there in Saquarema multiple times, and still very young. I mean, talking about the new crop of surfers out of Brazil, statistically speaking at this event, not a whole ton of success. Only seen one surfer representing that area of South America with a victory, and it's Tati Weston Webb. As we look at Benedetto, that's much more like it. Two-turn combo, strong stuff, a lot of spray, and it seems to be one of the better waves of the heat right here.
Yeah, you got to see she's fired up after that fall on that previous wave. She fell on that previous wave, and that thing looked like a gem. And, I mean, she cleaned up that mistake there. That was two beautifully well-timed turns. Maybe could go around even saying possibly the best wave of the heat. Let's have a look here. Gets around this section, blows the fins out, and then another time there, jams it in the pocket. That's got to feel good, especially after that mistake on the previous wave before. So there's a few scores to lock in now, and we'll get a situation.
Stoked to not be a judge today. There's been a lot of waves ridden.
Oh, mate, there's been a lot of waves ridden all week. Those longboarders, I could not believe it. Some of them were catching about 15 waves per heat. I mean, fair enough, you're on a longboard, you can paddle out really quickly, but I was just like, whoa. Holy dooly. You couldn't even get a breath in to talk about any stories. It was just, oh, there we go. Again and again and again. I mean, you get conditions like this too. It's small, the paddle back out's so quick. And yeah, of course, naturally, you're just taking off and you're just going to roll the dice.
I like seeing you fired up like this, though.
Oh,
not every day it happens.
Oh, whatever. I'm fired up every day, mate.
Halfway through the heat right now, 15 minutes to go. It's a 7-5. For Zoe Benedetto, it's the largest score of the heat so far, and she is right back up into second place. Last of Hinkle, a 3.53, so in third at the moment, needing now a 4.18. The last two of Sanoa, a 3.5 and a 4.2, so slowly getting to that point where she's eventually needing the 5.98, basically a 6-point ride. Right now, though, having the highest single wave score of the heat must be very, very pleasing to Zoe Benedetto, especially in terms of confidence. Still plenty of time on the clock. But
yeah, that's a great move for her right now. It's gonna be confidence boosting. She's gonna hear that score read out. My prediction is this is just gonna aid in the rest of her heat. You can already see, I feel like, body language already. It's like a little bit more upright, paddling with a bit more confidence. And I mean, she's gonna throw away that 2.67. You've got to think. It looks like there's a couple of lines maybe starting to roll through here. But you know what? I think Sanoa I'm not sure how much time she's had here since she's been in Tahiti, but to me it looks like she got a little bit of the wobbly boot on, slightly. She's obviously, like you said, she has improved with each wave she's taking off on. But, you know, these surfers that we're going to start seeing throughout the draw that have come from the Olympics, I mean, Tahiti's a barreling left-hander. And really, you're not doing that many turns. You're just going straight. You're getting barreled. So it's a totally different wave here. Totally different ball game, and requires a total different set of, you know, or a way of thinking to put a heat together out here.
Well, the complete opposite out there in the water right now. It's Rosie Smart surfing a great heat, and just behind her, Zoe Benedetto at the moment with 13 minutes on the clock. Smart right here, up and riding, looking to defend that first place position. Just the one floater at the moment right there. Benedetto was looking left, looking for a 4.5 to move up into first place. Might have been able to do that right there on that wave. 12:50 on the clock at the moment. And how about time for a latte flick? Let's take a Bonsoy brew break right now. We'll be right back with the rest of the heat here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
Surf fans, start your stoke. US Open of Surfing.
Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. It's day number 1 of competition. It's the last heat of day 1. Round of 48, heat number 8. Zoe Benedetto, before the break, was looking for a 4.5, wasn't able to get it. Gets a 3.4, but still in second place. Rosie Smart with the lead, 12 points for her. A couple of 6s out there. And Taina Hinkle is looking for a 4.91 at the moment. And during the break flick, she was up and riding.
Wow, okay, that was such a good turn. My opinion, single best turn of this heat. And then we have Green, Snower on her backhand. Gets a bit more work done here. This is looking better. So she's definitely improving here. But wow, Tanya, that was really explosive. It was really crisp, really well timed single turn on her backhand.
Yeah, and her top 2 scores, a 6 and a 5.73, now in second place. That drops Benedetto down to third. It's been a great heat. I mean, numbers-wise, obviously reflecting that right now. Even though Dempleolin isn't necessarily in pursuit of the top 2 spots right now, still needing a 7.53. Goes to show you every single heat on the Challenger Series nowadays, not only competitive, difficult to win, Flick.
There's no easy heats, right? At all. I mean, every heat is a hard heat, and although the conditions are challenging, it's the same for everyone. But yeah, it's here we go, Sanoa having a little look. But for me right now, Zoe, she's in third. She's got the highest single wave of this heat, the 7.5. You know, we saw it happen earlier today. It was, I think it was Ella in, around
McCaffrey,
yeah. She had that single highest wave of the heat, but she couldn't find a backup, and she ended up in third place. And I mean, it's so heartbreaking when that happens. She's got 8.5 minutes on this clock, so you've got to be thinking she's going to have another roll. But if I'm Rosie and I'm Tanya, I'm not feeling safe. They're going to have to surf smart too. Rosie is going to, this is her first year on the Challenger, but she's going to have to use some heat IQ here. She's going to have to use some strategy. She's got a priority, and this is really nervous times for Tanya.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why her surname is Smart, Felicity.
Okay.
She's played it very smart since the very start of the heat. Right? I don't know if you had noticed that up until this point right here. 8 minutes to go.
No.
Rosie in the lead. Taina Hinkle in second. Benedetto needing a 4.23. And Sanoa Dempleolin hitting a 7.53. You know, when we come to Huntington Beach every single year, not only am I very excited to be able to see a lot of these new crop of surfers really tackle one of the most challenging and difficult waves on the west coast of the U.S., I'm also really excited to see what the swell is going to do every single time and what kind of winds we're going to have, because at this point of the year, you're usually at least expecting 2 to 3 days where it's going to be 4 foot and really fun. As you said, though, you come to this event, you should at least be preparing knowing that you're going to get 1 or 2 days where it's going to be like this.
Completely. I mean, you've got to be packing your gravel boards when you're coming to Huntington. There's no doubt about it. Probably going to have an epoxy in that quiver and potentially maybe even a slight step up. We have seen finals out here in some big sizable surf.
Oh yeah.
Final that comes to mind, Courtney Conolog, 2009, when she won. She was really young back then, like 14 I think she was, or 15. Can't remember to be exact. But it was giant. It was like bombing, 6 to 8 foot, and she was charging. I mean, Courtney, as we know, she loves those kind of conditions. But yeah, got to be prepared for anything here. And today, you're bringing your gravel boards. You're bringing out your epoxy.
I love how your attitude changes as soon as you start talking about bigger surf. It's like, yay! And then you go to like smaller surf and you're like, okay, like.
Yeah, well, we
a
know
little
what
sad.
spikes my adrenaline, Mitchell.
I know. And that's another question that's leading up to this point too. How do you change your quiver knowing that you are going to an event like this and okay, I might not only just need one, but should I actually pack a couple of different board bags knowing that there's a big possibility that we could see a major change like this weekend coming up, Flick?
Oh, of course you're going to have your regular shortboard, right? Whatever that may be. Probably PU. You're going to be packing an epoxy, and then maybe a replica of your favorite board. You know, usually these surfers are doing that. They're going to have their favorite board, and maybe that favorite board, they might be keeping that on ice and only surfing that in the heat and maybe in the warm-up surf, and then nothing else. You know, you're not going surfing on that board every single day, because that thing's the Ferrari, you know? You're only taking that out on Sundays.
So we got Smart, the heat leader, up and riding here. Whoa, that was a tricky foam climb right there, and somehow was able to ride out cleanly. 5:25 to go. Priority now with Benedetto. Henkel looking left. She's looking to improve on the 5.73 right here. Just the one setup turn, and that's not going to be it. You know, what's so funny about you bringing up that point, I was speaking to Al Cleveland Jr. in the Athlete Zone earlier, and he said the exact same thing. I have a board that I rode during the Jacks Pro. I made it to finals day at that event. I kept that board on nice since, and I haven't taken it out of my board bag, so case in point right there, Flick, it works.
It does. You know, Stephanie Gilmore has a board called the Cash Cow. That thing won her some serious dough over those years.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah, that DHD, they kept that on ice, her and Darren, and she'd only pull it out in those specialty events, and it did very well for her. Named the Cash Cow for a good reason.
That thing's probably made her at least $1 million in cash prize.
Probably more.
4:30 on the clock. Smart with the lead. Hinkle in second. Benedetto with priority needing the 4.23. And Sanoa Dempleola needing a 7.53 in fourth place. You know, not only has Rosie Smart played a very strategic and intelligent heat, she's risked it on a lot of her waves too. I mean, if you look back to her second 6-point ride, there were a couple of maneuvers there that a lot of people probably wouldn't be trying to do in these types of waves right now, Flick.
Yeah, I think it just speaks to the point that I was talking about at the beginning of this heat, is she's surfing beyond her years. I think her technical ability is really great. And yeah, her heat IQ, it seems like even to me that since the beginning of the year, I feel like strategy-wise, this is my third showing of Rosie, and yeah, I'm already really impressed.
And you know what's going to be impressive is the schedule that we're going to have this week here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Surf competition all day long, starting from 7:30 a.m. every single day until around 4:30, I would say. Finals will be on Sunday, August 11th. Live music at the Hurley Stage daily from 1 to 4. And of course, looking at the Festival Village daily from 8 to 5 p.m. Cool thing about this weekend though, Flick, we got the X Games Vert Pro back by Lexus, and the skate will be on display Saturday and Sunday from 2:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. All times will be in Pacific. So anything in particular you're looking forward to out of those four?
Oh, that vert skate ramp, that thing looks pretty deadly. You had a look at that? Have you seen how vert that is?
It looks awesome.
Have you seen how big that thing is?
It looks a bit scary.
Yeah,
yes.
really scary. Really scary. I don't like heights, so.
I'm really looking forward to Sunbender, though. I know a lot of those guys in that band over there. I think they're going to be jamming out Friday, 1 p.m. Hit the stage. It's going to be fun.
Plenty to see and do down here, isn't there?
There definitely is. It's good being a local at this park because you know where to park, Flick. And that's an important part about it.
Yes,
2
it
minutes
does.
20. Sanoa up and riding in and out. Ooh, that's much more like it from Zoe Benedetto. Up and over the whitewater and just obliterates that last section right there. 2 minutes 10 on the clock. Was needing a 4.23. And we might be seeing another situation change right here, Felicity.
Yeah, we definitely will be. Beautifully surf wave. She held her nerve under pressure really well. She sat there with that P next to her name, with that priority, and I mean, she picked the eyes out of it. She selected this wave. It was what she needed. Beautiful bowl to it, straight up into the lip, jams it, slashes there for a second one, and gets the finish. Almost picks the nose, but rides out with control. That's going to be a great score. She's going to, if not, potentially could be taking the lead here.
Could be. I mean, she doesn't necessarily need a whole lot to move up into first place.
Yep.
And there was a situation right there where Hinkle did paddle for a wave too and went down to third priority, so that could be a major factor towards the end of this heat right here. 1:20 to go. Smart still in first, but waiting on the last score of Zoe Benedetto right here. You know, you mentioned the emotional intelligence that she showed right there. Obviously huge, still in her late teens, but been competing at this level for a good amount of time, and product of the USA Junior team as well, coached by Ryan Simmons. And you know, I think a lot of these amateur programs right here have really developed a lot of these great surfers, including young Caroline Marks, who just became a gold medalist at the Olympics as well. 50 seconds to go, and it's going to be much more than what she's needing, Flick. It's a 7.83 and one of the highest single wave scores of the day. Highest heat total combined of the day too, 15.33.
Wow, it just shows doesn't, you know, just here we go, Rosie.
Yeah, one turn right there for Smart, still in second place. 30 seconds, don't think that'll change anything.
It just goes to show that it doesn't matter the conditions. Obviously, the judges are adjusting their scale accordingly, and there's still great waves to be found out there. I'm just so impressed with how well Zoe just held her ground. Her wave selection, I mean, on point. She picked the eyes out of it. 2 best waves.
It's a last-ditch effort right here for Taina Hinkle. Needs a 6-point ride. Just a one touch right there, and you can see the frustration through her body language. She had surfed a great heat up until that point right there, and is going to bow out of competition with an 11.73 heat total. That might have gotten her through the majority of the heats in this round, but unfortunately for her, not in this heat right here. Benedetto Smart will be moving through into the round of 32. We'll say goodbye and see them in Eriseda, both Taina Hinkle and Sanoa Dempleolin. Well, it was a great way to finish off day number 1 of competition right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. And we do have our 8:05 post show coming up right after the break here in Southside HB.
You are watching the 8:05 post show for a great day of competition at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Zoe Benedetto getting the win in a dominant way in the last heat. What a rhythm she had with the ocean. You know what? When you rip that hard, we might see you again on the 8:05 post show. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Mitchell Salazar. Cool to see some small wave ripping. At times it was challenging, but they can really turn on a high gear when a lot's on the line, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, that's my biggest takeaway today. When we rocked up, yeah, I noticed straight away the conditions, they were a little bit smaller than what they were the day previous. And the surfers showed up, they made the most of it, you know, and there was still some big heat totals being thrown out there.
And I guess the balance of the positive side of some big performances on the other side, Mitch, I mean, we can't get past some of the giant names that are already out. When you talk about Jackson Baker, CT standout that dealt with another early round loss today.
Yeah, I'd personally say that Jordy Lawler's probably the worst loss out of all of them. He's a top 10 surfer right now in the Challenger Series, and unfortunately for him, he has to go back to Edeseda and make things happen over there, and then over in Saquarema too, Joe.
Stop 4 of 6 events on the Challenger season. You keep your best 4, so more pressure on the surfers getting knocked out today. Let's go to more celebrations, though. Big performance to close it out this afternoon for us. Zoe Benedetto's with Wax Ed.
Well, it was a clutch wave towards the end. In the end, it was a convincing victory, though. Tense moments leading up to that 7-point ride?
Yeah, I was just really nervous like the whole time, like before I paddled out. I always think my first heat is like the hardest heat for me, just like you're all like nervous and like jittery. But yeah, I definitely blew a good one in the beginning and that didn't help, but after that I was like, I just have to do it, so.
And after a 17th at Bolito, going home just for a little while, pretty good prep on the East Coast for what we have here at Huntington today.
Yeah, the East Coast this time of year is great for this. Just like barely breaking wind chop or like super small, like on the sand basically. So yeah, it's good practice for here. And I always know that, especially in the afternoon, it's going to be really either windy or just like really small, maybe not the best with the tides here. So I mean, I'm grateful for that now. So.
And Huntington Beach, Surf City, it's a beach town. You're used to traveling to these places. What does it mean to be back here and putting on a good performance for all your supporters?
Yeah, it feels good. I just kind of really haven't gotten started this year. Just like have had a slow start to my year. I started off good in January, but Challenger's just been a little bit more slow for me. So yeah, it feels good. I surf Huntington a lot on the regional QS, and I was here like 2 months ago for the QS. So yeah, it feels good. I know like Brett and everyone's down here from Hurley, so like just like having them in my corner makes me feel better. So.
Great. Well, we'll be seeing you coming up tomorrow. Let's catch up with the rest of the post show.
Good man, Wax Ed. Thank you, Zoe Benedetto, for a very just honest interview. Flick, can you relate to that? Because we've heard this a few times. Some surfers say that that first heat can feel like a big mountain to climb.
I think so, especially, you know, yes, Zoe is from the US, but a lot of these surfers are traveling from all over the world. We've said it all day. It's a lot financially, emotionally. You put it all on the line. You rock up here and you're like, oh, this means so much. Like, I've got to make it through this first heat. And once you get that first heat out of the way, generally you can start to build momentum. And I think that's what we'll see throughout this whole event. But yeah, that first one, it's just like ripping the Band-Aid off. You just got to get it done and out of the way.
Mitchell, thinking about Zoe's profile, I mean, she's had some significant key heat wins and has had some good runs competitively. Do you have expectations on how far she needs to go in the draw in the U.S. Open this year?
Yeah, 100%, and especially the way you bring it up about being, you know, in your home court too. Like that's the most motivating factor right there, is that you're able to perform not only on home soil, in front of your family too. And the fact that her mom's here supporting her throughout, you know, thick and thin, that's a major motivation right there. And I feel like for Zoe, it just comes down to being smart during her heats and, you know, taking those emotions down just a little bit.
Well, we'll see if that performance shows up again on the 8:05 post show. Stay tuned for the top 5. That's way later. We've got some heat recaps to focus on now. How good was it to see John Mel in this kind of form? Brand new stickers on his board. Big wave champ Pete Mel was on the beach supporting, and then Kawa Costa looked really connected, Flick.
Oh, he looked so good. I mean, this heat was really, it was contestable. There were a lot of waves being ridden, but, you know, John, he really impressed me. He got away with like a bit of an early lead, but it was Cal Costa who basically surfed a 10-minute heat. He turned it around within 2 minutes, a 7-point ride and a 5.87. I mean, this is where things started to look a bit more positive for Cal for this wave here.
Yeah, looking smooth, looking fast, and when your board looks that good, you can just throw the tail into the sky. Nice rotation. Kawa got the win. John Mel advancing in second underneath him into the next round. Dad Pete Mel very proud of his son's performance. Peter John Mel, so he's John Peter Mel. That's like a tradition in their family, so you could call him Pete, which is great. And I'm just stoked that they're both getting a lot of support. It's kind of rad. I was talking to Pete. He's like, wow, I've got another chapter in my surfing career and getting to share it with his son, John. And who knows what kind of waves they'll ride together from Huntington to Mavericks and beyond.
Oh, man. I mean, John has taken off on some big waves at Mavericks, and it's crazy. I mean, so, you know, the variety in his surfing, the depth in his surfing, to be able to do it at Mavericks when it's, 20 foot, toe, paddle, to here, 2 foot, and really challenging. So, yep, there's depth there.
As we transition to the women's tour today, it was all eyes on world junior champ Sierra Kerr. Taking on a big heat here. Hanan Matsuoka also looked really in form. Really fun to watch this one go down, Mitch.
Yeah, and, going up against Paige Hareb is not an easy task either. And I thought Daniela Rosas had served a great heat up until in the very last few minutes. But it's right here. Matsuoka was able to get the 6-5. And unfortunately for the other two surfers, Rosas and Hareb, that knocked them down to third and fourth. But I just felt that the composure from the two young surfers, Kerr and Matsuoka, was really the biggest difference right here towards the end of the heat, Joe.
Yeah, really cool to see how patient that Sierra Kerr was. And then she got a 3-turn combo. That was the difference, 7-5. Proud father there, Josh Kerr, breaking it down.
Yeah, and I think we speak about those first heat jitters, and yeah, she got the job done, and she sat and waited with priority, Sierra did, for quite some time. She took off on that wave, it looked good, and when she came in, she did the post-heat interview, she actually said, oh, that wave, I could have surfed it a bit better. It didn't quite feel right, but to be dropping a 7-5 when things didn't quite feel right for her, I mean, that means she's got a couple more gears to click into, which is dangerous times moving forward into this draw.
And fun times for Sierra Kerr. This event she wants to win. She wants to just upset the world title race at Cloudbreak as a wild card. Yeah. A lot of momentum for Sierra Kerr right now.
It would be huge for her if she's able to win at this event too. And, given what we were talking about with Flick in the previous heat, the last 3 champions right here, Joe, have all been teenagers. We could be seeing the 4th one right there in Sierra Kerr too.
It's looking that way. It's the youthful movement. That's been what we've been talking about all year, but more specifically at the U.S. Open. A lot of young champions use this as a platform to perform. Now we've got this fun part of the 805 post show. It's time for the Cup Noodles Wave of the Day. Man from Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina, Owen Moss, 793 Flick.
Yeah, heat 2 of the day. You can already see those conditions looking so nice, but that precision, for me, that was CT surfing. That was a cut above the rest. The way he was able to blow out those fins on that second turn, he looked so in control. And yeah, I mean, he should be stoked with that and taking a lot of confidence into that next round.
Mitchell, you pulled me aside right before Owen's heat, and you're like, watch this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, you were so excited for all of us to really show what he's capable of. And obviously, that was a reason for it because he backed you up with a performance like that.
Yeah, he put y'all on notice right there. And, he's a blue-collar kid from North Carolina and doesn't have a main sponsor, travels with a lot of his close friends. But I just think the facility of him being so good in these types of waves motivated him to really do well on that heat. And he performed, has the highest single wave score of the event so far, Joe.
Well called right there, Mitch. Yeah, I'm going to be keeping an eye on Owen Moss as we keep an eye on the swell. Thanks to Surfline giving us the updates as we focus in on the next few days. We finish on Sunday, and we've got a lot of great things to report.
Yeah, we do. I mean, it's really contestable. We've got these moderate south and southwest swells, and moving through into Thursday and finals weekend, I think we're going to see a quality south-southeast swell start to build, and things are going to look pretty promising moving through into this draw.
Yeah, and you can see right there today was a bit challenging, especially with that side onshore in the morning. It turned a little bit more onshore in the afternoon, Joe, but for the next few days, I'm excited. I feel like Amelia and Fabio should be really fun, and especially with that south-southeast in the water, not just a straight south, that's way more favorable for us because we're probably going to see some offshore winds later on this week.
How fun. Love a little southeast out here. Look at the wave heights as well. 5 to 7 feet on Friday, 3 to 5, and really fun on Sunday as well for finals day. So today was definitely a hard-working day, getting through to better conditions, more opportunity and hopefully bigger scores. Thanks to Surfline and right across the street for the official forecast of the event. Now we get to the top 5 moments of the day. We're just talking about this guy, but when you're ripping, you earn more coverage on the 805 post show. Owen Moss representing the East Coast. 7'9" and a 6'2" 7-foot.
Yeah, I just said it before, but his surfing just looks a cut above the rest, and great pick, Mitchell. Like, he put together a great heat, big heat total, 14.2, and this is going to give him great confidence going through into this next round. The seeded round, we've obviously got those seeded surfers, that next level that's just going to be that bit harder. So great for him to take that confidence through.
Look at this man, former top 5 in the world, and Dino showed up today, Mitch.
Yeah, Captain America definitely did, and looking to win his first U.S. Open, which is kind of surprising that he hasn't been able to do it so far, Joe, but the form he was in today, the amount of waves he was able to catch and convert into real good scores. Kolohe's looking good for a spot in the finals day, too, later on this week, but just feel like it seems like he's enjoying himself right here at the Open.
Doing a good job taking control. Number 3 in the top 5 is Sierra Kerr's performance, led by that high 7.5.
Yeah, I was really impressed with this. She sat and waited so long for this wave, so to be able to perform like that, really, really well done. Surfing beyond her years, and yeah, father, Josh Kerr, stoked, and I know she wants to do some serious damage in this draw.
And they're probably going to play some pickleball after this, some ping pong, play some golf. They love competing, and they're good at all of those things. Number 2, Zoe. Last heat of the day, makes the post show at number 2 on the daily top 5.
Yeah, and single highest, combined heat total, too. 7.83, 7.5 for Benedetto, 15.33 in terms of the heat total right there, Joe. But as she said in her post-heat interview, she gets nervous. That doesn't necessarily seem that way when she's going out there and competing right now.
Real smooth, and that's just the icebreaker now. She found her flow. She knows that she's in winning form. Well done, taking the number 2 spot, winning the post show today. Keon Martin looked really solid with his buzzer beater moment, Flick.
Yeah, he did. You know what? I got a chance to speak to Matt Janoski, who spoke to Keon right after this moment. He said, I just wanted to make a heat, and this meant so much to him. He just, searching for that break, and to do it in the last dying seconds. Everyone loves it. It's entertaining. It's exciting. And you know what, as a surfer, I mean, you don't like to leave it to that last minute, but it really does feel good when you get the job done like that.
Pretty cool. Buzzer beating moments like that. It just shows that you always have time. We'll see how he takes that in the further rounds, Mitch.
Yeah, and you shouldn't give up on yourself either. If the wave's out there, you just got to be able to look for it and eventually capitalize on the few opportunities you have too, Joe.
Well, now we're getting to the big seeds. They've all had the day off today. That's why they're the top seeds. They've earned that. I saw Eli Hanneman hanging out today, and he could have been anywhere, but he was watching. He was preparing and remembering all the flashbacks from last season, as he's planning on going 2 in a row.
Yeah, and you know what? Of course he's going to be down here watching, because there was some great surfing that happened today. I think the level was really high, and the heats that we're going to see tomorrow, there's going to be fireworks.
And also with a little increase as well, Mitch, it could be a really intense day of competition.
That's the main thing, especially the period. If it increases that way, I think we're going to see a lot more waves written and just more opportunity for a lot of these surfers, especially in the seeded round, as you said.
Well, for Mitch, for Flick, I'm Joe Turpel, and for the rest of the crew at the WSL here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Thank you so much for watching. Joining us at 7:30 tomorrow morning. It's going to be on. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.